Hello there. This is a video about what happens in the family courts in England. Now, a number of videos have popped online recently about the theories of what happens in family courts by solicitors and so on, who I'm sure are being very kind and trying to help people along to know what to expect. And, that's a very good thing to do, I'm sure. But they don't cover in any way what actually happens as opposed to what should happen and what happens on the surface in family courts. And I could give this video 3 different names because, and I've thought long and hard about this for a very long time. What I went through was absolute hell, and I'm showing this on a video because I want other people to understand what's going on. So I could say that this is an educational video so that people see what really happens, and hope, pray, that solicitors, law students, judges will at some point watch it and learn about what goes on, how easy it is to manipulate the courts, how the level of ineptitude, I mean stunning stupidity by every single group who fed into it, and I'm not exaggerating, and I will prove this as we go along. It's not a wild allegation. So I hope to educate people with it, but I could also call it a manual for men facing allegations in court. Now, I'm quite aware that men do face allegations, do levy allegations against women, and some manipulate the courts. And from reading comments on YouTube, it would appear that men are doing that more and more now out of a form of attack, as a form of defence, knowing that women do it so commonly that they are starting to do it deliberately now to protect themselves. Sadly, and I know at least one very good friend, a female, who's had all kinds of nastiness in court, allegations by a man, and I know well enough to know it's not true, and a lot of information about it. But nevertheless, by and large, by a massive majority, it is women abusing the courts by making allegations against men. And the sad thing about this, the really sad thing, is they're actively encouraged to do this, really encouraged. The amount of money that a woman can make by making allegations is phenomenal. It's a house, it's alimony for the next 18 years, potentially. It's having the children, it's a measure of control over an ex if they're bitter, which many of them like to do. It's a way of eking more money, it's a way of leaving a man in constant fear of more allegations and more hearings, because I've known men where women have made allegations literally once every year for over 20 years. And one man, it happened to, turned into an alcoholic for a short spell after so many years of it, and then took his own life, couldn't take any more. And what it was his Portuguese wife, he was living in England, Portuguese man, his Portuguese wife at home, who had a small daughter with him, would make an allegation once every year, demand more money. He would have to come back for a hearing, leave his job, self-employed, spend a lot of money to go back there, and then she would just say, "Oh, I'm ill, can't attend the hearing," and it would wait days, weeks, talking about coming in the next few days, then not doing, then he would have to go back home, then she would make another appeal, right, I'm healthy now, we can have the hearing. He would go back to Portugal, drop all of his work. In other words, making him unemployed and making sure he didn't have money that she was demanding and was being granted. In other words, she was just torturing him. This happens all the time, and we know that narcissistic behaviour is growing in society. This is well known by psychologists and psychiatrists. What is a moot point is we don't know exactly why. There are a lot of theories. I've got quite a few myself, but that's another topic. But we also know that in society there are estimated to be between 2 and 6% narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths, and with the present thinkings in psychology, those 3 are pretty much lumped together, where they used to be thought of as very separate. So if you imagine a man has had quite a few different partners throughout his life, then of course the chances of bumping into one of these lunatics pops up, grows. And the more women you've been with, the chance of someone manipulating you or lying to you grows. And I don't think this is taken into account at all, that the fact that there just are very manipulative people in society, absolutely willing to bastardise and abuse the law. But I don't want to digress too much to the philosophy of what's behind it. It was just to give an idea And I really hope that this helps to put some things right for the sake of children, because these videos are often painted as fathers complaining that they don't see their children. But of course it's far more than that. It's the children not seeing their fathers, and it's deliberate torture of people, abusing the court system. And of course it has massive social knock-on effects. When children become this damaged, they themselves become narcissistic, from not seeing their fathers, from seeing their fathers played, from seeing their mothers abuse fathers, you know, quite openly sometimes. Some are very cagey and manipulative of how they do it. Some are very overt. Some are very manipulative and cagey, but slip into overt frames of mind when they become triggered. And usually, as I've found, there is a trigger mechanism for these people, and often it's simply rejection. People who are insecure in themselves, and of course there's an old saying that there's nothing more, I don't remember it word for word, but there's nothing more dangerous than a coward, because cowardly people are more likely to make accusations, involve others, get people to believe them, rather than facing up to things as a man, as we used to say. Anyway, just briefly, a bit of background of my story, because I can only speak from my story, although I've seen many others now, having done a bit of research into this. I'll try to stick to my story so that I can really know what I'm talking about. I'm not a video presenter, I'm not a professional, I profusely apologise for the quality, lack of it, and lots of ums in the video, and I'll be referring to notes. This is a concatenation, a very small summary of a vast document, 76 pages of tightly typed A4 paper, where I describe the manipulation in detail, what happened. Now, I have reported this to the police in the over the past 12 years this has gone on, in my case. Report it to the police step by step, absolutely. The police, despite having seen crime after crime, proof after proof, evidence after evidence, witness after witness, they won't touch it. And I kid you not, and I assure you, that there is no disincentive whatsoever to lie in civil court. So if you want to, if you're the kind of person who wants to manipulate it, I can only give you 3 bits of advice. Lie, 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 because no one is going to check it out. Doesn't matter how serious, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the police see the crimes in front of them. They are not going to touch a woman accusing a man. Doesn't happen. So, you know, I hope change will happen. I doubt it. It's so ingrained in the English way of doing things within the courts and within the police, and the awful, pathetic interrelationship between them. But to give you a brief overview of my relationship, I was together with a girl who was rather younger than myself, who managed to manipulate herself into a relationship with me, and who I found out to be a liar to the nth degree, someone who lied about just about everything, often without reason, often for her own gain, and a manipulator. Now, when I say manipulator, we're not talking about little things, haha, I got an extra pair of shoes he didn't know, because, you know, silly things. I'm talking about very very serious things, and I'm talking about absolutely controlling someone's life, gaslighting, sleeping around behind my back. The main reason for leaving, I suppose, in the end was a culmination of lies, manipulation, and the sleeping around thing. And in the past, there's a bit of a twist to this. In the past, I'd been a naughty boy myself, don't deny it for a moment, because she was always lying. And I said to the girl, look, Caroline, please stop lying. You know, there's no need for this. We've got a nice relationship in many ways. I thought we had. I found out much more as we went along. Really more. But I thought we had a reasonable relationship, and anything that could be nice to her I thought was good, because she'd had a pretty awful childhood, as I learned as it went on. I didn't know at first at all. I knew her family, I thought, fairly well, until I discovered more and more. But yeah, someone, in fact probably several people, who were envious of our relationship, a female and a male who'd abused her sexually all through her childhood. Her parents had known about it, not done anything. Almost encouraged it, actually. It's quite sad. They're still friends, incredibly, even though they know about it. And I've got tape recordings of my ex talking about it, so it's not sort of pie in the sky. And it's very sad. And then at least one female who was really envious of our relationship. And these people were telling Caroline I was off sleeping around when I wasn't. Absolutely no way. Once we decided to have a family together, and Caroline was, pregnant with our child, I made my mind up to whatever she did, no matter how much of a manipulator she was, I would do everything nice for her. Now, I left 2 women previously that I have children with, which, for various reasons, one became ultra violent, really violent, when she was pregnant, and started drinking a lot. Now, she'd never done that before, not a hint, not a sign. She was actually really nice company. We had great times. So I'm not putting her down per se, but hormones, whatever it is, when a woman's pregnant, changed her immediately, like that. Jekyll and Hyde, she became ultra violent and used to kick me in the head and kidneys with her boots on when I was asleep, this kind of thing. And it happened 7 or 8 times, and in the end I had to say, look, although she was pregnant, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to live with that anymore. So that's one. Another one, I had quite a few depressions, severe depression, clinical depression, and other complications, and that wasn't something I wanted to live with either. It was extreme. However, she's not a bad person in any way. She's not malicious, and couldn't say bad things about her. I've got 2 children with that lady, and we're not exactly friends, but we try to help each other out. We both generally tried to be reasonable parents, with our ups and downs. Now, if this comes over as any way misogynist or representative of me as a person and the people that I have relationships with, that will be totally wrong. Firstly, most of my good friends in this world have been women. Stunningly well educated, most of my girlfriends, but a real mixture from hippie chicks to a doctor to a couple of teachers, to number 3 whitewater kayaking champion in all Germany, to number 3 Miss Sweden, to one of my best old friends who became a lover, fantastic lady and sadly passed now from cancer some years ago, Mona, and she was a black belt in taekwondo or kickboxing, and she was a volunteer on the North Atlantic lifeboats out of Norway, so you can imagine that's a pretty gutsy woman, with a master's degree in computer engineering. So I can't say that I've associated with particularly weak or stupid women in general. You make mistakes, but most of my girlfriends have been brilliant people, many very well educated, and people I really like and respect. And the most intelligent person I've ever met, combined with having a fantastic nature, was a doctor, Carol Ann McGregor. I'll name her because she's fantastic and I'll never forget her to this day, and I hope she sees this. But the point is, the first thing when a woman starts making allegations is that people will start to question the man. Oh, it must be you doing this, it must be you doing that. Oh, is there a pattern here? No, and nobody ever asked me what the pattern could be, or what my feelings were, or made any attempt at all to find out the truth. It was a case of people making more allegations and pretending they dug up dirt when they hadn't, making assumptions which they stated as facts, etc. All this will come out, because I've got, as I say, I've got the proofs too. But that was, it's so sad. Once an allegations are made against a man, it snowballs with, especially other females, just believing it. Mostly older females, and I think there was hints of jealousy and envy in there. A lot of man hate, and a lot of people, I think, become social workers. It's just my feeling, could be wrong, because they themselves have been abused or seen art of abuse, and they want to make things right. But that makes them zealots in a way, and they're in a system of zealotry. So once something's propounded, they make reports which they exaggerate, and I'm not talking about little exaggerations or little bits of feelings. I'm talking about absolute lies and falsities. Which of course then you've made this little snowball into a great big snowball. Then someone gets that and they will think, oh, the poor girl, well, I'm going to throw my tuppence worth in here, that man's a bastard. And then it becomes this big, and it goes on, it snowballs, and it's bullshit. It's not partly bullshit, it's not nearly correct, it is total, utter, absolute bullshit. And of course when this passes through a court system, then there will become a certain statistic of women being believed and men having things shown against them in civil courts. And of course it's bullshit. And so they've made their own bullshit statistic out of something that never happened. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you like. But to get to my own circumstance so that I can get into the meat of this thing, because what you want to hear, the facts and what went on, which is the point of the video, so sorry. Basically, I'd caught Caroline out sleeping with another man, even when our son was in her tummy, this kind of thing. And a lot of other stuff, really paid her out of hidden debts twice, found out about all kinds of lies and manipulation about everything, about her salary. And she was a very plausible liar. She didn't suddenly say, oh, I've got this great big salary working at Gatwick Airport. It was every sort of 2-3 months, oh, I've got another £2,000 more salary because I've learned a bit of Swedish, another language, and they pay £2,000 for each language because I work with customers. And then it will be, oh, I help them to improve the customer flow system, passenger flow. So, they're giving me this big bonus this year. I'm going to get, £6,000 or £8,000 more a year. And it went up and up and up over the period of whatever it was, 2-3 years. And so in the end, she told me she was on a salary of well over £80,000. And of course, she was on nothing near it. But I didn't know that. I just supported her, and I was kind, and I was believing, gullible if you like. But I thought just being a decent fellow, a decent man, a decent husband. We weren't actually married, but we lived as a married couple, let's say, with a very nice little house and a son. And my other children, every weekend, other weekend, holidays, sometimes during the week, if they were sick from school. This was family life. And I took it very seriously and worked like hell, really, really worked building up my little company. And I was working so many hours a day, really. Caroline worked very hard, I must say. The one single good thing I could say about her, apart from being very good looking, she worked very, very hard. She was diligent, funny, interesting, intelligent. So there was no reason for all these lies. That's one thing that makes it very easy. A way it's easy to be caught out, because you think that to need to lie, there has to be a reason. But actually there doesn't when people are, I would say, mentally ill. I would without doubt say that. However, if you say that, it's held against you. And the first thing you're told by a solicitor is, oh, don't say that, because it'll be held against you. And so the first thing in effect that you're told by a solicitor when there's going to be a hearing involving you is don't tell the whole truth, which is a bit strange. It's not what you expect of the law, which is supposed to be dealing with facts and examining every possibility to see what's really going on. But okay. So in upshot, I went overseas to Sweden, where I had a summer house at the time, where I am now, and on a bit of a holiday to check out on the house I had over there and to make sure it was maintained and everything was okay. And it gave me time to think on my own, did I really want this relationship with Caroline? Leaving her was going to be a very, very big thing, because we had a little infant son, Harry, together, who was 3.5, plus my other 2 sons from a former relationship, Jack and Nicholas, who were at the time, from memory, about 7 and 9 years old. I didn't want that to be a further split up or trauma for them. And actually my daughter from the relationship before that was 14ish at the time, and she was very unhappy at home, and I could understand why after the violence I'd seen from her mother, never knowing if her mother did that to her or not, but having quite some reason to think that she did. She was going to move in with us, and Caroline had accepted that willingly. We talked it through ad nauseam to every little detail to make sure that Caroline would be happy, Jack and Nick and Harry would be happy psychologically. We had the funds, we had the space, so that everything would be right, and so that I wouldn't be treading on Caroline's feet either. So this was all discussed. So little Sophia, was waiting to move in with us, which was a bit ironic, because Caroline said to the court that she'd been trying to leave me for years, etc., etc., couldn't get away. But anyway, I had this time alone in Sweden, and I thought to myself, can I cope with this relationship? The amount of lies, things I was finding out all the time, the affairs, it was just seemingly getting worse, and I had no clue why, because by this time in our relationship, and for several years, I'd been giving Caroline everything she could possibly need as a person. Every support, every kindness, every subtlety, every nuance, working like hell. We had a really nice little house. We'd first had lodgers. We were then able to live without them because I was working very hard. She'd wanted to be a stay-at-home mummy, her own volition. And I said, yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, went through the household accounts, so to speak, and said, yeah, I can just about manage it if I really work hard. But can you possibly do a couple of hours, 2 days a week, just handing out leaflets, a bit of advertising for my business, which she never ever once did on any occasion. And then she had the darn cheek to go and say that I repressed her and I told her what to do, etc., etc. Factually, after some months at home, she decided she wanted to go and work, and I'd supported her in that too, and I'd supported her in every damn thing she wanted to do. So there is no way I can be accused of any wrongdoing whatsoever, not a sausage in our relationship from the day we said we will be a family. As I said, Caroline was pregnant, we bought a house together. So, you know, and I thought this was so extreme what she was doing, the manipulation, etc. And catching her talking to her lover again and again. And there's no doubt I spoke to the guy, you know, I was civil, I wasn't dead happy to talk to him, I was a bit short with him, but I spoke to him civilly, why not, you know, the guy probably didn't know what was going on and that she had a partner, etc. And he didn't, and I've got an email to prove it. She actually said to him on an email, which as I say I've got, I'll probably put up for the camera later, which refers to our son's name being Edward. His name's Harry, for God's sake. And said, oh, Julian came round to the house today. What a bad choice I'd made as a father for Harry, something like that. But of course it was rubbish. She was living with me. We were living together as a family. So she was just totally lying to this guy. His name's Anthony Caruana. Caroline says he's the son of the governor of Gibraltar. I don't know if that's true. I've met him a few times because he used to go out with one of Caroline's friends. So, sorry, back on track. I reflected on our relationship and I thought, no, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. It's just too far gone. And so coming back through Germany, driving back from Sweden, I had an old girlfriend, Julie, who'd actually once saved my life. Long story, but I was in Mongolia for quite some time and I got a very, very serious disease called Shigella and type of food poisoning, and it is fatal, and I was very, very close to death. And without going into the story, Julie managed to find medicine and gave me the medicine, and I was antibiotics, and I was put right pretty damn quickly, and she unmitigatedly saved my life, which I'm forever grateful for. But the point is I really liked her as a person as well, spent a lot of time with her, I knew I could trust her. So coming back through Germany, I went to visit Julie and I just thought, oh sod this is someone I actually really like and someone that I care for and love as a person. So why am I going back to this Caroline? Why? I can't do it, no matter how much I love my sons and my daughter and my family and my business and all this. You know, I just have to make the best of it, split up with her, because this is not on. So I slept with Julie, and when I came back to England, you know, I never lied to Caroline. I went up to her when I came home, and I said, look, I'm really sorry, Caroline. The first thing I said to her, I'm really sorry, but you know, I can't do this anymore, and I'm leaving you. I've just had enough, and I've slept with Julie, so it's done, fait accompli. You know, I don't want to turn back from it. That's it. At which point she went absolutely berserk. I mean, absolutely. And over the coming days, she was very aggressive, very nasty, and also made threats and said that she would go to the police if I left her, and if I didn't do what she said, she would go to the police and say that I'd beaten her, and you know, repeatedly beat her up, attacked her, all this stuff. And she said, I'll make your life a living hell, you know, you won't get away with it, you're with me and that's it, kind of thing. And it was that confirmed in my mind that this was just too far gone. So I went actually very quietly to the police and I reported what had happened. And they said to me, had there been violence in the relationship? And I said, no. And the reason for that was because, you know, you see stories in the media, newspapers and such, about social services making big mistakes, leaping to conclusions, being zealots, and you never quite think it can be that bad. Trust me, it's a lot worse than I'd ever read, but you never thought it would be till you experience it. And I thought, I don't want those people involved in our lives. And yes, there'd been violence. So Caroline had attacked me with a knife 3 times. I disarmed her on 3 occasions, once got cut. and plenty of other nastiness. Ripping her nails down my back when I was just in my swimming trunks one day. But I mean, when I say ripping it, I mean, taking her nails going down my back, and there were 3 long rips in my back, and the blood was literally running in a rivulet down the back of my leg, down my trunks, down the leg, onto the ground, onto the sand, and growing in a puddle. We're not talking about something very mild. And various assaults over the years. In fact, when I'd first found out she was sleeping around, I'd withdrawn sex from her, so to speak. I said, I don't want to sleep with you anymore. I've just got to keep myself to myself. Well, I think this through. This is just so far gone. With a house, with a son, living together in our family home. I thought family, and I was working at least. I'll go through it, huge amounts of work a day. I was doing minimum 12 hours a day physical work, running a roofing company, plus minimum of 1 hour each way driving, so that's minimum 14 hours, plus often had to pick up or drop off staff, plus I had to go to building materials merchants early in the morning, etc, etc, and then I had to do my own paperwork when I got home, develop my own advertising, do my paperwork for the tax man, etc. So I was often normally working 16 hours a day or more. The point being, I'd come home particularly tired one day after doing a roofing job in London when there was a bad weather front coming in, and I was working till early hours of the morning, and I was absolutely tired out. And Caroline came in and she started teasing me and playing with me, and I said, Caroline, no, absolutely no, I do not want to have sexual relationships with you at all. There's no grey area. And she carried on, and she carried on, and she carried on, and I was literally falling asleep in the middle of it and then waking up. I was so tired. And she forced herself upon me. There's no question. And I was literally physically trying to push her off at the same time, pretty much falling asleep. But there was no grey area. This then happened the next day, at which point I was still pushing her away. It's no question, and telling her no. But you start to become a little resigned in some way. And certainly on the 3rd day that she did it, I was semi-resigned. I was telling her I didn't want her to, and just please go away. So there were three absolutely blatant rapes. Rape doesn't count against a man under English law, but it's classed as sexual abuse. It was absolute clear-cut sexual abuse. And what I realised when her allegations came was that everything she'd done to me, she'd said I'd done to her. For example, a rape. Now, interestingly enough, when she'd made threats that she was going to go to the police and say all kinds of things about me, she never once mentioned rape, ever. The word was never used in all of our relationship, not inferred, implied, nothing. So, I started to see a pattern of the accusations of being everything she'd done to me. But because she was a woman and could do a lot of crying, she just got believed. Every damn thing she said was believed, no question. And even when I could prove that she was lying, even when the police saw that she was lying again and again, doesn't matter. You're just a man, shut up. And that literally. So anyway, coming home from overseas, telling her we're not having a relationship, I slept with Julie, and she was becoming more and more aggressive, abusive, and I asked her to leave, and she did. After I was home about a couple of weeks before she went, and she left Harry with me. So, what is obvious is she's not scared for Harry's well-being, leaving him with me. I didn't see her at that point for about 3 days. And then the next thing I know, there's a thing called a non-molestation order arrived. A very big fellow, really someone I would describe as a boxer kind of fellow, very big but very fit with it. A sort of a big bouncer, came along with what he said was a court order, and I had no clue what he was talking about at first. He did mention briefly, very quickly, where he was from. It was unintelligible. So, and when I asked him subsequently, where are you from? Who do you represent? He refused to say who he represented, and he was, with his sleeves rolled up, and he was, pretty intimidating, both in his shape and size and in his actions, his body language at the time. And he presented me with a thing called a non-molestation order, a non-mol as they abbreviate it very crassly, because to those to whom it's only a piece of paperwork. A non-molestation order, I'd never heard of the thing, didn't know what on earth it was. What it is a court order which says if a man makes contact with a woman for any reason whatsoever, he is committing a criminal offence. And it's worse than that, as I was advised by solicitors. Even if she tries to contact me and I respond in any way, I'm committing a criminal offence. And they told me be very, very, very careful, because a lot of women abuse these. They will take these out and then they come round and they will try to get a man to communicate with them. They even present themselves physically in front of a man. What they didn't tell me is that they will often manipulate it much worse than that by bringing a child around with them who man hasn't seen for months, this kind of stuff. But trying to cut it short, I was told if Caroline phoned me and if I so much as picked up the phone, I could be committing a criminal offence. I was banned from the entire town of Eastbourne, where it said that she now lived, and I was banned from her place of work at Gatwick Airport, which was pretty close to where we lived, just south of London, just near Crawley. And along with it were 79 allegations against me. And it took, I was there with my friend Julie, my new girlfriend, who'd just arrived by then because Caroline had just disappeared. So I said to Jill, look, why don't you come over? Why not? You know, I've told Caroline it's over, she's just disappeared, so, you know, let's take it from there. And a Russian friend who's lived in England many, many years, called Albert, a computer programmer and data specialist, very intelligent and astute fellow. And so between the three of us, and Julie's very well educated, she's got, I think, a master's degree, I think, in economics and languages, German language. But anyway, the three of us read this statement, 79 statements, with incredulity. I mean, it was absolute crap. I mean, it was a bit like someone writing an essay about the UFO they'd been up in last night and how they'd been allowed to drive it and how they had the plans to it. It was just crap. It included an allegation of rape, it included allegations of beating, it included allegations of that she slept on the floor of a dirty mattress. I mean, I had my room, I slept on the floor on a mattress, but I had a brand new carpet in the room. The room was brand new painted, it had double glazing, it was a very nice room. I just prefer a mattress on the floor. But they didn't mention at all, of course, that Caroline has her own room next door. Absolutely perfect room, brand new, plush, top of the range carpet, white carpet, you know, brand new bed covers, brand new fitted wardrobe, very nice double glazing when we bought the house. Big photograph of her over a bed, and all the trinkets and things that girlies like to have. You know, it was immaculate. It really was. And no mention of that, of course. That's just an example of manipulation, because I won't go through all the 76 points, 79. It's just ridiculous. Out of those points, from memory, 3 of them were true. One of them was that I slept on a mattress on the floor. Yes, I did. She didn't. And there were 2 others, I can't remember what they were now, but they were totally innocuous things, you know, just had nothing to do with any kind of abuse. Just, you know, like I sleep on a mattress on the floor or something like that. It was, and then only one thing was actually an unpleasant, ungenuine event that had happened, which was really unpleasant. It was a manipulation that Caroline had done. So apart from that, everything else was made up. As in, it was everything she'd done to me, and she twisted it and said I'd done those things to her. Now, I'd have to go through it very carefully and look at it again to say that this is true. But I think every allegation that she made were things she did to me. Maybe there were a few she didn't, that, you know, she hadn't done. But that was basically what it was about. It was a character assassination. Now, to get that non-molestation order, you know, I have to tell you this, if you want to manipulate the court system, it's dead easy. Solicitors normally encourage it in a woman. If a woman says, oh, I've been beaten, or, you know, alleges whatever nastiness from a man, being shouted at, bullied, intimidated, they just say, oh, get a non-molestation order. It's a very simple form to fill in. It cost at the time about £450. It takes a couple of hours with a solicitor, and that's it. It goes before a magistrate. Magistrate stamps it, because who's going to say, oh, actually, I just don't believe it. You know, who's going to bring a petition like this? They can't risk their career, not sign something like that, and then find out some lunatic stabs a woman and they'd refuse to sign it. That's the end of a career. So of course they damn well stamp it. Now the supporting so-called evidence wasn't evidence at all. For getting this was a number of witness statements, which consisted of Caroline's father, who's the most slovenly, lazy, incompetent I've ever met, and I don't say that easily, having travelled the world. Her mother, who had been violent to her all of her childhood, and I didn't believe it at first, but then I started seeing more and more, and then actually witnessed it. It was all kinds of psychological repression and baiting and nastiness, often done in a clever way, sometimes in a simple way. It was about her mother. I saw her mother basically have her up against the wall, strangling Caroline, and scratching her, and then going to bite her. And then subsequently I saw bite marks, etc., quite severe ones. So there's no doubt in my mind. Plus I got, as I say, a tape recording of Caroline talking about it. Plus, I saw it in my own eyes, there's no question. And her father knew all about this and never did a damn thing. And her father wasn't a violent man in general. He didn't attack people and things like that. He was just such a lazy slob. He didn't give a damn. Knowing that his supposed best mate was sexually abusing his daughter from a young age. Again, I've got it on tape, her talking about it, and not doing a damn thing. Knowing what his wife was like, attacking her daughter and not saying a damn thing. Now, Caroline's mother was not the best looking woman, but Caroline herself was a very, very good looking woman, and there was a lot of envy in there, I have to say. And her mother used to flirt with me outrageously. And then in her report, her so-called witness statement said that she'd always disliked me. It was absolute rubbish. She was always giggling and trying to flirt with me. The only ever time she ever giggled or did anything that was remotely smiley, because she was a right miserable sour devil. I'm very sorry to say she's passed away now. And then Caroline's younger sister, Natalie. Now, why would she say anything against me? That defeated me. She used to babysit for us, and we used to pay her, reasonably well. And she was in college. She used to help us out with that occasionally. And my family, if we went for a day out, would always invite her along, because Harry, a little boy, was there. Jack and Nick, who she got on with very well. We'd pay her into Alton Towers or whatever, a Thorpe Park, whatever it happened to be, and I'd always buy her little things when I went to a car boot sale or out to town, and little souvenirs or paints and things that she liked. She liked doing art, and always on a friendly basis. We weren't very close, but we were on a good friendly basis. Caroline's family. And Caroline subsequently told me that she'd written a witness statement against me because she was scared of her mum. No surprise there. Now, going on to the other so-called witnesses, one was a man called Chris Grange. Now, as I said, we'd had lodgers when we first had a house together, new mortgage, very small company. I was building it up from nothing, no debts, but a small company, and you have to work hard to build it up. By the time we split up in its sort of nearly third year, I was making huge amounts of money. I mean, just started, got to, Quango level, and I was making money, £2,000 a day. Now, this is going back 12 years, and it's all in my accounts. This is all provable. That's one of Caroline's allegations, that we always lived in abject poverty. We didn't have food on the table, which was rubbish. Said that I'd always gone through the bins, dumpster diving, which was rubbish. I've done that all my life and stopped when we had a family. It just... it would be easy to say because it was the right thing to do, but actually it's because I didn't have time. I was always working too hard. I had the money, but I never had time, working so many hours. So, actually I was buying organic food. We were eating 80% organic food. We didn't want for anything, and I would work bloody hard to do it. But anyway, Christopher Grange, he was a lodger in our early days when the business was in its infancy. He was a carpenter, very big fellow, and English guy, and he was an alcoholic, and at first he was generally reasonable. He was moody, he was grumpy, but he wasn't nasty, and I actually felt sorry for the guy. I met him on a building site one day, and I felt a bit sorry for him. He was a bit of a waif, a bit lost in a way, and the story emerged that he was a complete alcoholic, and he said his stock phrase, the difference between an alcoholic and a pisshead is an alcoholic is someone who thinks they can do something about it. A pisshead doesn't give a shit. So, and then I found out, because he told me, that he had a long list of offences for assaults and violent crime, usually against bosses or colleagues. And, he used to work for me on occasion. I would invite him along to do small jobs if he had no work in, and he was a pretty good carpenter. But if he made a mistake and you brought him up on it, he would get very, very angry. And he did threaten me on one occasion, and he built up to that on a couple of others, and I calmed things down. But on one occasion, he did actually attack me in our family home. I think it was my birthday party. There were a lot of people around. We were sitting on the terrace at the back as most people had left. My ex, the mother of my sons, was there. Caroline was there, Chris was there, and myself, and a Polish friend, Tom Chemetsky. And we started, someone brought the conversation around to corporal punishment of children, you know, smacking children. And I, let's say I've got a very mild favour of that kind of thing, in the sense that if a 2-year-old's trying to stick a metal thing into a plug socket, you have to knock their arm out of the way, because you can't sit there and negotiate with them and say, you know, go into wave theory with them and tell them why that they're going to get electrocuted. So, you know, mildly, I think one has to have that possibility without being silly about it. But Chris went absolutely berserk, and I know he'd been beaten very much in his childhood and really suffered. So, you know, I can see why that someone will be upset, but it was over the top. He absolutely went into a rage and he attacked me. And he got me around the throat and he pinned me against the door. I was sitting on the floor, leaning against the door, and he was strangling me. It was heavy. And I'd done, you know, a few martial arts in my time, and I, you know, took his arm, twisted him off, got his hold off, and he was basically over me on all fours. And I got my toes by his genitalia and made it, hinted, and said, look mate, if you don't get off, I'm really going to bloody hurt you, now get off. And he did. But there were, as I say, several witnesses. Caroline, who's not going to witness on my side at any point, obviously, because she's doing everything she can to destroy my life, and Tom Chemetsky, who said he would tell the police what happened if they question him. He would be honest, but he was scared as a foreigner to go to civil court and witness in my favour because he didn't know anything about the English system and he found it worrying. Now I think that was pretty cowardly, and I was very disappointed and sad and didn't want anything to do with him after that, having just asked him nicely and pointed out how severe things were. Yeah, coward is the best word for it. Disgusting. Given that children were involved, it wasn't just a mate-to-mate sort of thing. But that was the only person that I lost as a friend during this entire encounter. All of my other friends were beyond fantastic. They did everything for me. You know, witness statements, helping me type up court documents, evidence, staying with me 24 hours because Caroline kept coming around, etc. Who other were the witnesses? One was a girl called Marie, who was the daughter of somebody who was effectively a cool girl who used to laugh and joke about it. Marie had a very messed up childhood. I know her pretty damn well. She was married to a guy called Simon Bullock at the time, who was a pretty nice guy. I knew him a bit. And they had a nice house down the road. She was doing pretty well out of the relationship. And I remember at the time when she got pregnant, she told Simon that it was his child when it wasn't, another man that it wasn't his child that it was, and another man that it was his child. You know, just to hurt men, hurt people, you know, why? But anyway, the thing is, she'd often several times accused Simon of having beaten her. Now, I've seen no evidence for this. I don't believe it, but, you know, open mind, I wasn't there. But she asked if she could stay at our house on a number of occasions because she felt threatened at home, wanted to have time away from Simon. And of course, I was only too happy to help. The girl let her stay the night on the sofa with Caroline, you know, being her friend as well. She knew she was Caroline's friend effectively, to look after her a bit. So why she turned on me, well, there's a good reason for that. She was having an affair with another man. I'd helped her to get a contract populating electronics boards. It's something she was good at, putting the components on boards and soldering them on. And she, you know, wanted start her own business. Well, as it happened, through business contacts, I got her a very nice little contract, enough to support herself for a long time. And she started sleeping with a man who was involved in that contract for the company she was working for. And she was quite open about it. She used to laugh about it and talk about how she was, you know, abusing Simon behind his back. I didn't want anything to do with it. I wasn't going to speak about it or stick my nose in. I just tried to ignore it. One day Simon, however, came round and said to me, Julian, look, he said, I've found out Marie's having an affair. Do you know anything about it? Please just tell me what you know, man to man. So yeah, okay, I told him where the guy lived, what his name was, and told him what I knew. No more and no less. I wasn't interested in getting involved really, but I thought a man had a right to know. Told him. And that was why Marie had a grudge against me, and of course was ready to make statements against me. And Chris Grange, coming back to him, he became basically besotted with Caroline. He'd been refused any access to his children that he had with a lady in America because of his alcoholism, etc., as he told me. So yeah, he was a very lonely type in many ways, and he was absolutely besotted by Caroline, who, you know, was very charming and good looking. And he was essentially extremely envious, and you know, he, I think, was all very, very pleased to see us split up and do anything he could to facilitate that. Whether they had an affair or not, that was brought up. I don't know, I doubt it, but I don't know. Could have. And then we got Roshan. Roshan, that's an interesting one here. This guy Roshan Diaz suddenly turns up, a colleague of Caroline's from the airport, and it's bloody obvious to me that they were having an affair. They're married now, and during the court process he was busy helping Caroline to manipulate the courts, and I can reasonably prove that. I'll come up with that later. But obviously he had everything to gain from there being a court order to stop her from seeing me, even to stop our son from seeing me, such that he could play happy families and get her, you know, good looking girl. And he was a bit of a, well, I found out a little bit more about him later, and not an honourable or decent or reasonable fellow by any stretch, as you will hear later. Who else was there? Then there was Timothy. Tim, the man who had sexually abused Caroline all through her childhood. And as I say, I've got the tape recording of her talking about it. And her father's supposed best mate. And of course there's a bloody good reason for Tim to be involved, because he knew Marie, the other girl, very well, and the family who were messed up, and he'd obviously gone after girls that he thought he could have something to do with. He used to take them out all the time when they were 12 years and up, you know. I remember especially around the age of 15 particularly, it became intense, and he was just blatantly grooming them. And he took them out to restaurants and charming them, and, you know, doing things that their family never bothered. You know, Marie never knew her father that I knew of, and Caroline's father never ever bothered with her. And he was playing this role of somewhere between father figure, groomer and boyfriend. And I remember very clearly he used to say, "When we get married, Caroline," or "When you're 16 and we get married." These kinds of expressions, not if, when. And this is when Caroline was, you know, as I say, starting off at 12, but certainly when she was 14, from my own memory, you know, without question. And a lot of hints before that. And he used to sit at the family table with Caroline's mother and father and allude to having abused her, and allude to a relationship with Caroline's mother. Whether that happened 100%, I don't know. Caroline always said they did have an affair. She used to say that she would come in and they would be in the shower together so many times, and yes, I saw that on one occasion, so there's no question of that. So it's pretty unlikely that they didn't have. I don't know for certain, what can I say, but it's pretty obvious, isn't it? So there's Tim worming his way in, you know, with the whole family, causing hell and carnage wherever he goes for people. Not very pleasant characters all in all, but the point is every one of them had a grudge and a reason to make some kind of statement against me. And all I was doing is working hard for my family and doing my best. And of course, Tim especially and Marie were saying, as I mentioned to Caroline, as I found out years later, didn't have a clue at the time, telling her I was sleeping with other women to split us up, you know, which is why she was occasionally violent. It was from rejection, which I didn't know at the time. I had no clue why she'd have these sudden rages and just go berserk and hate me or attack me and put me down and all kinds of abuse. You know, why would I have any reason to suspect that? It's so ridiculous, but that's what was going on. Now, Caroline's father, Michael, he'd obviously been in on this whole trying to frame me thing, because as I found out some time later, there was a number of anonymous messages made to the police saying, giving their name, but which were kept anonymous to me as to who it was, saying that they were scared for Caroline's well-being and that they believed she was being attacked or abused, whatever it was. I don't recall exactly, but I got the papers with the blanked out name. from the police, through the court system. He came round and said, oh look, after Caroline had disappeared, some days after, look, can I take Harry to the playground for a while? And I didn't like Michael, but I'd never seen him be unpleasant or abusive with children, with Harry in any way, or with Jack and Nick, my other sons. He spent quite a lot of time with them, seemed very decent to children, so of course. And then of course he never came back. So in other words, he'd taken Harry away to obtain de facto custody. If I should contact Caroline in any way whatsoever, then I was automatically a criminal. So it's a way of saying, ha, we've got Harry, there is nothing you can do, you are blocked. This is number one priority for any one man defending themselves, or for a woman who wants to attack a man abusing the court system, get a non-molestation order. Because what it does then is, if you take the child, it means that the child is in your custody for the duration of that order, in effect, unless you can get it an order for having the children whipped through the courts. And it takes months and months to get a court hearing, and then you've got to get social workers and reports and hope that they're on side, which they're not going to be if you're a man. Forget it. And the idea is the woman keeps the child for that number of months. By the time that number of months has passed, social services always will say, oh, the child is settled now with that parent, therefore he should not be moved, therefore you have lost custody. That's it. So for 450 quid, you've got custody if you're a woman. That's it. And if you're a man, good chance you have. If you get in first, basically get in first with allegations. That's rule number one. Now, let me refer to my notes a little bit. Now, I started to find out a bit about narcissism, which you pronounce narcissism, but it's written narcissism. And I'd never heard of it before. You hear about people being a narc, in a big rage. That's an abbreviation for a narcissistic rage, as I found out. People with narcissism are people who've been damaged, usually throughout their childhood, through serious abuse of different kinds, whether it's bullying, intimidation, repression, sexual abuse, or a mixture thereof, and they become essentially what's known as narcissistic. They can also be sociopaths or psychopaths. As I say, that's coming together in the modern research. Used to be quite a separate idea. If you look up narcissism on the internet, there are bullet points as to what will show that someone is narcissistic. However, it's a phrase which has come into fairly widespread use in the past 10 years or so on the internet. People say, oh, you're a narcissist. And no, most people are not narcissistic or even anything approaching it. It's just a way of abusing people and saying, oh, you're only thinking of yourself, or you're abusive, when actually you're not. You're being reasonable. Someone just doesn't like what you're doing. Being a full-blown narcissist is a big thing. It's a big step. It is a very, very serious mental disorder. It's one of the hardest to treat, if treatable at all. And people have to A, recognise it themselves, and B, want to have it treated to make any headway. Now, one of the definitions of it is that people live in a fantasy world, ergo they're not going to recognise it, and if they don't recognise it, there isn't any chance of helping them at all. What they do, very roughly speaking, is they will use attack as a form of defence. There's usually a trigger mechanism, and in my case, as I found out, it was a feeling of abandonment or being let down. In Caroline's case, if she felt that, she didn't try to investigate whether it was true or not. If she felt that, that would trigger her going into an absolute rage and becoming violent, or just losing all sense of reality or proportion on anything, and just lying and manipulating more and more, going from a rage onto the more minor stages of it, manipulation, lying, etc. But one of the characteristics of this malady is character assassination. It's very, very common that someone will try to character assassinate someone else. In other words, you'll go around and spread rumours about another person. You will, for example, if you're a girl, you can easily say, to lots of people to get attention, or to leverage something that you want. You could say to 6 or 7 or 8 different people, look, he's been beating me when no one looks. He beats me, and then start crying. And of course, by the time 6 or 7 or 8 people believe it, it suddenly becomes more or less a truth. It goes around your circle of friends, it spreads to 1 or 2 more, and people are saying, oh, is he still beating you? And they're lapping at the attention. Yeah, yes, and it's bullshit. It is total it's a way to control people. And talking to psychologists, subsequent to all this that happened between Caroline and I, 12 years ago was when it started. I certainly wouldn't say it happened 12 years ago. This carried on for years and years. What was I going to say there? Yeah, to control people. Psychologists told me that people who feel that they cannot control themselves will often try to control those around them. And that makes absolute sense, from everything I've seen. And there are so many ways to control people around you, but rumour mongering is often the best one. It's a very, very simple technique, something that's difficult to question. Who doesn't want to feel sorry for someone that they believe is being hurt? Of course they do. So at what point can someone prove their innocence when enough people believe it and have been told something for years? The other thing is that I seriously thought that she would calm down. Always thought that, time after time, stupidly looking back, but you, as a reasonable human being, you think people will calm down. You can make compromises with anybody, and the more so if you've got a child together. The more so if you shared years together and been very close and all the rest. But what psychologists have told me is that people with this kind of disorder don't actually get better, they get worse. Now that's, for me, contrary to anything that's built into my psyche. The idea that someone should get worse for no particular reason, or even if you have little or no contact with them and never pose a threat to them is very, very strange, but nevertheless. Anyway, so having acquired this non-molestation order on the grounds of, and I quote, if Julian sees me, he will hospitalise me or worse and or snatch our son. Those were the primary grounds. Now, she was coming around every few days, having obtained this. To obtain it, a magistrate just signs it. That's it. You don't have to refer to the father or the man. Don't have to give them any notice. They don't know at all till it's done. You just have no clue. One day, a bailiff or whoever it is, some big guy just comes around and hands it to you, and that's it. And it's done. And there's sod all you can do about it. You can ask for a hearing to challenge it, but then it's a full-blown hearing, and the cost of a hearing is huge. I mean, we are talking about, realistically, they might tell you it's X, Y and Z. The reality is, if you're going to try to fight a woman who's lying against you and have, let's say, a 3.5-day hearing with solicitors, legal advice, the fee that solicitors charge just to hire them before they even charge per hour, with all the paperwork, photocopying, legal secretaries involved, court orders and all the stuff that you're going to be charged for. It's like China, you get charged for the bullet that shot you. That's what happens in England. They will take your children from you and they will charge you for the woman or the man doing it. Usually the woman, let's be straight about this. So the costs are going to be, I would say that 12 years ago, around £100,000. Think about that. £100,000 to challenge it in all, realistically. So, and it cost me a lot more than that for various reasons, as you'll hear. And during that time, of course, you're in bits when your child is suddenly taken from you and you literally don't know where they are, or even worse, they're with someone who is potentially is violent or is aggressive and manipulative and abusive and flies into rages and will manipulate even the courts. You're dealing with someone pretty damn nasty by then, and your child's with them, and there's nothing you can do. Now, for a father whose natural instinct is to protect their children, well, the law in England supposedly relies on what would the reasonable man do. Now, I would argue that a reasonable man would bloody well go and save his child, but you do that, you so much as go near that woman, you're a criminal. Once you've got that criminal record, and you will, it is a crime, once you've got the criminal record, you've got it for life. There's no going away from it. That will stop you from doing lots of different jobs in your life. You couldn't be a customs officer, you couldn't be a police officer, you couldn't be a solicitor, as far as I know, you couldn't be a barrister, you couldn't work in, customs and excise bonded facilities, you probably couldn't be a teacher, loads of things that you can never do. It's maybe it affects loans too, it's not a slight thing, and yet here's the easiest way to give someone a criminal record that doesn't go away. This is ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. It's a bloody joke. But it happens every day in England. This is de rigueur. Solicitors recommend it to their clients, because it's a good result for them, isn't it? It makes them look very good. Easy result for nothing. And yet it has a very, very strong result. And to challenge it is, as I say, is a near impossibility. You've got to have the money, you've got to have the intellect, the wherewithal. Not everybody has. Not everyone's good at paperwork. Add to that the fact that you're in bits. The court will often make you homeless, as you'll see. And it will leave you penniless because you're unable to work, either because you drink, or you're just in bits, or you're shaking, or you're under the doctor because of PTSD or depression, anxiety. I mean, all these things. When someone's hurting your child, let's say your child gets run over, everyone in the world will feel sorry for you. Everyone will give you condolences. They'll hug you. They'll worry about you. They'll make sure you're all right. That respect is available from your close friends to the community to your family. But you have your child taken away by a court. Where's the support? There's not a sausage. Your child is effectively, to you, potentially dead. And sometimes fathers don't know ever if the child is alive or dead for years. I haven't. But no one's come to me and given me a hug, people I don't know, or the press, or the police, or anyone who you might think would console the bereaved. No, your child's been taken away from court order. Sod you, matey. That's it. And you can imagine a lot of people crumble. They do. They fall apart. And you're supposed to defend yourself in court in that state, knowing that your child is probably being abused mentally or physically or both, and by the partner, maybe sexually. Because somebody a new partner who is perhaps preying on someone who messed up, or supporting someone who is knowingly supporting someone who's lying to the courts, as you'll see, that's a pretty twisted person. It's not someone you want your children anywhere near. No, so Caroline's visit, after whatever it was, I don't remember. All of this was reported to the police in detail, in emails, exact times, exact dates, exact witnesses, any photographs, any recordings, etc., etc. So I'm just telling you roughly now, after whatever it was, a few days, a week, whatever, having got this order against me, Caroline came round and wanted to talk to me, and I didn't want to talk to her because I was absolutely shit scared of going against this order, being arrested. For the first time in my life, it would have been. I'd never been arrested before. I knew nothing about this kind of thing, or criminality, Anyway, she came round begging to try to see me, talk to me. She knocked on the door. She seen me there face to face. I didn't speak, and she asked me if I talked to her. And Julie, who was there with me, said, "Look, shall I call the police?" And I said, "Well, I don't really think that's going to help anyone. That might just make me arrested because he's obviously near me. I don't know. I really don't know." But Caroline said to me, "Look, please, can we just talk, for Harry's sake, of course, for our son's sake, come with me and, just talk sort of, 60 yards from the house out of earshot of other people." And I agreed, and I didn't speak because then I thought, well, I'm not contravening the order. I just stood there quietly, Albus and Julie watching me from the window 50 yards away, sort of two witnesses, that I wasn't doing anything strange or attacking her or being violent, all these things I'm accused of. But they couldn't hear what was said, and Caroline was just talking, and they saw that I was standing there saying nothing. That's it. And Caroline was coming up with all kinds of strange stuff. She was obviously distraught, messed up. Nothing new, I have to say. I had to tolerate that kind of thing for quite some years, on and off. And I described her precise behaviour at the time to the police, so I don't recall every nuance, but she was basically off her head, nuts, and she was saying really, really weird things. I can't quote it word for word now. I could and did then. But really weird things, contradictory things, strange things that a sane person wouldn't say. And ranging in her mood swings completely, from just trying to talk to me, from trying to touch me, trying to hold me and hug me, to screaming at me and being abusive, all over the period of however many minutes it was. Let's say 20 minutes, half an hour, I don't recall again. Anyway, then over the period of the next couple of weeks, she would come around and see me. I think the next yeah, she'd phone me quite often, and then begging to have me back sometimes. Other times screaming at me. Other times saying she wanted to be my mistress. Other times saying she just wanted our family back and nothing else. Other times calling me every name under the sun. Once she just came around, knocked on the door, opened it, she just spat in my face and walked off. Another occasion, in the early hours of the morning, 5 or 6 in the morning, whatever it was, I thought there was a burglar in the house because I could hear someone rummaging in my little office room downstairs quietly. And I went downstairs, sneaked up quietly. There was Caroline in the house, this woman who's supposedly mortally scared of me, in the house, going through my computer, going through legal documents that are on a desk, ready to reply to court matters and so on, and going through my computer and deleting, as I found out the same day, deleting photographs, basically photographs of me and together with Harry. In other words, she was trying to destroy any evidence of us having been a happy family, and just to hurt me in that way. What could I do? Another day she came round bent on, what's the right word, seducing me. And she did. She did everything a man could possibly wish for from a beautiful woman, and she is very beautiful. And I just said, no, Caroline, this is ridiculous. You've made a rape allegation. You think I seriously want to have my semen inside you, and you just run off to the police and say I've raped you? No. So she was there for hours, and I mean hours, seducing me, doing everything she could. I mean, in one way, as a man, it's fantastic. There's the woman that you thought you had a family with, that you loved, you thought you loved, you wanted to be with as a family, and have every sort of decency and intimacy and everything that goes with a family, and there she is licking you and sucking every part of your body and caressing you and charming you and telling you that she'd actually already started getting rid of the order, been to see her solicitors, and it was going to be annulled, and she was so sorry, and she'd been off her head, and she only loved me and wanted no one else, and went on fine. I'd take a guess at 2.5 hours, and yeah, in the end we ended up making love. You call me stupid if you want, but I was in bits. I was absolutely mentally in pieces, not having seen my son for weeks. It's not as though Julie and I had this great new love life or something, because I didn't. I was on the border at that point. I thought things would get better, but I was on the border of turning to alcohol, which I did not very far afterwards. On other occasions, she would just come around and say strange things like, here's one. She came around and she said, look, I want to be fucked by other men. I don't want to know who they are. I don't want to know their names. I don't want to know anything about them. I just want to be fucked. And then I just want to, but you must never ask. If you say I can do that, if you agree to that, then I will be your wife, your mistress, whatever. I will live with you, and you can have me whatever you want, but you must never ask any questions. What? I mean, how bizarre is that? And as I say, at other times you come around and say, well, I'll just be your mistress. At other times it was, I just want my family. I mean, this was nuts. This was barking, this stuff. And other times she came around and told me that she was giving oral sex to other men in front of Harry. Absolutely specific about it. There's no question, there's no mishearing. She said it repeatedly. She talked about it in detail, and it was just to hurt me, just to try to get me to hit her or something. I don't know, because that wasn't going to be the response I was going to give, but it's the kind of thing that you would do to hurt a man enough to provoke some kind of reaction. What more can I say? It is extreme, isn't it? A 3.5-year-old saying to the father, you're giving oral sex to other men in front of them. I mean, that's barking. Let's see. Well, I can just repeat myself on that. I mean, on several phone calls, whenever she used to phone, I would put it on loudspeaker, and Julie and or Albert would hear the phone calls. And on 2 occasions, it was blatantly witnessed that, with Harry on her knee, at 3.5 years old, literally begging to see me. I don't know if you ever heard a 3.5-year-old beg. I'd never had. And I've done a lot of humanitarian aid in my life. I've been to war zones. I've seen people hungry, with families blown apart in bits, but I've never seen a child beg in earnest at 3.5 years old. Never. And Harry was begging to be with me, begging, my own little boy. And Caroline, you could hear that, you know, he was blatantly on her knee, you know, and he could hear, he was witness to the conversation at that age, which is not healthy. And she said, unless you do exactly what I say, not only will you never see Harry again, not only will you never see Harry's face again, you'll never even hear his little voice again. Her precise words. And that phrase was repeated on 2 different occasions, word for word, verbatim. So there's no grey area, there's no misunderstanding, and it's obviously what was in her subconscious. Not very nice. And this is after getting a court order saying she's mortally scared of me, of course. And we went on outings, you know, she'd come round and saying Sundays just in really jolly moods as though nothing had happened, as though she'd just been to visit her parents, was coming back to the house and say, you know, let's go out for the day, or phone me and arrange it. So it was often there in text, you know, or phone calls were made, and you know, neighbours witnessed it. Caroline would go and say, yeah, we're going off to Hurstmonceau Castle in Sussex, you know, we're going for a day out, and we're taking Harry, and Jack and Nick are coming, and we go for a family day out, literally, and it would all be great. And to numerous different places, to Bluebell Railway, the steam railway, to Goffs Park, where the little steam engines run that the children ride on, down the road to the south of Sussex. And so Jack and Nick, you know, they were seeing their brother whenever Caroline wanted that to happen, and then other times she wouldn't come round for a week and just wouldn't speak. And I would never instigate contact because of the order. I was shit scared, absolutely shit scared of getting a criminal record. And it affecting a possible application for custody or part custody of whatever, access to see Harry. Now on one occasion, this is me who she's supposed to be mortally scared of, and who would snatch Harry and do damage to everyone. At Hurstmonceau Castle there was a medieval reenactment day, and she lost Harry. Now there were a lot of people there, she went off to the loo with him. I was with Jack and Nick, but how you can lose a 3.5-year-old, your own son, I don't know. I wouldn't find that easy to do. She phoned my phone, which I left in the car park, and left an absolutely frantic message in tears. I've lost Harry. Jules, I don't know what to do. Please, can you help me? I've lost Harry. You know, begging my help. Hang on, this is the man who's this ultra-violent lunatic, you know. It doesn't make sense. Now, the sad thing about that is at no point did my solicitor, I did manage to get a solicitor, long story, come to that. No point did my solicitor say, look, if you show me any evidence, I will record it. I have a duty to show it to the court, or I am trusted by the court. In other words, if you show me, it's taken as granted that it existed, because I could have easily shown the voice message left for me on my phone to the solicitor. However, it expired after 30 days and it was deleted. Now, I didn't know that was going to happen. I don't normally open voice messages, even when I have my business, just don't bother with them, just leave them. So I had no clue. But anyway, I phoned up 3 networks when I found out just a couple of days before court that it had been deleted automatically, and begged them to get it back. They didn't really seem to care. I phoned them repeatedly, but I told the police, and I feel pretty sure that if the police asked for it, they would find a way to reinstate it. There's usually a buffer, like a trash bin that things go into for some time, or a way to reformat a certain disk or part of a disk in order to reassemble information quite easily if you're into computers, in order to get that recording back in its entirety. But whether the police did, I don't know, I doubt it. They didn't seem to give a shit later on anyway. That will come up subsequently. Well, anyway, soon, within a few weeks, Caroline was sometimes so ridiculous and so aggressive. And an example is that day we went to Hurstmonceau Castle. We went back to the car park, and I was with Jack and Nick and little Harry. Caroline had come up in her own little car, little Ford Fiesta, and she basically started getting more and more aggressive as we were saying goodbye. So this is like part of this rejection. There's a better word for it, can't think, but you know, rejection complex that triggers someone with narcissism. She started getting more and more worked up as we were parting, and ended up literally trying to attack me. I mean, violently. She was being violent, no question. And I tried to make it look like a game and run around a car. And you know, when you're at 2 opposite sides of a car, one person chasing you, they can't get you. But so I was able in that way to make it look like a game, at least for the children. As I say, Harry was 3.5 or 4 by then, and Jack and Nick were, I think, 7 and 9, something like Then on another occasion, she asked to meet me in Brighton, and I said, yeah, okay, if you want to. She wanted to meet me in Brighton for some reason, and I said, okay, but it's got to be somewhere public, you know, because I thought I had to protect myself. And so I said, okay, we'll meet on the beach, knowing there's a lot of lifeguards there. Now, when we got there, it was actually quite breezy, it was cold, and there was nearly no one on the beach, but she and I were there, and Harry, and I chose to sit near a lifeguard, not so close that he could hear everything that was said, but close enough that he could see if anything strange was going on. And we were literally parallel to him. And after we talked for a couple of hours, throwing pebbles in the water, trying to give Harry a bit of a good time, Caroline wanted to talk about all kinds of stuff. Again, sensible to nonsensical, ridiculous to 1 minute to funny and witty and normal the next. You know, absolute mood swings, lunacy. And at one point, you know, when we were going to part again, she tried to attack me, and you know, quite viciously again with her nails. And the lifeguard saw this. You know, he looked at me sort of questioningly, and I just said, you know, it's okay, mate. And I thought, well, you know, okay, it didn't kick off. And at this point, still, this was weeks or months. This was months into all of Caroline's games with the courts. I thought, well, this is going to calm down. You know, I don't want to start dragging in more witnesses, wasting their time. Building up paperwork, because as soon as paperwork builds up in the courts, every time someone new's involved, they've got to read the paperwork, and it starts off like this. I mean, it's that mad. It goes like this and like this. And I've got the paperwork from the court hearing, and I kid you not, and this, I think we had 3 hearings in the end, plus a pre-hearing. Anyway, I kid you not, if I piled the A4 papers, one on top of the other neatly, from floor to ceiling, I think they would touch this ceiling, which is 2.4 metres high. I would be surprised if it didn't. It was so vast, it was ridiculous. Everyone was busy making notes, and some of it was just unbelievable crap. And to see adults sitting there just writing dross was actually somewhere between funny and I don't know, frightening, worrying in their stupidity. But more about that later. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Racist allegations, because Caroline was coming up with all kinds of stuff, saying that I was in the British Nationalist Party and I was this raving racist. Well, excuse me, Caroline suddenly started taking an interest in the BNP, the British Nationalist Party, and they had pretty bad press, to say the least. They were painted as a load of extremist right-wing bigots who were marching with their jackboots, Nazis kind of thing, and she was getting more and more interested. And I thought this is a bit weird, because she never said anything about such things before, and I wasn't really interested. Well, I was never interested in politics at the time. I used to travel a lot, and you know, knew the world for myself, so to speak. Politics, government politics, didn't interest me at all. So anyway, so she soon bought a membership of the BNP. Excuse me, and I know because I saw the membership card. And I thought, well, this is actually, bugger this, you know, I'm going to go and see what they have to say, just for the sake of interest. You know, if they're a load of loonies, I'll tell them. You know, I'm not really scared of extremists, and after the things I've been through in my life. I've had guns put at my head more times than I care to mention, and I mean tens, if not hundreds of times, from humanitarian aid projects, and mostly automatic. You know, travelling in Russia, Bosnia, Serbia, places like this, I've had automatics put to my body, put to my head. Sometimes, you know, someone's relatively relaxed when they're doing it, and you don't think they're going to pull the trigger. Sometimes they're drunk, sometimes they're shaking, and the damn thing's vibrating, and that's scary. But I thought, if I can get through stuff like that, I get through stuff like this. That was my philosophy. You know, pretty hardened and in a way, but more than that, good at dealing with people and talking down unpleasant situations. You know, dealing with people as humans, and no matter what their prejudices or extremities, you can normally find a way to deal with people and to calm them down and to get that gun off your head. And I always have. So, you know, I'm pretty good at calm with people. So I thought, yeah, I'll go along to this BNP meeting, and so you go to one point, and then you know, seen as not a threat, or you know, some sort of wild extremist the other side, and then they show you where the meeting actually is, and you go there. So it's sort of semi-secret, but it's not, you know, it's not like it's hyped up to be. It's just that they're protecting themselves from violence or antagonism and breaches of the peace, let's say. So I went to a meeting, and I found the people there actually very, very reasonable. Now that some people leap and say, oh, then you're a nutter, but they weren't proposing anything extreme. They were only talking about what a lot of people are talking about now is being careful with immigration and trying to limit it for for whatever reasons. Some people were more just didn't like mass immigration per se. Other people were saying, well, we've got to plan for it. We can't do it till we plan for it. And other people would say, well, I've got nothing against these people coming at all, but how many? And it was a reasoned debate. The thing that struck me is that everyone had a reasoned, gentle, calm argument, and nobody, with one single exception, there was not a single person I met there who I would describe as a bigot and racist, nasty type. And that was one guy who repeatedly came up with pretty unpleasant stuff, who I would describe as educationally subnormal from other things he said. Not a very pleasant character. Like one person out of what the average meeting of 40 to 80 people. So that's not a very frightening statistic to me. And having been to Labour meetings and Conservative meetings in my life, when just only a couple of times when friends have dragged me along for a function or something which I had no interest in attending per se, but just went along as friends, and I would say I'd seen more racism in those, definitely, without a doubt, and a lot of it is a sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, don't say it openly, but kind of stuff. So I actually thought that the BNP, ironically, were in a way more civilised and less extremist. And to justify that, if you look on WikiLeaks, you will find Caroline's name. I'm not going to name her now, and all the people involved, because of defamation laws, which say you have to justify any defamation, and I have enough to justify. I will, just not at this point. But her name's there, and mine is not, interestingly. So anyway, Caroline, having regretted her membership or wanting her image to be saved at work, because there was a bit of a witch hunt at that point against BNP members. It was going around the whole country, and so she asked me what she could do about it, and I said, well, because she was on the WikiLeaks, and she might lose her job and be ostracised at work, all kinds of stuff. And I said, well, look, let me try and talk to one or two people and see if they'll be reasonable. So I did. I talked to one guy, and I'd spoken to a few times. He was very amenable, and he said, yeah, I will speak to the regional organiser and ask him to draw up a letter which said Caroline is not and has not ever been a member of the BNP. Would that help you? He was just being bloody nice and bloody decent, and this is what I mean, that they were reasonable people, and they didn't want to see people lose their jobs or be hurt because they were willing to discuss something. Not that Caroline ever went, she never ever did, but she was a member, but she got a letter saying she wasn't. Now there are several witnesses to this, obviously, because those letters had to be written by someone. So don't be fooled. And there's another thing that I would like to draw attention to. The man she's now married to, who she was having an affair with at the time, and manipulating the court with his help, blatantly. It's called Roshan, whose name will come up later. And he's of Sri Lankan origin, and he's pretty dark. And Caroline normally refers to him as puppy dog, but number of times, she's referred to him as nignog, and on a couple of occasions she's actually called him the N-word. Now this is when she's been over here fucking me, if I'm going to be blunt, pardon me, but that's what she does. She's been round sleeping with me time after time, and there's witnesses, there's no question about it. Strange as that sounds, but there are. And so, what can I say? This is Caroline all over. Say one thing, do another. This is all part of the image, and this is how narcissists work. They want an image they can portray an image which is a total falsity, a total lie, something which doesn't reflect their inner self in any way whatsoever. They can live as two opposites. That's mental illness. It is, and it's mind blowing how they can achieve it. And a lot of them are very, very intelligent. She certainly is. And one thing I said to the police at the time when I got reported by her to the police with all kinds of allegations was, I said, look, if I can tell you only one thing, guarantee you only one thing as an outcome from this, she won't give him children. She's too racist. I'm right. You know, how many years did they been married now? We split up 12 years ago. They'd probably been married, I don't know, 8, 10, whatever years. Of course, they haven't got any more children. And yeah, let's say no more about that. Yeah, so anyway, getting into court, this is, oh yeah, and about my views on race, you know, so people don't think, well, I'm a sort of closet racist. I describe myself as a racist sometimes, and it's partly in humour, and partly because I do think there are differences, and that doesn't infer any kind of bigotry or any kind of superiority complex or ideas at all, zero. It just means, thank God we're different. I've travelled all over the world. I have friends and relatives of numbers of different races and classes and cultures and beliefs, everything you can imagine. And how can I be called a racist when, for example, I've been to Pakistan when there are hundreds of thousands of Afghans streaming over the border from a drought and a blight, more or less starving, having very, very little, sleeping on floors in mud huts, and they invite me to their home to sit with them on carpets under the stars, sipping tea and giving me the best that they have, you know, whatever that might be, no matter how humble. How am I supposed to be this racist bigot then? You know, and that's one of many, many examples, you know, and I don't like to talk about it, but you know, for this I will, and for this purpose, you know, I've been involved in a lot of humanitarian work, and I certainly put my life on the line to take humanitarian aid to the Muslim children, obviously of Turkic extraction in Bosnia, in Mostar. As one example, the love of my life, who sadly is not with us anymore, she was a mixture of Russian and Tatar and Chuvash, you know, not Europeans. My last girlfriend I was with for 12 years, she was half Tatar. You know, how do I make it more bloody obvious, you know? Where are we? Yeah, so coming down to the court itself, this was interesting, and this is where we get into the court itself and the real bullshit starts, and demonstrating how corrupt and inept the courts are. The judge, who was Mr. Judge Robinson, sitting in Eastbourne Court, had banned me by court order in writing, I still have it, banned from the entire town, city, whatever it is, of Eastbourne. Now, the civil court hearing was in Eastbourne, so by attending the court I was committing a criminal offence. I kid you not. Now, I picked up on that immediately. My solicitor, first solicitor, didn't. Later on, a second solicitor started reading things from the beginning. It's one of the first things he picked up on. She said, well, that's clever. I said, well, I'd assume there must be an automatic exemption for attending court, because otherwise there wouldn't be a court order without it. She said, no. So we start to get an idea of Judge Robinson's level of competence, and of course you're into, you're on thin ice if you start questioning a judge. But one of the first things he did in court was said, Mr. Dixon, where's your solicitor? I said, I don't have one, sir. I'd like to represent myself. Mr. Dixon, I suggest you get a solicitor. So I really don't want one. I think I can do this best myself. Represent myself, that's what I want to do. Mr. Dixon, I suggest you get a solicitor. But sir, I want to... Mr. Dixon! Now, who is going to argue with a judge shouting down at you? A judge who is about to hear your case. And I'd obviously upset him just by asking to represent myself. As far as I know, that's an inalienable right. In criminal law, certainly you can represent yourself. I believe it's the same in civil cases. Now, you could argue that he was trying to be nice, and given the severity of the allegations, he was saying you'd be better off with a solicitor. Now, the way it was done would point against that. The fact that I'd repeated my request several times points against that. The fact that he cocked up time and time again, as you'll see later, and actually didn't follow the law, that speaks against that. And the reason that I'd made that decision very categorically not to have a solicitor in court was suddenly being presented with all this nastiness and suddenly having to start learning about the law damn quickly, whilst being in a real mess mentally and upset and sad and in total anguish and crying and all the rest. I'd read the Fathers for Justice website, and it's a very small website at the time, 12 years ago, and it said, when Fathers for Justice were popular, it said basically, whatever you do, do not employ a solicitor to represent you in court, because they will probably do, I'm paraphrasing now, maybe embellishing, but this is essentially what it hints or says not to do. Don't get yourself a solicitor, because they may well represent their own interests monetarily and do what they think is best for them as a solicitor. So it's best to represent yourself. We sell a book for I think it was £32 mail order, and we tell you how the court process works and how to best defend yourself. And I thought, well, for me, the best of all worlds would be to defend myself, speak in court myself, but have a solicitor with me for reference on points of law. That just seemed very logical. So in a way I was hedging my bets. I really did not want a solicitor to represent me in court, partly because of the complexity, which was already building up with Caroline lying and manipulating. So it was going to get complex. Partly for the costs, so I could just have one on and off as I needed them. And to save any sort of Chinese whisper effect, because if you've never dealt with a solicitor, and I hadn't really before, I didn't know anything about them. If you basically, when you're in a state, your son's been taken from you and you're very scared for his well-being, you're in a real mess, and you go to them, what can I do? Please just do anything. And people do. I did, and this is, of course you do. And so they've got a carte blanche to make as much money as they want. And when I saw that the way it works and the amount of paperwork that's quickly generated, which has to be reviewed by each new person becoming involved, and they have to quote, bits from every page here and there, it soon becomes this snowball of paperwork and absolute bullshit. And of course, it will quickly get out of control. And I argue that a solicitor can make their entire career for years out of just 2 or 3 or 4 parents fighting to see their children. Really, the amount of money that changes hands is just extreme. And the more allegations that get slung about are extreme, and there are plenty of ways of procrastinating hearings and making sure there are new hearings and fresh allegations all the time. So Judge Robinson had left me in a real mess, because I tried then, on his instructions, his orders, spoken orders, to get a solicitor. Now, perhaps he's under the misconception that you can just walk into a solicitor's office and that they're everywhere and they're lining the streets, and you can just say, I want you to represent me, please, and they just say, oh yes sir, let's start right away sir. But of course they don't. I lived in a town called, lived near Hawley at the time, a town I knew the best in the area, so I went to see a couple of solicitors in Hawley, and they said, well, we can do an initial meeting to sum up if we can work together, what we could do for you in 2 weeks from now. Well, we just had a hearing, for God's sake. We'd had a pre-hearing, which is what they do before a main hearing. I didn't know any of this at the time. Now, in the pre-hearing, I hold that everything that depends on all of the rest of the hearing will depend on that, how you represent yourself at a pre-hearing. Now, having gone to the pre-hearing without a solicitor, being abused by the judge, there's no other word for it, I was shouted at in court. And for what? And on several other matters, which you'll see. I couldn't get a solicitor. I couldn't, and I tried. And one I just didn't like the look of at all. Of those 2 that I approached in Hawley. The other one I was going to wait 2 weeks. So I was looking around. Who else could I get? Could I get someone on legal aid? Because where was I going to fund all this from? I could already see against the propaganda that you're told that it's going to be a few thousand and this and that, and it's going to be massive. Pretty damn quickly, if you've got any brain or you've been in business, you can see where this is going. And I could, and I was right, if you'll pardon me. So then I was searching desperately for a solicitor. Then I found one who said yes, they could represent me on legal aid. I think that was in Crawley, I've forgotten now. And then after a week and a half of waiting for a 2 week later appointment, they said, oh, sorry, legal aid rules, we hadn't realised they changed, whatever it was, we can't represent you. So then I'm looking for another one, and I went to the Citizens Advice Bureau to ask, well, who does still do legal aid and can help me? And they said, come back in 3 days, we've got a free solicitor here, they will try and talk to you. So they talked to me, they were very nice, and they said, yes, we found someone we think can represent you, they can meet you in just a week, whatever it was, about a week. So I went to a meeting with them, and they said, yes, we can represent you, no problem. And then 3, 4, 5 days later, whatever it was, they phoned up and said, oh, we didn't realise the rules have changed, we can't represent you. So this is going on, this is going for a month. I didn't have a bloody solicitor, and I was told I must have one. How? But anyway, a family friend is a top barrister up in London, as it happens, who's a specialist in family law. She was kind enough, we told her roughly what was going on, she was kind enough to try and search for a solicitor who could do this, and she found one. So, some days, a week later, she phoned up and said, look, this is a firm you can contact in Crawley. So I went down to see this company, Anthony Morrison and Sons, and Partners, whatever it was, in Crawley, and I was given a solicitor whose name's Debbie Knight. And this lady, Debbie Knight, you'll hear a lot about her in this. So we met, and you're charged a retainer fee of, I think, £600 before you start anything else. Then you go through all the lots of paperwork to apply for legal aid, and then I was granted legal aid, and then we were doing paperwork and getting close to a court date, and it takes months to get a court date, and all this time you're not seeing your child, or on and off when Caroline wanted to, but fearful of his well-being the whole damn time, day and night. And then I was told, your legal aid has been withdrawn. And then I was, what do I do now? And she said, oh, but we applied again and you might get it back. And I think it was 2 days before a hearing. She was saying, we don't know if we can represent you or not. And then I was told, yes, you did have your legal aid, but then there's only sort of a day and a half to work on it. And social worker reports and so on have got to be gone through, all the rest. And then several times my legal aid was apparently given and withdrawn. And I don't think I was told efficiently or in a timely fashion. But anyway, it was coming and going. So I didn't know whether I should prepare, whether I could prepare, didn't know what reports I had access to, whether I should answer them, whether the solicitor should answer them, whether we should work on them together. Now, what I found was, very quickly, was that Caroline had 24-hour access to her solicitor and an emergency telephone number, so she could get her legal aid help, practical legal help at any time. If I wanted to contact Debbie Knight, I would phone her up and she would say, I'm busy this week or these days, and I might be able to see you in 3 days for sort of 20 minutes, or next week you can come in, this kind of thing. So, and that's with all the other complications. So it was just an absolute mess. And a judge could be that bloody stupid, a mature man, probably approaching retirement. I'm sorry, but that's just ineptitude. It's so far gone. It's so far gone. I don't want to start coming out with expletives, but so yeah, just to give people an overview of how the court works, you basically either decide to represent yourself if you can, or you get, and I've asked a number of solicitors and nobody has ever categorically been able to give me an answer. Yes, you can absolutely, of absolute right, represent yourself. Nobody. And it starts to give an idea of how inept solicitors are, and they really are, by God, as you'll see. So, anyway, one thing that happened during all this is one day, Caroline was becoming so aggressive at times, I was scared that she would trash the house or do something really stupid. And she hadn't threatened it, it was just a suspicion I had. And I went away and left the house without anyone in it to guard it, literally. She was living with another man. She had her own life by this point, months later. She came round with... I went off climbing with some friends to North Wales, with Julie, with Albert, with a load of my other good old friends, some of whom had been kind enough to come, female friends. Some had flown in from overseas. Some were old friends of mine from the north of England, had come all the way down south literally to guard, to have a witness with me 24 hours a day, because Caroline kept coming round, because she could accuse me of anything anytime if we were alone with no witnesses. So this is very important point. Tens of people were supporting me, including women, coming around all the time to guard. Anyway, we thought we'd sneak off to North Wales for a weekend. We did. We drove off on, I think it was a Thursday night, and had a really nice weekend. The first time in months that I wasn't just absolutely besot drunk as hell every day and in a state. Apart from when I had to drive anywhere, I would sort myself out, but otherwise I was in bits. I mean, by this time I was losing the plot with the paradoxes, the nonsense, the being shouted at by a judge for no reason at all several times, not seeing my son, not having a solicitor, in absolute chaos and pandemonium. You know, physically, which led to it happening mentally. I was under the doctor for a while. I went to see a doctor, but coming back to the weekend away, we came back on Monday night, I think it was, quite late, and the house was smashed to pieces. And I've got photographs of it, plenty. You know, Julie started cleaning up right away, and I said, well, please don't, let's get the police straight away. Police came, and you know, they saw it very clearly what happened. Lots of photographs that I took myself, so I've still got them, you know. All the sofas, the furniture, the tables, chairs turned upside down, some of them broken, dirt, human filth, dirt trodden into the carpets, you know, quite deliberately, sort of twisted ankle trodden in, that sort of level. Food oil spread around the walls, flour thrown on top of it. The toilets were blocked, the plants had been turned upside down, all the earth was in the floor, on the walls, it was rubbed in, it was trodden in, and you know, the dryer door was broken off, the back gate to the house was off its hinges. You know, just a house smashed to pieces, and it bloody hurts to talk about it. But the worst of all is Jack and Nick, whose second home it was, had all of their toys stolen, and I mean everything. If you can imagine, 2 children, 7 and 9 years old, already been through effectively a divorce, myself and their mum, you know, me trying to put things right, thinking we had a family, watching that go to hell, them seeing their little brother deliberately tormented time and again, seeing Caroline attacking me, seeing the police and the courts just going for me without any kind of care for me whatsoever, or any consideration that I might be being lied to, and very soon I could prove it to the police who wouldn't touch it. You know, what does that do to them? Their dinosaurs were gone, their Lego was gone, their books were gone, their childhood was stolen, you know? Everything that they treasured. Their video games, their Xbox, their Action Man, their little helicopters, their car tracks, and I mean everything was gone. Now in my room nothing was touched whatsoever, except that a teddy bear was placed on the bed with a towel around it which said Gibraltar, and it was a sexual torment because provocation, because her lover was from Gibraltar, Anthony Caruana. Yeah, stuff from her room, some of the stuff was gone, but not really, you know, it was still pretty much all there actually. And I never, in all that time, just as a matter of sort of respect for the memory of our family, for her, whatever, I didn't go through any of her things. I never touched a damn thing. And then at that point I did. After that, I just looked through some of her stuff, and I found receipts from when she'd flown off to Spain. She told me she was going off with a friend, Anthony, and I thought they were friends, you know. And I wasn't ever going to restrict or repress her in any way. I was working really hard, and I thought it'd be nice for her to have a weekend away. She worked very hard. And then I found out, you know, hotel room receipts, the flight tickets, Formula One tickets, £150 each. She bought 3 of them for him and her. At a time we really couldn't afford it. This is in the earlier days of our relationship. And an email inviting him to the house, you know, as a lover, where we'd made an agreement when we bought the house, whatever happens between us, we'll go 50-50 if we ever split ways, and we will never ever invite a lover or anyone outside our family into the house. That will be, you know, like sacrilege. So absolutely, we made a sworn oath to that effect. Anyway, there was nothing from my room stolen. It was just the children's toys and smashing up everything downstairs. Broken glass everywhere, all down the hallway, all down the kitchen, on the worktops, on the vestibule at the back. You know, shards of glass deliberately smashed into small shards. You know, nothing done in by accident. You know. And we're talking several bottles, several crates full, because I had some German beer that I brought back from Germany, and so there were several crates worth of glass. It was a lot. Now Caroline, here's one of the stupid things now. Caroline was supposedly at a secret address, and several really stupid things happened with this. And one of them was that Crawley Borough Council, sent me a letter addressed to Caroline, but at that address where I was living solely. And Julie was visiting, and people were with me, but I was the only proper resident. Sent a letter with her new address on it, supposedly secret address where she lived in mortal fear of me, you know. I mean, come on, how stupid can you be? But it gets worse. Judge Robinson, at one point, he asked Caroline, now I'd seen Harry repeatedly, obviously, even had one official meeting with him, one ever in this period with social workers. Which we'll come to. But the point is, he mentioned that he had a garden in the house where he was living. Now, Judge Robinson asked in open court, how much money are you paying in rent, Miss White, for the house where you're living? And she told him. Now, just by way of experiment, I thought, you fool. And I looked on the internet, and it took me 15 minutes perhaps to ascertain that there were only 3 properties for rent in all of Eastbourne at that price, and only one of them had a garden with grass, as Harry had described it. So I knew precisely where they were living. But I knew anyway. Caroline had given me the address. She'd even invited me down there when he had a birthday party, which I wasn't going to go for because that was really going into her territory. She could just phone at the police and say, I just turned up, and have me arrested. And she did try that trick, as you'll see later at another time. You know, so again, judge training, you know, how inept can a judge be? I saw that first time. Now, one of the accusations Caroline made, this is an interesting one, there's a load of emails. You know, some people, when they do nasty things, they'll boast about it. We all know that. And so I emailed a number of people at Caroline's workplace and acquaintances of hers, and I said, listen, you know, with the greatest respect, this real nastiness is happening. We've got a young son together. Caroline's basically lost the plot and is making all kinds of allegations. Has she said anything to you? I wasn't abusive or rude or make inference or put her down. I just said, look, has she said anything that would make you believe that she's doing something strange or malicious? That was it. And I sent off whatever it was, I can't remember, something like 6 or 8 or 10, probably 8. But I don't promise because I don't remember. And the next thing I know, the next court hearing, I'm accused by Caroline's solicitors, with Caroline crying her eyes out, that I had sent an email which had gone viral, and it had gone to, and I don't remember the figure, but it was hundreds of thousands. They quoted a figure of several 100,000 people. Now, I'm a qualified programmer. I used to program quite a lot in my youth. I haven't done for years, but I know bloody well you cannot trace an email and how far it spreads. You can't do it. If you had the national power of the CIA, you would struggle doing it, because every time it goes to a different server, it's going to be checked for viruses or trackers, etc., from the sender and from where it arrives, and potentially through middle parties. So you can't do it. But the judge just accepted it, and he looked down at me, and he looked at me like I was a piece of scum. He didn't question it and think, well, you know, can this be done, or ask anyone, or make reference to anyone. He just believed it. It's bullshit. But it's obvious bullshit to anyone who knows anything about computers. You don't need to be an expert. I'm not an expert on emails, but I've got friends who are, and I asked them, I can't think of a way it can be done. Can it be done? They also, no. It's one of the most difficult, it's impossible, you can't do it. So judges will just believe any old shit, as long as a woman's crying enough. And that brings me to a thing that Caroline was doing in court, and that was always entering by a secret entrance, you know, coming in through a special entrance for sort of witnesses who need protection, this kind of thing. And she would literally sit, you know, that courtroom was fairly modern, so at the front you've just got a judge sitting on his own, one judge, and Then you'll have perhaps a recorder or some other bod who was occasionally in court, I don't know, a student, whatever it was. And then you'll have Caroline and her solicitor sitting next to each other, and me one row behind, sometimes on my own, sometimes with a solicitor or barrister. And Caroline was literally crying on the shoulder of her female solicitor. I mean, crying, wailing, put on extra mascara, wearing clothes she'd never worn in her life before, so, you know, God knows why, dressing in a way she'd never ever dressed, but lots of mascara which she never wore, and making it run so that her face was this mess of black, you know, and it was just dripping everywhere, and she was crying and she was wailing, and she had her arms around her solicitor, she was in her solicitor's caress, you know, and she was doing this to me behind her back, you know, but cuddling the solicitor, doing this, me sitting in the row behind. That was pretty painful, I have to say. Yeah, so in that one of these hearings, the early hearings, I referred to, I sort of spoke out of turn, you know, I shouted out because, as I said, I couldn't represent myself. I was never given the chance to prepare, told I would be representing myself. I didn't have a solicitor, or did then didn't, or had half of one who'd only had a day to prepare, which doesn't make any sense because you've got to submit court papers a certain number of hours or days or even weeks before the hearing. So of course, if a solicitor only gets information that she's supporting me, you know, 72 hours or 48 hours before a hearing, how on earth can she prepare, let alone send in the papers? It doesn't make any sense. And I didn't know what papers were being sent in. And even when things were sent in, I hadn't been told that they were being sent in or communicated with at all by Debbie Knight or that firm. The communication was abysmal. And so anyway, I went to see her after the house had been broken into, Debbie Knight, with Julie, my girlfriend, and said, look, here's the, this is what's happened, you know, Caroline's been around again and again, this time she's trashed the house, I thought she would, she did. Here are the photos, and I said, look, can I just give these to the judge, to the court? And she said, oh, ooh, well, it depends, you know, whether I'm representing you or not, and which wasn't established again. She said, as a legal expert, as a solicitor, I cannot present photographs as evidence in court. That's a bit strange. She said, but you can probably get away with it as a layman. The judge will probably accept that. But, you know, we had a whole discussion about this. There's no grey area. There was no misunderstanding or mishearing. We had a whole discussion for about 20 minutes on this. With Julie present, you know, and it was in a boardroom, but a fairly small, with a low ceiling, very old building, and I remember it like it was yesterday, sitting three of us at a table. It was very, very quiet, no background noise, no disturbances, no one in or out, and we were a yard apart, and Debbie said precisely, categorically, that she couldn't, as a legal expert, give in photographs to a court, and it just sounds so weird. And Julie and I were just sort of looking at each other, like, can this be true? Well, she's a solicitor, you know, we just have to trust this. So Debbie said, you get away with it, but keep your comments concise and absolutely minimal. Because I said, look, can I comment and say this is why this happened, this is what's happened to this, and she said just be very, very modest about it and delicate, because that's what judges like. Otherwise, the judge will go ape. This sort of thing. So clearly witnessed with Julie, who, as I say, is very well educated, very astute, speaks a number of languages, works with a translator, excellent hearing, all the rest. There's no grey area. And I mentioned the photographs of the break-in to the judge in the court, spoke out of turn because this is just ridiculous. No one would let me speak at all or make representation. And he looked at me, he said, what are you talking about, photographs? And I said, photographs showing what Caroline did when she broke in. He said, we haven't had any photographs. What? I mean, it's impossible that they didn't get them because we sent them recorded delivery. We sent them, those we sent of our own vacations, we sent with plenty of time to Caroline's solicitors, to the court and to my solicitor. So that's 3 different copies that went recorded delivery. And I kept copies for myself, obviously. And we sat there, Julie and I and Albert, commenting very, very carefully and subtly in very clear writing, so there could be no ambiguity, and so everything was done looking as best as possible for presentation, and we sent them off to the court. Julie was with me when I put them in the envelopes, when I got them recorded, sent as recorded delivery. She was with me in the post office. There's no grey area. Those letters were sent to all three parties. They disappeared. The court did not have them. Now, looking back with things I found that went on subsequently, were these people in cahoots? Were these deliberately removed by social services or court staff or Caroline's solicitors surreptitiously, or was it just the absolute stupidity of the courts? You tell me, because I don't know to this day. But it made me look an idiot, and the judge shouted at me. Anyway, and another thing was Caroline was trying to say that she was homeless. And if I can quote it correctly, she had no privacy for she or her son and was sleeping on a friend's floor. Well, that was only some short time. It was a short time until she was in court and the judge was asking her how much her rent was for a house she was renting in Eastbourne. He didn't pick up on that. I mean, for God's sake. You know, it's not rocket science, is it? She said one thing, and it's obviously totally contradictory to another thing she said in open court. And all civil court hearings are recorded, tape recorded. So, you know, the reference is there. I mean, how stupid can you be? So she said that she was homeless, so she got possession of the house. And having just smashed it to pieces, Caroline said when she'd gone to the house to pick up her things, denied any wrongdoing, didn't even bring into it that there was anything smashed up or stolen, whatever. She said that the house had been a mess. It had just been left in a real mess, and she was really anxious and scared and did the whole crying thing. And the judge said, "Mr. Dixon," and he pointed at me, and he was bloody angry. And he said, "You know, you will leave that house in proper order." And he put it on his, I think, if I remember right, he even put it in writing. But he certainly made it very bloody clear that I was going to be in big trouble if it wasn't. Caroline having just trodden filth into the carpet. Another manipulation. Nobody was prepared to look into it. I wasn't allowed to speak. There was another thing too. There were plenty of witnesses as to Caroline having not only seen me but spent a lot of time with me, and her blatantly not being scared of me. One of them was that she left Harry with me for a weekend during this period. Probably just wanted to go away for somewhere, you know, go away somewhere and have a free babysitter. I think that's the way she sort of does things, just doesn't care about anyone, just absolute manipulation for her own benefit. And anyway, I was with my son Jack and Nick and Harry and myself walking down the street one bright summer's day and saw the neighbour's daughter, who was, I can't remember, 18, 20, whatever she was. And I said, "Oh, hello," and I was chatting with her for a little bit, and, you know, made it obvious that it was just me and Harry. And I said, "Do you remember the boys' names?" She said, "Oh yeah, that one's little Harry. Hello, Harry." And Jack, "How you doing, Jack? How you doing, Nick? Jules, and how you doing?" So it was very, very clear, and I made it intentionally clear that there was no one else with us, and that there was a witness that Caroline had left Harry in my care totally and had Harry back subsequently. So there was a witness that Caroline, one of several actually, Caroline had left Harry with me for a weekend. Another amazing example was when Caroline phoned me at one point and asked to meet me, and she wanted to meet me in Buchan Park, a little country park very near to where our house was. And I was very worried that she'd do something stupid, attack me or you know, badly, or even stab me or accuse me of attacking her, which was the more likely, I think, the biggest worry, shall we say. And I said, "Well, no, I'd rather meet you where there are quite a few people about." And I think I was quite open about it. And she was asking me for suggestions, and I thought about it. Well, you know, where can we meet and talk where there are plenty of people who will see us and see us, but be aware that we're there. Otherwise, in a crowded place, people might not notice. And eventually I said, "Well, look, shall we meet?" I can't remember if I suggested or she suggested in the end. No, I think I did, yeah. "Let's meet at my father's house," because he had quite a few lodgers. There were always people around. There were people who, you know, it wouldn't be a big crowd, but it would be enough people to make sure nothing untoward happened. And my father's he's passed now, but he's a very, very patient, very well-spoken, quiet, patient, decent fellow in every way. And Caroline said, "I hate your father," and started on a rant about my father. My father had never done anything against her. And as to say the least, when she'd been abused at home and really suffering there, she'd asked, you know, can she possibly stay at his house? And my father had said, well, look, you know, we've got this little room spare at the time. You can stay here. And then he changed his mind and gave her a really nice room upstairs, which suddenly became vacant. Didn't have a lodger in it. And he never charged her rent, never asked for any. He said, you can stay here if you give me, I think it was £25 a month, if I remember right. It was, you know, minimal expenses for heating. And it you know, he just let her have the room, and he always looked after her. But she was ranting. I mean, it was just horrible. And then, because it was pointless, that was the thing, it was the pointlessness of it. And then, you know, half an hour later or something, she phoned me back and said, yeah, let's meet at your dad's. Just complete mood change. Okay, let's meet at my dad's. So she, you know, it was all, and we texted a couple of times back and forth. I think she changed the time to half an hour later, whatever it was. It was all there on SMS. So we went to my father's house in Hawley, quite a big house, and we sat, well, most important to me was seeing Harry. She brought Harry, and, you know, she promised to, and having time with him, but she just wanted to talk. It was always, Jules, can we talk, can we talk, can we talk? So I was playing with Harry for a bit, and then Joe, a Portuguese fellow, a lodger, could see what was going on. He was very good with children, this fellow, and he knew Jack and Nick and Harry a fair bit. And so he had this little sort of a instant golf, you know, indoor golf set. So he started distracting Harry and got playing with him to see, because he could see, he knew what was going on with Caroline, I told him. He had a rough idea. So Caroline sort of dragged me outside. Now, by this time it was nearly dark, and it got dark as we were outside. We were sitting outside the kitchen window of what we call the lodger's side of the house. So if anyone's in the kitchen, we're only a sort of yard away, or 2 yards away at the table and chairs there. And people can see us clearly, as long as it's light. Once it's dark, of course, you can only see, you can't see through the window because the light from the light is reflected off the glass. But while it was light, you know, numerous people, we made eye contact, saw Caroline and I sitting in the garden talking, and she wanted to talk and talk. And we were talking for ages, probably 1.5 or 2 hours, something like this. Now, bear in mind that to get there, we had to go up and down a side passage, a small side passage at the side of the house, where all round there were loose bricks and stones. And as it got dark, you couldn't see us there anyway. Had I any violent intention to Caroline, I could have picked up any one of those stones and, you know, sorry, but smashed her head in, or injured her, done whatever I want, murdered her, because no one would have seen a damn thing. And, you know, things would have come out in the wash, so to speak, about her, repeatedly seeing me, about her violent outbursts, and I could say it was self-defence, or it was an accident, or, you know, whatever it was. I think it would be very easy to get away with it, but I was never going to do anything like that. You know, her allegations of violence were just, you know, crap. So we just sat there. And until it got dark and it got fairly cold, and then we went inside and we sat in the kitchen in my father's house, which has a thin door through to the lodger's side of the house, so to speak, where Joe admitted later he was listening in at the door at one point, because I'd asked him, I told him, look, would you mind being a bit of a witness, tried to do it subtly because you know a bit about what's going on, and he said he would, and he did. And anyway, so Caroline and I were sitting there, and I went and got a pocket tape recorder, and I had this pocket tape recorder in my pocket, and I asked Caroline, because she told me she was dropping the non-molestation order. She said 2 or 3 times she was getting rid of it, and she'd seen her solicitors and it was being annulled, and at least one point she said it had been annulled, which was a lie, but I didn't know that. It was an excuse to see me and to make me, to say to me, look, it's gone, it's finished, you should have it in the post in the morning, this sort of thing. Bullshit. Oh, haven't your solicitors given it to you yet? My solicitors told me they'd given it to your solicitors, you should have had it 3 days ago, this kind of stuff. Anyway, I said to Caroline at this point, I'd realised there was some bullshit going on. I said, look, Caroline, please, can we just go ahead as decent parents, just stop the silly games, let's go ahead for Harry, you know, and be decent about this, despite all the allegations, all of her nastiness, you know, I just want to be decent. So she sat at the table and she said, yeah, all right, you're right, it's gone too far, and I'm really sorry, and I've been stupid. And she physically crossed out, you know, lots of it, and I said, well, look, should we just redraw what you're happy with, you know, just to say, look, I do want to annul this, Brian's a witness, we get a lodger as a witness, we'll type it up on the computer and I'll send it to my lawyers tomorrow, then, you know, I'm not messing around, Julian, I'll sign it now for you. So I went and typed it. She asked me what she wanted specifically typed up, I typed it up upstairs in my father's office, 2 floors up, came down, printed it out, came down, and then she decided she regretted some things and crossed a bit out, and then she decided she signed it actually, but then she grabbed it and then crossed out more bits, and then said, well, actually I want it different. So I went up a second time upstairs, and I showed it to a couple of lodgers. I said, look, you can see this is signed, you can see what this has said, this says. So she's manipulating me. Please just be aware of this. To one person anyway. Came down, at which point she just got really angry and she grabbed it and she tore up 2 copies. We signed it in quadruplet, and I had another copy, a signed copy that I left upstairs, so I still have that. At which point, around this time, the tape recorder went and clicked off in my pocket. It came to the end of its side on the cassette. And Caroline realised, she just was still, suddenly she realised I'd recorded her. And during that conversation, she'd been laughing, and I mean laughing, and mocking the courts at how stupid and gullible the judge was, at how easy it was to manipulate and to lie to everybody concerned, about how social services just said anything they wanted her to say, and would even expand it. They were just nuts, and she was laughing at how stupid and ridiculous these people were. There's no grey area. It was blatant. It was absolute mockery. It was laughing, it was mocking, it was deriding, and there I had it on tape, and I thought, brilliant, and the admission of various things, and the admission that she, and her signing that she wanted to annul the non-molestation order, So at this point, she went all different colours. She went from grey to green to brown to red to, her face was just changing, and it was quite amazing to watch for just those few seconds. And then she just lunged at me, tried to grab the recorder, and I thought, I was a bit too quick for her. And I ran up the stairs, and she ran up after me. She chasing me, physically chasing me, up the stairs, up the first flight, at which point we bumped into a lodger coming out of the bathroom there. And I said, look, please witness this. Caroline's trying to chase me to get this tape recorded. She said, I can see that. I ran up another set of stairs, and there was, I think it was Antonio at the top, another lodger, and I said, look, please witness Antonio. She's trying to chase me. You can see she chased me to get this tape recorder, can you or not? Is it obvious? And she was, at the time, lunging at me, trying to grab it. I was holding it up, taller than her, but she's pretty damn tall. And she was jumping up, trying to get it. At which point she realised she wasn't going to get it, and then she burst into fits of laughter. And we were both laughing, but I wasn't going to be stupid. I kept it well out of her way. I wasn't going to be lulled. She was laughing, and it turned into laughing hysterics, and then she just started crying. Absolutely weeping. She knew she was fucked. She knew it. And absolutely fucked and criminally fucked, after the allegations, because I think by then I'd been arrested by police. Can't swear to that with a timeline. But all this was reported to police in absolute detail. The times, the places, the exact locations, the people involved, the witnesses, the bloody lot. And I said to them at the time, look, she's got problems. I don't want to see her prosecuted, but please, for God's sake, just give her a bloody warning that if you carry on, you're going to prosecute. I want to see my son's happy. I want to see her get some help, if I'm honest. And it's there in writing, to the police. And anyway, so at that point, I can't remember if I or she led the way downstairs, but she ran outside the house, crying her eyes out, just sort of falling apart in the front driveway, big front area in front of my father's house, parking for sort of 6 or 7 cars, and then she decided to, which one did she did first? I think the first thing she did was, she lay under my car, or she was playing with herself first. I'm just trying to remember. Again, all this reported to the police in precise order, but it's just 12 years ago now. But she lay under my car anyway, and it was pretty cold, it was pretty cold on the concrete, and it was dark by then, but the street lights had come on, and 1 or 2 people came in and out of the house for a cigarette who saw her there. My father saw her and spoke to her, I think briefly, and I think Antonio, one of the other lodgers, saw her there, and I took photographs of her lying in front of my car, and I said, why are you lying there in the concrete? And she said, so you can't drive away. What? It just didn't make any sense, what difference did it make if I was there or not? And so what did I do? Me being this mass murderer or whatever I'm supposed to be, this violent rapist, I offered her a cup of tea. I said, it looks rather cold there on the concrete, Caroline, can I make you a cup of tea? Which she refused. And I think my father did. I think that was the communication he had with her. He'd offered a cup of tea a little later. But anyway, she moved on. She called the police. Yeah, that's right. She called the police. And what she said to them, it was, I could hear the conversation. She said, look, I've just come so that Harry can see. She phoned someone else first, that's right. Who she phoned, I don't know, but I told the police, so they could easily have traced the call. It could have been her solicitor, or it could have been this Tim, this fellow who was busy doing a lot of the manipulating and supporting her, the guy who'd abused her all of her childhood, her dad's supposed friend. Not the most pleasant character, I can say. And I know him pretty well, and he's shown me some really nasty stuff. What do you do when someone invites you in their house and they start to show you snuff videos? And I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating, and videos of women being tortured and sexually abused at the same time. And you just walk out. I mean, what can you say? So I'd seen these, so I had some inkling as to who he was, but quite didn't know the whole story. And Caroline's family were all friends with him, and she wanted to remain friends with him for whatever reason. Maybe because she was actually building up to this blackmail over a period, to get me. I don't know. But anyway, getting back to the Caroline lying under my car, she called the police and said she brought Harry to see my grandfather, and I'd just been there by coincidence. Now this is bullshit because firstly I had this signed statement by her about non-molestation order. I had all the witnesses of her chasing me around the house. I had SMSs on my telephone saying, look, I'm going to be 20 minutes late, whatever it said, and so on. So there was no question. I tried to show this to the police. She called the police and said, police turned up, and this was Surrey police because we were over the border in Surrey at the time. Generally it was Sussex police we were dealing with, but this was Surrey at my father's place. So they didn't give a shit. They weren't interested in hearing what I had to say. They just said, oh, look, there's a non-molestation order against him. And they said, look, you, Mr. Dixon, get in your car and you drive away. Hang on, this is my father's house. Why are you telling me to go? She can bloody well go. We are telling you, you get in your car and you drive away or we will arrest you. And I said, but hang on, I've got all this, not just evidence, but absolute proof. And she just said, crying her eyes out. And so, no, I'm the twat, as always. I am the guilty, I am the whatever it was. I am obliged, I am judged, I am, I'm not interested at all in the truth. So, and in the interim, this is another interesting thing, in the interim, before the police arrived, Caroline lay down with leaning against a big double garage there, on the cold, very cold concrete, and even colder parts of the drive that was always in shade, and started becoming sexual. Now I was sort of standing about 2 yards away from her, just thinking what's she going to do now, but trying to be very civil and trying to talk her, trying to be caring basically, and reasonable as a human, and to just calm her down a bit, I suppose. Despite she just called the police, all the nastiness, they hadn't arrived yet. And she started playing with herself. No, I'm not joking. Sexually, she started running her fingers up her inner thighs and bringing her hands nearer and nearer to her groin, and then touching herself and then rubbing herself and saying, you're never going to get in these again, meaning into her knickers. And literally, just lying there sort of groaning on the cold concrete in where several neighbouring houses could easily have seen her through the windows, and all the lodges. I mean, it was a pretty extreme thing to do. I mean, I'm not sane. My father saw that. I can't remember if anyone else did. But again, I reported that to the police, and again, nobody interested in helping Caroline. It's just all about chastising me. I'm a devil. She's reported it. You're guilty. That's it. The whole thing was bloody cuckoo. But let me refer to my notes now because I've been talking a lot. Yeah, one of the really nasty things she did was actually phone me up and told me that Harry was in hospital for an operation. She said it was an ingrown toenail, but he had to have a procedure, and he really wanted me there, and he was asking for me. And she asked me specifically to come to the hospital in or near Eastbourne, wherever it was there. And I was really scared to do so. I didn't know if Harry had even an ingrown toenail, if it was just a lie, or if it was really happening and I was scared to go there, because then obviously I would be within Eastbourne and the bounds of Eastbourne, and ergo specifically in the place where I'm forbidden to go, plus be anywhere near or contact Caroline, and I was scared of arrest. I didn't go, and I was absolutely in bits over that, as you may well imagine. Some years ago he did have a broken leg that I was never aware of. I saw a photograph of him through a third party on Facebook, and he'd had his leg in plaster. I was never even told about it, unsurprisingly, and this is way after the order. The order, non-molestation order, lasted for 1 year, and the broken leg would have been about 5 years later, and she was repeatedly here screwing me, and she was repeatedly in contact, and I'd been to visit him many times in England, but she didn't even tell me about that. The only time she did contact me was when she wanted something specifically, usually for me to sleep with her. And in fact she was quite open about it. If you don't fuck me, you won't see your son. This kind of thing. And it was repeat, it wasn't once or twice. Went on for years. Yeah, at one point she denied having seen me in court, and I said, "Come on, Caroline." I shouted out loud, out of turn, and said, "Come on, Caroline, you've been around every damn day we've been. Today's out. There's no way you can deny it. There's whatever it was, I think 12 witnesses, independent witnesses, plus my 2 other sons, plus my father, plus other people known to us." And I said, "You just can't deny it. You've been around again and again. Why are you playing this game, Caroline? You're just putting yourself deeper and deeper into the hole. Please don't do it. It's on tape that you're in court. You're on tape saying you haven't seen me. Why? Just stop it." And the judge, instead of questioning this, because I had proof about my person, I had the witness statements literally in my jacket pocket, wearing a suit jacket with a silk pocket inside, with these statements and photographs, the whole bloody lot. No way you could deny it. And he just looked at me like I was a piece of shit. And he said, "Mr. Dixon, you are a liar!" Like that. What? Is it not the slightest effort to ascertain whether it's the truth or not? Not, "Mr. Dixon, is there any truth in that? Or have you any evidence? Or can you prove it? Or can you demonstrate it?" Or nothing. Not even asking Harry, who could have said, "Yeah, I've seen my daddy lots, on and off." Or Jack and Nick as children, And there were several other instances where he just shouted me down. Caroline said that, when she said she was homeless, which the judge obviously knew she wasn't from what she said, but she was too stupid to catch that. She said my father had a very big house and there was lots of space for me to stay there. Now she knew that my father, 2 things. One, that the house had a lot of lodgers and it was my father's only income. He travelled all around the world, lost lots of money in business, long story, but he came back to England very poor, got a house together and rented it out. That was his only income, didn't have a proper pension. And she knew that the lodgers there were always causing different kinds of problems, and she knew that there had been a complaint made by a malicious ex-lodger, former lodger. Some of the people were fantastic, some of them were everything in the middle, some of them were loonies. One loony had accused my father of all kinds of unpleasantness, and he'd gone to the council, Red Hill Council in Surrey, and said maliciously that my father's house was over-occupied, overcrowded and breaking the law in X, Y and Z ways. And there's paperwork to prove this, I can't remember if I've still got the letter, I may have, but the council of course will have it in their archives, so it's not questionable. They were questioning my father about his house being over-occupied. So Caroline knew that I couldn't live there, that my father was really scared. Now at the time, my father had just had bypass surgery on his heart. He'd had skin cancer on and off repeatedly for several years. His back, he just had a massive operation on the lower part of his back where, and I'm not exaggerating, he would scream in pain sometimes at night. And he'd had a disease recently where his liver had packed in. He never drank, so this was a total mystery, and I don't think it was ever diagnosed as to why he had it, but his liver basically packed up suddenly once. It could have been cancer and that he wouldn't say anything about it because my father was a very, very modest person, really kept himself to himself, especially with medical ailments, never complained. But, I wasn't stupid. I was living in the house on and off, visiting a lot, and I had been living in the house prior. And I knew the hell he was going through, and there was another medical condition too, and he'd had hell with his teeth falling out left, right, and centre, replacements falling out, and he was in a real mess. And procedures on one part of his body would affect procedures on another part of his body. He was in a hellish state, and what he couldn't deal with at that time, honestly, was any more stress. And it's a very heavy accusation, but I honestly think that Caroline killed him with the extremity of her behaviour, because, as I say, he was a very quiet fellow and things used to affect him, and he would never show it and never talk about it. And he was one of these people who never ever lied. In my entire life, I can say I never once saw or suspected a lie of any kind. He was very careful with his words, always very measured, and never lied. And he prided himself on that. And he'd done some real things in his life, adventurous things. He'd flown across, he was one of the first people, not the first obviously, but one of the first people to fly solo across the Atlantic in a private aircraft, which he did. He converted it himself and got it authorised and did it. He'd sailed all over the world in his yacht when he'd had more money when he was younger. And he also had 2 passports. So for anyone who's ever been involved in the security services, they will know what that means. The point is, he had risked his life to serve his country. And the judge, when my father spoke about the house being having problems and there was no way that I could move in, as quietly and softly as he always did, the judge shouted at him, "Mr. Dixon, you are a liar." Again, thank you, Judge. I've never seen such unprofessionality in my life. And you and Caroline, one or both, played a large part in his dying in abject misery and suffering. Well done. Well done. Now, at one point, with this non-molestation order, I was obviously not allowed to contact Harry either. Although I was seeing him on and off at Caroline's whim, and there's, let's say, lots of witnesses. At one point she let me take him out for the weekend or the day. Anyway, for the day, we went to Bluebell Railway, and I said, my brother's coming along, my brother James, who's a really nice character, very gentle and sweet and nice with people. And he had his car in England. I didn't have a car there at the time, so he took us out for the day. And then... and Harry had a brilliant time, and then another time in courts, Caroline said that she couldn't be contacted directly, but she was asked if there were people who could be used as contact people, but because I wasn't allowed to speak to her directly and should never do so. So I mentioned my brother James. She went berserk and said how much she hated James. It's just part of the lunacy, So just actually for a bit of fun, because just to see how far the stupidity could go, I asked Caroline's solicitors in writing, I think in an email, can I send a Christmas present to Harry? And they sent back a very officious letter. No, you must not, because of the non-molestation order, you cannot do this. Stopping me sending a present to my 3.5-year-old son. I mean, are these people fucking animals, really? Are they? I mean, as I say, whenever Caroline wanted to fuck or help or whatever, she was round. And over Christmas, she didn't contact me at all. Probably just to hurt Harry, or to hurt his brothers. I mean, Harry was close to both of his brothers, but Jack, I mean, those two they were inseparable. Jack was everything to Harry, and Harry was everything to Jack. And she knew she was hurting Jack and Nick by not allowing them to be together whenever it suited her, and then allowing it. Now, subsequently, I better keep this all in one rough time frame. Oh dear. There's an interesting point here. The Human Rights Act, Britain is a signatory, and they use them for all kinds of excuses to allow all kinds of real messing around with the law and legal games. possibly for solicitors and barristers to make a lot of money. I could be cynical, but it does say specifically that parents have the right to see their children, and children have the right to see their natural parents. So this is unambiguous, absolutely clear. So why is it not done? Why is it not done? Why has no one brought this up? It's in black and white, it's obvious, it's unquestionable. But in Britain, as we all know, children are stopped from seeing usually their fathers time after time, day after day. So how does that work? Yeah, coming into court one day, there was a CAFCAS officer there. Now, CAFCAS is the Children and Families Conciliation and Arbitration Society, something like that. And, you know, I'd heard their name bandied about by my solicitor and by social services, but I didn't really know, no one explained what their role was, and no one had ever made any attempt to contact me or to make any form of arbitration at all. The only thing I ever saw about them, ever, was going into court one day and being told there was a CAFCAS officer there. And I had no idea that they were coming, but then we were looking around the courtroom. They wanted to talk to me for some 15 minutes, and a 15-minute time with them, a woman. So we were allotted a small private room in the court building, and I brought with me all the proof that Caroline was lying. You know, the photographs, the witness statements, the printouts of SMSs, you know, the whole damn lot. And I said, look, I can just please arbitrate, just do something nice for all of us, for Harry, for the kids, please. Here's your proof. Caroline is lying. And do you know what she did? She put her hand on it, wham! Like that, slammed it on the desk in a violent fashion, fingers apart, holding those papers down, saying, fuck you, mate. Didn't say it in body language terms, saying, F you, mate. I'm not interested. That's CAFCAS. That's what she did. That's what she achieved. Congratulations, CAFCAS. Congratulations, that woman. I've written to the court since. I've written to CAFCAS asking her name and her function and for her contact details, so I can perhaps bring her to justice or make a complaint or even just speak to her. And there is no record. There is no record of our meeting at that courtroom. There is no record of who she is. Yeah, the social services, we get onto a big one with them. Ooh. A woman called Helen Ingledew. I'll repeat her name, Helen Ingledew, because I want her to become infamous as one of the most disgusting people I have ever come into contact with in my life. She's a liar, and she's inept. She lies to court, and I'll show you how. She, in the middle of one hearing, and I had no idea about this until it was physically said in court by my barrister, who I'd never met before at all, with my second set of solicitors, because I fired the first lot because they were so abysmal. He read out in court that Helen Ingledew had been asked by Harry, why can't I see my daddy? Precise words. And Helen Ingledew had replied, precise words, because daddy hit mummy. Consider this. This is a woman in the preamble to her quite large report against me that she wrote, and it said clearly that she was a psychologist. It had records of where she trained, etc., and which countries, eventually in some crap East London university. So you can guess what her views on men were. And she was trained specifically in obtaining, I'm trying to remember the phrase, best practice in obtaining best evidence from minors and infants for court evidence. I think that was what it said. Now, if I had been any kind of violent, nasty character of any kind, she just destroyed the evidence for a prosecution, hadn't she? For police, for anyone else. She just destroyed it because she told a minor, not asked, and fed information program them, pre-program them, however you want to phrase it. Even Judge Robinson realised the stupidity of that. And you could have heard a pin drop in that courtroom for about 15, 20 seconds, nobody spoke. Because it was the biggest faux pas. I mean, it was sheer stupidity. Anyway, as the court started to speak again, excuse me, soon there was an arranged meeting between what they call the contact meeting, and it was at a contact centre, you know, patronising left-wing social crap. You know, the father's always wrong. It was painted all over it in every sort of psychological aspect. You know, the social worker Ingledew was there. Caroline and Harry were in a separate room. She'd go in, Caroline would do a bit of weeping. She said, "Are you ready? Can you handle it? Can you face it?" Caroline, I think she'd been around the day before, and I think we'd actually had a day out the day before, if I remember correctly. And Jack and Nick had been with us, of course, so they'd seen their little brother. This was officially the first time, and theoretically the first time, that I had seen Harry since Caroline obtained the non-molestation order, and it was months later. So we went into this room. Caroline just sits there very quietly and weepy, and Harry grabs her phone at one point and said, "Dad, you know, Dad," give you a big hug, and he's showing me, and Ingledew sort of pulling him away, you know, not violently, but, you know, pulling him away as though he shouldn't give his dad a hug, you know, it's ridiculous. And then you know, Harry's busy showing me, he said, "I made some videos, Dad," and Harry's a very, very clever little fellow. And he said, "I've made some videos," and you know, Thomas the Tank Engine is one of our favourite things. We used to watch it all the time together. He said, "Look, I made one, but with me voicing over and things like this." And he had, you know, and it was really good actually, and I was really enjoying watching it with him. Ingledew decided that I shouldn't have his mum's phone in my hand because it might have personal information. She said it, I can't paraphrase it, I don't remember what she said, but she said that. And she grabbed it out of Harry's hand. But when I say grabbed it, I mean ripped it out of his hand. Not, "Could you please give that to me?" or just even twist it gently or give a reason, because Harry was very reasonable even at that age. She ripped it out of his hand and she hurt him. Yeah, I mean, she hurt him, there's no question. And he was left just, what? You know, what? Why has someone done that to me? A 3.5-year-old. This was an assault. It wasn't a mild assault, it was a vicious and deliberate assault. There is no question. There's no grey area. This is a social worker. And Jack and Nick had sat there aghast, as did Harry. Of course, Caroline wasn't going to say anything. That's a lot more about Ingledew. A lot. And yeah, the report that Helen Ingledew made, firstly, yeah, trying to get in contact with her. I was told by my solicitor, look, get in touch with social services. You must get in touch with them. Find out Harry's case number, find out what number he is. And suddenly people were referring to Harry as a number. This is my son, for God's sake. This is a little boy who's got a name. But no, he's got to have a case number. That's what we've got to refer to him by. This was nuts. This is like something out of Kafka. George Orwell. I mean, this is... it is psychological torture. And anyway, so I had to phone her, and I phoned her repeatedly, and I tried to get hold of her, and oh no, she's out of the office, she's busy, she's this, she can't take your call. And I couldn't get hold of this woman. On 2 occasions ever was I able to get hold of her. On both occasions she told me, "Look, I'm in a real hurry, what do you want?" Absolutely abrupt, and I was trying then in a nutshell to tell her some things. For example, that Caroline had lain down under my car. Now, I told her this on 2 occasions, once during that one phone call, and once when I met her later. So twice on the phone that I told her actually, and once face to face. So there was no way that she could make a mistake. In her report, she wrote that I lay under Caroline's car. This is complete ineptitude. It is the reverse of what happened. Anyway, so a number of people who are character witnesses for me, which included a health worker who was our neighbour, my father's neighbour for many years, who I knew rather well, very nice, you know, intelligent, interesting, well-travelled, intelligent and worldly woman who understood a lot about families and dynamics. This is why she was a health visitor, you know. And she wrote me a glowing report. And when she read Helen Ingledew's report that I showed her, her comment was this written by a 21-year-old or a trainee? And she was looking aghast that it could be such absolute crap. And it was, you know, it was totally juvenile. Now, I recall several things about that report. One was that there was a massive preamble telling all about her qualifications, where she'd gained them, that she was a psychologist, trained in best practice, witness gathering, evidence gathering from children, etc. And another one was that I picked up on immediately, and this was that it said that Caroline had told her when we had first had sex, she had been 12 years old. However, Caroline had told her at another juncture, I can't remember if it's the same meeting or not, but at another juncture that she had first had intercourse with me when she was 15. So we knew she was lying. There it was. She'd said it to the social worker to her face. The social worker had written it down and even said something like this very much puts into doubt Caroline's statements or evidence. Of course it did. I mean, because it was crap. Yeah, so that was in the report, as were a lot of things were in that report where she had assumed things and stated them as fact. Some of them were completely disprovable. Some were things I could reasonably, explain but couldn't prove. And one of them was that my girlfriends, how did she phrase it? I picked on vulnerable women. And as I said earlier in this video, my girlfriends were everything from whitewater kayakers, adventurers, climbers, Dr. McGregor, my old girlfriend, she was a much better climber than I ever was. I was a fairly good climber and mountaineer, but she was better. Several other girlfriends who were mountaineers. One was a diving instructor, used to teach diving around the world. One was a chemical engineer, later a project leader. Do I have to go through my whole life story? But the women are generally associated with were very, very capable. Some hippie chicks, travellers, travelled all around the world on their own. Outstanding people. Some of my girlfriends I met in China, people who'd gone there of their own vacation before China really opened up. It was very, very few foreigners were there, and they were travelling around backpacking on their own. Gutsy people. Julie I met in outer Mongolia there, living pretty roughly, I have to say, because that's conditions at the time were horrendous in Mongolia actually. No medical aid normally available and so on. So it was crap, it was crap from start to finish. The whole report, there was just nothing intelligent in it. Anyway, years later, and I received that report. That my solicitor phoned me up sort of 72 hours, I think, before a hearing, and said she'd received a report from social services. Now, and she said, can I come and pick it up? And I thought, yeah, I better get down there and get it. So I drove into town, picked it up, came home, and it was huge. And I said, well, look, how am I supposed to respond to this? I didn't know, because of the legal aid thing, if I had legal aid or not at that point. It was 72 hours before a hearing. Information should be lodged with her solicitor, my solicitor, my responses, and the court. I think it was either 7 or 14 days before a hearing normally, as the latest point. This was 72 hours before. There was no way I could have typed in hers into a computer in order to type in responses, let alone actually written careful and thought out answers, let alone had a meeting with my solicitor to see what to say, let alone my solicitor writing answers which probably might have been more appropriate. I don't know. I would have thought a meeting between us and some discussion would have been sensible to deal with these morons from social services. Around this time, Debbie Knight said to me, look, you want to get this away from social services as quickly as possible, and inferred that there were zealots and nutters, and she could see that. Didn't actually say that, of course. Another thing was that character witnesses were trying to phone Ingledew. Some of these were Helen, my old neighbour Claire, the health visitor. Another one was the former, what's he called now, the county commissioner for Venture Scouts, a very old friend I've known all through my life. People are very, very trusted people. And a retired policeman with an MBE, a lifelong friend of mine. Dr. Aziz, a lifelong, more or less a lifelong friend, certainly from my teenage onwards. A Sri Lankan doctor who I knew very, very well and who'd written me the kindest reference. And Helen Ingledew said to the court, look, Mr. Dixon keeps trying to contact me. He's harassing me, ringing me constantly, and with inappropriate material, basically former lovers. What? Yes, a lot of former lovers did write to her on my behalf from all over the world, as they did to the police, and said, hang on, we've known Julian for many, many years. Some of us, we've been friends for years, we've been lovers for years, we've been lovers on and off, all different, of course, you know, from years of travel, and we've never, ever seen Julian violent or aggressive, let alone towards a woman. Never. And so this was serious stuff. What is better than someone who's been intimate with you to know if you're violent or not? Women are very, very intuitive generally, and often pick up much better than men on these kind of things. These are people worth looking at. But she was just poo-pooing them, just out of hand. They were not of interest. But she failed to mention or even consider or ever, never spoke to a single one of the character referees who were trying to ring her. Never. Didn't care. And even made sure that the court reprimanded me for supposedly harassing her such that they could not ring her. Now, years later, it was quite interesting because going through, all the papers together are called the bundle. That's what the courts call it, the bundle, and solicitors. And after hearings are finished, you can say, right, the bundle is technically my possession, I want the bundle, and they have to, by law, give it to you. They're allowed to make copies for their archives, I think they're supposed to, but they have to give you the papers, which they did. And what they do is they say, oh, we'll charge you for photocopying, it's this many 100 pages, so it's going to cost you, plus time, it's going to cost you 80 quid or something. Where what they should be doing is giving you the original, they have to keep the copies morally, they should be photocopying it because they have to have copies, but no, they will charge you for it. No, this is how they work. But going through these papers years later, always in tears, it really, really hurts me just to open the box that these things are in. Several boxes, because there are a lot of them. And I noticed reading through Ingeldew's reports, the preamble was not there, and neither was the paragraph that said that Caroline had said she was 12 and then also said she was 15 when we first been together. So the report had been doctored. Now, then I looked more closely and I thought back, there's a lot of stuff missing out of here. So this was the question, and this was the copy on the official bundle. In other words, this was the copy which was given to the court. So the report had been deliberately doctored by omission, deliberately. Because it was, paragraphs within paragraphs, and this would be missing, or this would be missing. There was no way they didn't drop in. It's not a page missing, it's a page apart, a part of a page has been concatenated. This was deliberate. Who did this? Helen Ingledew, I would think, because I know her to be dishonest. She lied about some other things. Or was it Caroline's solicitors? Or was it both in cahoots? You tell me. What I do know is the court is absolutely corrupt. Unmitigatedly. There's no two ways about it. This is corruption. Sorry, there's so much to read through here, I can't bore the viewer just reading through. There was an incident where Helen Ingledew lied. Yes, that's one of them. There were several. One of them was when I finally got a meeting with her, and I'd had to, beg and phone, trying to get a meeting. Finally getting through to her only twice, briefly. She agreed to have a meeting with me. We did have one in a, I don't know what you might call a little state building. I don't quite know what it was. I think it was sort of mother and child centre or something. But just the two of us. And, it was me that asked for that meeting, that got the meeting, and she had the cheek to refer to it as an official meeting, inferring that she'd organised it all officially and properly later, which she didn't. But the first thing she said when I walked into that room, never seen a woman before, she showed me into this room, we sat down, Mr. Dixon, what is your view on homosexuality? Nothing whatsoever to do with the court case, proceedings, Caroline, Harry, myself, nothing, zero. And this was ludicrous, and I thought, you know, how do you handle this? You know, this is barking mad. And I said to her, well, I said, being from the Isle of Man, where I grew up, I suppose you think that, you know, we all think homosexuals should be hung. I think I put it like that. You know, I said, nah, come on, don't be silly. You know, what people want to do in their private life is up to them. I prefer it if people are a bit modest about their sex life, but, you know, it's their business. It doesn't matter a damn to me, really, which is pretty much what I feel. Well, it is what I feel. And she later said in court, and in her report, I think it was, she said the first thing Mr. Dixon did upon our meeting was start ranting about how he wanted to kill homosexuals. Liar. Bloody liar. Manipulative liar. And the joke I made about the Isle of Man is because it does have its own laws, and buggery had been forbidden up until a certain recent year. I think it still is, and I have no reason to think the law's changed. I don't know it for a fact. It was a joke. It was something that we used to joke about on the Isle of Man. I assume people on the mainland heard the joke and knew it. I don't know for a fact. But it was just, how do you respond to such a strange question? And I made it obvious it was a joke. I said specifically, it is a joke. It was mildly funny. It was supposed to break the ice a little, and it was in reply to a question which was totally irrelevant. So, you know, this is a manipulator. Yeah, one thing that did cross my mind, which I wonder, and I actually would think is the case, is that I wonder if Ingledew was being paid to falsify the report. I'm not saying she did, not accusing anyone, but it could easily appear so, that someone could be paid a lot of money for writing a report, and a solicitor might get, let's say, a little bit of that money back. Backhanders, you know, I can only live with my little suspicion after what I've seen, after corruption and ineptitude. I can't make accusations, can I? Yeah, another thing I found out subsequently about Helen Ingledew, I didn't know at the time, was that social services in Brighton and Eastbourne, for whom she worked, I think she was a team leader, I forget exactly, but they had been taking children from families and adopting them away by circumventing the court process. Now that's a quotation. It was quite severe. It was looked into by judicial inquiry, and it made the front page of the Daily Mail, and I have a copy of this. And it appeared that this had actually happened on two separate occasions with some time in between. Inquiries had found out that Ingledew had deliberately circumvented the court process, that's quoting it, circumventing the court process, to force adoptions. In other words, taking children away from their parents without due court process, without proof or evidence being presented, just on her whim. And these children were never to see their parents again, and their parents never knew about their whereabouts ever again. And sorry, it's very painful, extremely painful. So she was caught for this by inquiry, and two things happened. One was that the court said, well, we can't reverse it subsequently because there is no precedent for reversing adoptions under English law. Well, I mean, come on, Mr. Bloody QC, make one. You know, how do precedents happen? By precedent. You make a new example by making an example. So, you know, they could have set the precedent and reversed these because they were done unlawfully, but they didn't. They chose not to. What goes through the minds of these people? What goes through the minds of MPs who don't sort this out? What goes through the minds of all the lawmakers and the judiciary? What goes through the minds of people like Helen Ingledew, who were caught for it once? This is the other thing that happened. She laughed about it on the court steps, basically, I don't know if she laughed physically, but she laughed metaphorically, and she just said openly on the court steps, having been found to be doing this, the judge described her and her organisation as a disgrace, and she just said, well, we're going to keep doing it. She said it was reported. Helen Ingledew, don't forget that name, lives in Brighton. Yeah, on another occasion, Caroline phoned me up, and I was in Brighton in the park with my sons, with Julie and Albert, and someone else was along, I got another friend, and Caroline phoned up, and she came out with this long spiel about how she had to go into hospital for an operation, and that she would be ill for about 2 weeks, and could I take Harry? Now this was witnessed by several adults and by Jack and Nick. I had it on loudspeaker as usual, so there's no grey area, and then there was another thing she said, that she admitted to having mental problems and started talking about it. I don't remember the details, but again these were emailed in absolute detail, word for word, times, place, witnesses, etc. So the police knew that this had happened, and they have every opportunity to trace the calls and to question the witnesses. I don't believe they ever bothered. They could have, but I know for a fact they didn't. On another occasion, Caroline phoned me up, and she was obviously very upset, very worried, frightened, concerned, and she said, Julian, she said, I've realised about my anger attacks, my rages, and she said, I've become so enraged sometimes I just can't stop myself. I don't know what I'm doing. And I do the most awful things, and I'm really, really worried that I'm going to hurt Harry physically. And she asked me to help her. She asked me for help. This man who's supposedly this malicious rapist, bully. Yeah, that was the biggest, obvious lie by Ingledew was when she said that my friends and I were harassing her to manipulate the court to stop us from actually contacting her with real information. It was a total lie. The way she phrased her allegation of what we'd done, it was just a lie. Yeah, I was at one point asked after the social worker Ingledew made so many mistakes, if I wanted to change social worker. It had taken me months to get any official contact with Harry, and the solicitor said this is the first step to obtaining custody or part custody, which he said, you forget it, you're not going to get it, but you might get, you should get visiting rights. And it's probably going to be once every 6 months or once a month for an hour or something like that, with a social worker or with an official in an escorted manner sort of thing, protected environment I think they call it. I mean, absolutely barking mad. So I said no, and the reason I said no, a very simple logic after what she just said in court, that she said to Harry that Daddy hit Mummy, that massive faux pas that everyone witnessed. It was that day that I was asked if I wanted to change. I said no because I thought she's really going to have her knuckles wrapped. I mean, that is so stupid. Someone, her boss, is going to say to her, what the hell are you doing? You've got to sort yourself out. And I thought, well, I have a choice of dealing with someone who presumably has been reprimanded, or not seeing my son in any form, maybe not even having a number allocated for months more. So I really thought things would improve. No, of course they didn't. There was an interesting thing here, was that solicitors always said, look, if I walk away from this allegation, non-molestation order, because if there was never a hearing with anything heard against me positively, conclusively, then it wouldn't count as anything against me. Therefore, it could never be held against me again. And this was an absolute lie. I mean, or just, I think, sheer stupidity by a number of people in the courts, particularly my first solicitor, Debbie Knight, who repeated this, because when police were later involved, when the police saw Caroline lying, two police ladies phoned back to base, so to speak, phoned the police headquarters and said, look, are there any orders against Julian seeing his son? And they told them, there's an old order, but it's out of, it's whatever it was, 4 years out of date by then. But they still referred to it, they were still conscious of it. And that would bias them, of course, in any dealings with me. So they shouldn't have been referring to that at all, in my view. I think that was very possibly unlawful, probably, certainly immoral. But this is something that happened again and again and again, that these, the fact that there'd been a non-molestation order against me was repeatedly and deliberately used against me, including years later Caroline manipulating the courts again, long story, it will come up, and entering the court by a supposedly secret entrance because she was so scared of me. And this is after again seeing me regularly. One particularly sick thing happened was when Caroline allowed me to pick up Harry and to take him swimming in Horsham swimming bars, and I was with his brothers Jack and Nick. Jack was quite big at this point, becoming a giant of a man as he is, and and he was so over the moon to see little Harry. And there were so many of these incidents. I've got to separate them all one from the other. It's a long time back. Yeah. So after having gone with Harry and had having a really nice day, a really nice time, together, and we said, well, let's have a group photograph. We don't have the boys together that often, and so it was a photograph of Jack and Nick and Harry, and then they wanted one with me with each of them. And then when we did the family thing of all of us together, Caroline wanted to be in the photograph. And I mean, she was really acting as though she was a wanted, valid part of the family. No, she was a lying manipulator we didn't want anything to do with. And Jack and Nick were looking at me, looking at each other, what she's nuts, like we don't want her in the photo. What's she doing? Because she was really, we were making it obvious with body language, just in trying to be subtle and, without causing friction. Let's just have a photograph of the boys kind of thing, let's not photograph the boys, Caroline, she wanted to be in there as a family photograph. We didn't want her there at all, no question. Kids didn't, I didn't, no one did. What can you say? You don't want to upset her. Another time, she invited me to meet her in Horsham, and the boys were there again, all together, and we'd been out for the day, and this was this during the non-molestation order? It could have been still, and my car was parked in her office car park in Horsham. She'd said park there. There are a few spare places. It says it's patrolled. It's not. You can park there for free. It's right by the office. Walk up the side passage to see me. She came down the side passage in an isolated place, let's say, where anything could have happened between those buildings. And of course, I'm no interest in doing anything horrible to her at all. But it would have been a stupid thing to do had she been scared of me. But anyway, getting back to the car, we were getting in there. Harry was in with his seatbelt on, very happy to be with his brothers and I. Jack and Nick were there, and she leans in and she's trying to cuddle me. I mean, she's really starts trying to cuddle me. And then when I rebuff it, and again very gently, I've always been very considerate and don't want more problems, just wriggling away gently, and it's probably not a good idea, this sort of thing, gentle, and she's just getting more and more full on, then getting really, really angry and aggressive, and she starts grabbing the steering wheel and preventing me closing the door deliberately, and I'm just gently just trying to get her out of the way, and she's absolutely aggressive. There's no grey area. And Jack, who never got involved with these things previously, and very, very gentle fellow, he turned around to Caroline for the first time I ever saw him angry in his life, and he glared at her and said, "Not in front of Harry, Caroline." And still, eventually we sort of managed to get away peacefully, but it was a very, very psychologically upsetting moment. And I don't think you'd really count that as an attack, but there have been numerous physical attacks on myself. There's been blackmail by Caroline. There's been the smashing up the house. She's broken into my home overseas repeatedly. Her father was caught red-handedly in my home overseas stealing. by several neighbours. There's no grey area. And the police won't get involved. Child abuse, physical assault, sexual assault. I'm a man. Won't give me a report number. Refuse. Anyway, on one occasion, Caroline wanted me to come down to see Harry, so I came down to her office place, which she'd invited me to, in an orthodontist's office in Horsham, sorry. And she was so kind and gentle that day and reasonable to all the children, and invited us upstairs to the anteroom to her office, and there were tea and biscuits, and a lady named Steph was very kind and took quite a lot of time with the children, and Caroline asked her if she wouldn't mind getting some bickies and nice things for the boys, which she did. So she knew well enough that we were all getting on fine. Caroline and I were getting on fine, talking normally, and she was a witness that there was no antagonism or strangeness between us. I think that was the day that Caroline grabbed the car door and wouldn't let me shut it, and the steering wheel. Anyway, another time later on, about whether it was 1 or 2 years later, I think it wasn't that long, maybe even 6 months later, I wanted to ask Steph to be a witness, because Caroline had denied seeing me and in the interim and all this nonsense again. So I went into Caroline's office, knowing her office was upstairs, went quietly to the receptionist downstairs and said, look, is Steph around? I don't know Steph's surname, I don't know where she lives, I don't know any way to contact her, but I was just asking. I wanted her to be a witness. So I said, is Steph around? She said, oh, she's just out doing an errand at the moment, she'll be back in a minute and it'll be lunchtime and she'll be back, within minutes. And I said, oh, is there, can you possibly phone her and ask if she'd talk to me or something? And she said, oh, she was just in any moment now, really. And so Caroline at that point came down the stairs, saw that I was there and started crying, weeping, backing into the corner, having just spoken to me. She approached me and she said something, and then when people were looking and asking her she sort of backed away into the corner, crying, weeping, frightened for her life. And at which point an orthodontist, I think he was, came out, one of her bosses and staff there, and asked me what the devil I thought I was doing, and I was trying to explain to him gently I was waiting for Steph. She's actually an important witness. Caroline's been manipulating the courts and a lot of other people. Trying to explain to him in a nutshell. He wasn't really listening or interested. He just was this white knight thinking he was protecting Caroline because she was making such a meal of it, weeping and crying tears and scared of me and all this nonsense. And that was just after Caroline had asked the receptionist, what's going on? And she said, oh, he just wants to talk to Steph for a minute. So Caroline, by the receptionist, literally beside her, picks up a telephone, phoned up Steph and said, Steph, look, can you just not come back to the office, please? I'm asking you not to come back to the office. So, and Steph was like, why? I'm on my way. And she said, well, look, just don't. Something like that. Again, reported in precision to the police at the time, by email, in writing. And what she was trying to do is to stop me from getting Steph as a witness, obviously. At which point Steph came in through the door. Caroline getting really irate now and sort of, right, I'm calling the police. And so this orthodontist is really sort of harassing me and being intimidating, almost aggressive, well, aggressive actually. And my brother was with me, my half-brother James, who, again, very sweet and gentle character, just as a witness. So he saw all this. And I said to Steph, look, would you mind? Obviously, this fellow's getting upset, and I don't want to upset people. Can we pop outside? Can I just ask you something for a minute? He said, yeah, sure. Went outside the door, onto the pavement outside, and I explained to Steph, in a nutshell, as quickly as you can, years of manipulation, which isn't easy. And I said, look, all I'm asking is, please, can you be a witness that Caroline is not scared of me, that she, I've been visiting here, you've made tea for us, seen us together with our boys, she's not intimidated, she's not scared, she has seen me. And she said, well, look, I'm in a difficult position, I'm her employee in effect, she's my boss, I can't, it's difficult. And I said, look, and I was just about to ask, look, can you give me your number in case you reconsider? But, I said, well, look, okay, the police arrived at that point, screeching out blue lights on all this stuff. 2 police leap out of their cars. As I say, I'm outside the building, talking quietly to Steph, really quietly, gently, no one else is there. The orthodontist pops his head out every few minutes, are you okay, Steph? And she said, yeah, I'm fine, he goes in. And
Police arrive. Woman goes inside. The guy's outside. Male and female police. Male policeman talking to me, quite personable, quite reasonable. Female police officer goes inside, comes outside. Right, we're arresting you for. I honestly can't remember what it was. Some nonsensical thing. I think it was breaching the peace or intention of breaching the peace. So, it was some total crap. I was outside the building. I had left. I was talking peacefully and quietly. I didn't make any resistance or any unpleasantness. I tried to explain gently. She wasn't having it. She put cuffs on me very roughly. She, chained me at first. Details were reported at the time in absolute accuracy. And did everything to mistreat me physically in handcuffs, in public, near the middle of Horsham. Bloody embarrassing. And making sure she was hurting me, but making sure it wasn't obvious on her body camera. The moment it was low, it was out of her body camera. She was deliberately hurting me, and had I made the slightest effort to resist or to prevent the pain, then obviously they become bullying, as the police in England often are, as we see from auditors, that they can be horrendous. So I was just going to kowtow and go along. But anyway, they bundled me into the police car, very embarrassing, as I say. Driving me to the station, and I start explaining to this. The policewoman was asking some questions. I start explaining to her what had happened, and I've tried to report this time and again. The police won't give me a report, and she just basically called me a liar. And I said, but look, I've all this stuff is emailed to the police. It's all there in detail. There's photographs, witness statements. You liar, you this, you that. You can report it if you want. No, I've been to Crawley Police Station 3 times on my own, twice on my own, once with my half brother. I've written to them. I've emailed them for years. For a report number, they will not give me one. He said, well, you can report it online. I said, I tried that. And I said, and it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't allow me to enter a date and wouldn't let me continue with the report, which is true. I sent them a screenshot at the time because I was in Sweden trying to do it. And I said, look, your system isn't working. Maybe because I'm overseas, I don't know, but I can't make this report. So I've tried for years in every possible way. And this woman's just calling me a liar. And really aggressively too. I mean, putting me down. It was dismissive. It was repressive. It was rude, it was ignorant, it was arrogant, it was just a man-hate in essence. It was horrible, and for no reason. And I was being perfectly reasonable. Anyway, we got to the police station, and the guy, they'd already searched me. The male had searched me on the streets just to make it look even more embarrassing in a way. He was all right, that guy. It was the woman who was bitter and somehow twisted. We get to the station, and again I'm left in a room with this police male. I'm talking to him, and it was all right. And then the woman was just bitter all the way and aggressive, and and then she wanted me searched again. I said, well, you just in the custody suite, as they call it, suite, dump. And I said, you searched me once. Why he was really timid actually. He was quite nervous about searching me. I said, well, I haven't offered any resistance. I haven't got anything sharp or dangerous on me. I'm offering no danger to anyone, and I'm handcuffed. Why? And he was, well, you might be really dangerous. You might have a weapon in your pocket. What? And then this having said this, this police woman was standing beside me, chatting away about some nonsense, trivial. There's me standing in handcuffs, embarrassed, hurt, degraded, and she's talking away. Chatting as though about everything under the sun to some guy beside her. I'm in handcuffs. She's got her back to me. Had I been malicious, so this is to demonstrate how unprofessional the police are, nothing else. Had I been malicious, I would only have needed to reach my arms over her head, twist around once, and they're in a hostage situation. It will be very difficult to get someone off like that without me being able to twist it and crush her windpipe, choke her, asphyxiate her, hurt her in a number of ways. Had I meant to kill her or was seriously aggressive, and I'm saying this because I've done a certain amount of martial arts, I know a little about what I'm doing. If I put my arm over her head and twisted 3 times, she would have been asphyxiated. Her windpipe would have been crushed by the chain. That is it. So for her, him to stand there saying, all timid, searching through my pockets, her not giving a damn, having just been repressive, aggressive, well, not aggressive, but yeah, actually aggressive, yeah, nasty to me, repeatedly. It was a stupid thing to do. I mean, and it just made me realise just how stupid these people are. Whether they're nice or not. Some officers are quite nice, but my God, my experience with the police in general is and through many years, and I've never been arrested or in trouble with the police before, but you know, you see things through your life, and the English police, specifically the English police, are really, really stupid, with some exceptions of course. There's good officers who are usually stymied by a crap system, that's another story, but the general level of English police, oh dear. Yeah, there's an interesting thing here is that Caroline had been away at University of Western England, UWE, and studied law. Now, from memory, she did 2 years. Perhaps I'm wrong, but she didn't complete her degree for whatever reason. But she did do a law degree, or a large part thereof, at the University of Western England, and I used to help her with her homework, and I was very interested. This is before I started my own business, and I had a little more time, and some years before we moved in together. I was really interested, you know, in the law and basic things. So she used to ask me to help her with her homework, or to, you know, do the role playing that she was supposed to do for homework and things. So I know it quite well, you know. Which meant that she knew the law pretty well, and pretty much knew what she was doing, you know. And I think probably had access to all kinds of information, and possibly databases, in order to prefabricate what she wanted to prefabricate, and to prepare quite nicely for this manipulation. That's what I suspect looking back. I wouldn't have imagined so at the time. Yeah, here's another thing. This Tim character, the guy who'd abused her, he used to have a motorcycle. I helped him to buy a house near to mine in Sweden before I knew a lot. I subsequently knew about him, what kind of person he was. And he used to ask me, we used to ask each other to, you know, look at each other's property, make sure everything was safe. And so he didn't live there permanently. It was just a sort of summer house and a workshop, which I'd helped him build as well, actually. Always looked after him as a friend, tried to be nice. One day I went round there, and the door to his workshop was open, and nothing appeared to be damaged or missing, but I phoned him and I told him, and he asked about the motorbike, and he said his motorbike had been there. Well, I certainly didn't see one, there wasn't one there. Caroline said to Tim, and I know this because she told me, that she told Tim that I had stolen his motorcycle. Now, that's probably obvious to you as a viewer. It was to manipulate him into hating me and having a grudge. That's another point, that's another grudge in terms of the witnesses. Yeah, and another thing here was that this Debbie Knight, my solicitor, and other solicitors involved, not just her, were always telling me, that there's no way that Harry could be taken away from us, because I was really scared of admitting to the judge or saying to him, look, Caroline's been round every damn day, I can prove it. I mean, it came out in the wash kind of thing, and almost by accident, because I blurted it out at one point, but it also became obvious through something Helen Ingledew said in court. I don't remember the detail, but so I was really scared of that, and scared about Harry being taken away. And I was like, no, they can't be taken. No way they could take a child away from you. They would have to go through a big process, and there has to be an entire team deciding on it, and so on. And of course, I suspected otherwise, and then I soon found out precisely that it was otherwise. That Ingledew had been taking children from families with no proof, no hearing, manipulating a court. So I was right. I was right to be scared. So every piece of advice I've had from a solicitor, I can't think of an exception, has been wrong. And I don't mean a little bit wrong, I mean totally, totally wrong. Someone asked me, not that long after last hearing, why I didn't make a complaint about the judge or ask for a different judge. And I said, well, I didn't know you could. You know, it never even occurred to me that you were allowed to ask for a different judge or make a complaint. And then two different solicitors, I asked them, what's the procedure? One told me, well, you've got 3 weeks to do it after a hearing, and the other one told me 3 months after a hearing. So they don't know. Solicitors, the level of solicitors in Britain is crap, and it's because they're crap that nothing works, and the judges too. But and there was an interesting thing here where social services actually did obtain custody of Harry in the courtroom. because they threatened all the time that if Caroline tried to make contact with me or let Harry see me, that they would take him away, at which point Debbie Knight was saying, no, they can't do this, and trying to say it's absolutely not possible, and me thinking, well, hang on, even before I found out everything I found out about Helen Ingledew, thinking, I think that they do those things because I've seen enough to see how corrupt and ridiculous this is. But he was taken. Now that was an actuality for about 15 minutes in the courtroom, and my heart was in my mouth. I can't even describe the feelings of pain, anguish, worry. There aren't words to describe it when you know that you may never see your son again. And even Caroline, it would have killed her. It would have killed her. And that's one of the things with all this. Nobody was interested in helping her. They were so busy trying to rake money out of this and trying to make a mockery of me because I'm a man, that nobody helped her either. No one gave a shit about Harry, that's for sure. No one gave a shit about the children. But I'll say this, there was a lady judge sitting in that day in lieu of Judge Robinson, who was indisposed for whatever reason. And I will never forget that lady's face or her demeanour or her everything that she did and said. And she was very astute, and she did a very clever legal manoeuvre, unbidden, but my God, I'll never ever not be grateful for this. And she reversed that decision, and she made Harry, in my layman's word, a ward of court, put her in the charge of the court, and not social services. And by God, thank you, really. Now there's an interesting quirk to this, and that is, I think her name was Judge Williams, and I'm pretty damn sure I went to school with her in the north of England. I wouldn't swear to it, it was sort of 30-40 years in between, but I think so. And she once asked me out, as it happens. We didn't know each other well, but you know, we were in some classes pretty near each other. We chatted a few times, and so I can't swear it's her, but I'd say with 90% certainty. You know, just an interesting quirk. But it brought to my mind that people should be asked, do you have any personal or possible personal relationship or interaction with this person outside the court, whether it be a solicitor, witnesses, judge, particularly a judge, I would think, because it could corrupt a hearing. Nobody ever asked. But there was another thing, you know, I'm actually partly disabled, and I know I look fairly fit. I tried to keep fit, I do my best. But I had an accident some years ago where I fell off a roof, and it was partly because of something Caroline was doing. I was absolutely in tears. She was just starting to wreck our family at that time before I left her. And I had really bad flu, and I climbed up to, you know, 3-storey high industrial building, block of flats, and I was at the top of it, and I just had the feeling, not that I wanted to kill myself, but that I had lost the will to live and didn't care if I lived or died. It was a strange feeling, because she was hurting me and the family so much, and I just didn't care. And I got to the top, and it was an icy day. Jack and Nick were at the bottom, and the lady who owned, a estate agent who was showing us the buildings, I was going to quote for a roof for. And I just let the ladder slip. Maybe that's an exaggeration. Maybe it slipped. Maybe I let it slip. I don't know. I just lost care completely in life from the pain, mental pain, and seeing the children hurt. And then as the ladder slipped, I knew I was going to fall that. How far was it? 12 metres onto concrete. And the only thing that went through my mind was, you know, this 3-storey ladder was to kick it out of the way because this woman was below us and my children. And I knew that I was so fit at the time from so much hard work that I will probably survive the fall, maybe even unscathed. I was really fit, super fit. But I had to kick that ladder, and I did, and I booted it sideways. But it sent me landing at the wrong angle. Of course, I couldn't land like a cat then. 2 things went through my mind. One, I'll never climb a mountain again. And most importantly, that I got it away from my children and that lady. But the point is, my ankle was smashed. It was broken in 12 different places. and dislocated, and another part of the foot smashed, which they didn't find out till later. The treatment was pretty abysmal. The upshot is I can't walk very far. I can walk a mile without much pain. I can walk 2 or 3 miles without excruciating pain. After that, like if I do a full day's work, or if I have a good walk, after 3 or 4 hours after the event, I will have excruciating pain, and I mean really. I've got prescribed morphine, so I can't work normally. A lot of things I can't do, sadly. And the day that I climbed the mountain with my friends in North Wales during all this, it's my favourite mountain in North Wales called Trivan, and I just said I'm going to do it no matter what, if I have to bloody crawl. And it was snowy at the time, and it was very cold and very wet. And with a load of good friends, and I made it to the top, and I made it down unaided, and I got into the hostel, and I was in so much pain you can't imagine. I took numerous morphine tablets, all that I brought with me, and I drank all of the homebrew that we'd brought for a subsequent party. My friend had brought it there in our car. I drank all of it because the pain was excruciating. Just a little example. But the point of this was not to feel sorry for myself at all. The point of this is that nobody asks the man or the accused, alleged, whatever it is, do you have any disabilities? Is there anything that would stop you from working or making a normal living in future? Is there something we should know about? At no point was I asked. Never. And I'm sure there are people with far more pain or far more disabilities than I have who just don't get asked. And that's my point. Here's an interesting thing. Mediation. If you're going to get legal aid, you have to go to mediation. Now, Caroline was repeatedly asking me to go to mediation, and I said, well, I don't really see the point. You've accused me of raping you and beating you, and that's not really, you've made this up. What part of your mind says there's something that can be mediated? This is extreme, and you've got to get past that. And I said, if you do admit that you're lying, and please do, I will vouch for you and say you just had postnatal depression, or you're in a bad way, and I don't really want to see you prosecuted, but that will be the way ahead. And so anyway, the upshot is I went for mediation because I had to get legal aid through a third-party solicitor who supposedly had trained in these things in Crawley, and Caroline was supposed to be coming. Caroline just didn't turn up. And I waited and I waited and I waited, and the solicitor was a witness to all this, and I waited 40 minutes and Caroline just didn't turn up. So if she got legal aid, she shouldn't have, because it's a prerequisite. I don't know whether she did or not, no clue. But it's what she asked for, so it was all a bit mad. Yeah, I've got to take a break now, so we'll call this part 1, and I'll probably split it up into a number of parts to make it easier for the watcher. I'm sorry, I'm sure it's been immensely boring, but sometimes that's the nature of explaining manipulation. There's a lot more to come, and I mean really it gets a lot worse than this, a lot more juicy and a lot more that's provable. So I can only ask that you bear with me and forgive the boringness for what I hope it will give you in terms of information. Thank you. Yeah, so please do forgive me if I repeat myself, or if I don't present this as well as I could do, or if I go on too much, because, as I say, I'm not a professional presenter, and it's a very painful thing to talk about, frankly, and I do have to refer to notes, so I'm not in the best of circumstances to do it. Anyway, to carry on, just thinking about the racism allegations. Well, a couple of things. One is that there was an attack by some skinhead type, so one particular nasty attack actually by a skinhead covered in tattoos late at night in Crawley on the Bewbush estate, when this idiot, who was probably on drugs or alcohol, very het up anyway, was attacking 3 Bangladeshis who were, you know, fairly small guys who I know their faces, I don't know their names, but they were coming home from the local restaurant late one night having, well, carrying what looked like shopping bags. So, you know, they had their hands full, and he was just running up and kicking them and really coming out with some racist nastiness. So, you know, I called the police, and surely that's on record. I don't like to see that kind of nastiness. And one thing that's I should mention too is my neighbour, our neighbour at the time, his name was Arshad, and he's from India, or at least of Indian origin, and Ash is his nickname. Everyone calls him Ash, and he's a very, very nice fellow, and we've been friends for years, myself and his 2 teenage sons. Very nice family, actually the best neighbours I've ever had, I think, in the UK. And, you know, we trusted each other totally. I used to help Ash with things, he would help me with things. He got very ill for a while, and you know, I was able to help him out with little things, and if he had things that he needed to sell off, I would sell them off through my eBay. You know, we trusted each other with money and everything because he wasn't very well versed in computers. You know, we used to have barbecues and good laughs, and so no, sorry, this is just a nonsense put there as part of a character assassination. One thing I should talk about though in relation to racism is the true racists, and that is Caroline's boyfriend Roshan, or now husband, because he went round to Ash's house after Caroline had obtained sole use of the house, rented it out for 2 years to guess who, Marie, the girl who's supposedly one of her witnesses. So that's a sort of little thank you, I suppose. I never saw any of the money. I don't know what the agreement was, how much money, but it was over 2 years, and I know it because Ash told me so repeatedly. You know, I'd ask him if he thought Harry was all right, and so on. And anyway, and after that, it was rented out to a Hungarian family. So it was rented out for year after year after year. Caroline telling the court she was sleeping on a friend's floor with nothing. You know, absolute rubbish. But as I say, the court knew that. They knew that she was living in Eastbourne renting a house because they'd asked. Now, it was a very unpleasant experience to hear about when Roshan went round to Ash's house during these nasty court games and said some things about me to Ash, which was basically, come on matey, we're both Indians sort of thing. Sod these white boys, look, I've got this beautiful white bird, hey, I've got one up on him kind of thing. I don't remember the exact phraseology that Ash used, but it was very clear racism, and it was very nasty and deliberate, and inferred that he was absolutely willing to hurt a child to have his relationship with Caroline. And Ash sent him packing. You know, Ash and I were friends, and he sent him off with a flea in his ear. He wasn't happy. So, you know, let's look at who the true racists are. Now, yeah, one thing that I find very distasteful in all this is that this was such an easy prosecution for police. You know, the proof, the evidence was there again and again and again, and I gave it to them. I gave it to them. You know, there's no question, there's no doubt as to what's happened. In many cases, and a few questions would reveal an awful lot more. You know, when groups of people are involved in committing a crime, you separate them and you question each one separately, obviously, to ask if their stories match up, and there's no way they could make them match up. And Caroline told me herself the way that she manipulated the smashing up of the house was to go around with a number of people with her. That was, I don't have the list in front of me now. Again, it was supplied to the police in absolute detail, but essentially it was her mother, her father, I think Tim Smith was there, I wouldn't swear to it, and a guy called George Maxwell, 3-4 doors down to us. He, a youngster, quite besotted by Caroline, and helped her out in all kinds of ways. And he was a bit of a naughty boy, and he used to show us how to remove a double glazing pane and how to break into a house. And I know that he was involved that evening because I was told by a number of people, and I'm not going to stir up trouble between people saying who. But what happened was she went into the house, ostensibly took the things she needed to take, what she said was her furniture, which obviously not,
and they must have known something was awry because she took all of the children's toys, everything. However, what she told me is that she then, as everyone drove away, they were in several cars, she said that she'd forgotten her handbag in the house and then went back in to get it, at which point she trashed the house. So of course the witnesses can say she left it in reasonable order, and there's no one to say otherwise, but that's just part of the manipulation. But I think the very fact that it was smashed up and the very fact that she was there repeatedly and there are witness after witness, I think it's pretty damned obvious what happened. And the other thing was that Julie had, my new girlfriend, a pile of her dirty washing there in my room. And as I say, nothing in my room was touched apart from the teddy bear, you know, Gibraltar towel around it, on my pillow, except that Julie's underwear, her entire pile of dirty washing, which was nearly all underwear, was stolen. Now, you can't tell me that there's a woman on God's earth who doesn't know her own dirty underwear in a pile. So, and Caroline hadn't been there for a long time and had nothing of that sort in my room. So, you know, it's obvious she stole it deliberately to taunt Julie, which she did, and it was many hundreds of pounds worth of bras and knickers and a few other items. And the police, they refused to look into this as a criminal matter. They said it was a civil matter. Now the difference is, if someone in a relationship leaves the relationship and they take a lot of things, it's very difficult, of course, for the police to say this is a criminal. It could easily be a mistake, and we can't prove ownership of one item or the other. I think it's a little different with women's underwear anyway, but taking the underwear belonging to a third party, which obviously it is, being female underwear, then that is a criminal offence. There's no way around it. That is a criminal offence, and the police refused to treat it as such, refused to look into this. And I know that Julie wrote or spoke to the police repeatedly and sent a couple of emails, and we were just flabbergasted at how callous the police were. And actually, I spoke to a retired policeman friend of mine, a lifelong policeman until he retired from old age, and he said, well, if you've been someone important or someone of note, they would have pursued that as a criminal investigation. So, you know, we see more evidence of a two-tier policing system in the UK. Just one more reason to think it's just totally corrupt and quite disgusting, actually, when you take away justice from people. Let me see. Yeah, one thing I found out in all this too, moving aside a little bit, was courts. The government, according to several solicitors I've spoken to, and one barrister, said that the government had issued guidelines to judges and to courts to get cases heard as quickly as possible because there's a massive backlog. Now, that is very, very thin ice, because it would infer that you're not going to hear a case properly. You either hear it properly or you don't. There isn't how do you do a case faster without hearing what you would normally hear? So, you know, we find that specifically the government is essentially pushing for a perversion of justice. Now, just after this happened, or as this happened to myself, I found out that courts were closing and they were streamlining it, I think is the word that governments try to use to hide a reduction in facilities and public services. But the court system was being streamlined, so various courts were being shut down around the country at the same time that they're pushing for court cases to be rushed through, at the same time that they're closing courts. That's a very, very dangerous move, and again a reflection on what's really going on in Britain, which people will never know about until the day they're accused. This is why it's not widely known. And as I say, there are various restrictions on the press, especially where children are involved in family courts. Yeah, and one of the witnesses I forgot to mention, character witnesses for myself, and is an old friend of mine, a lady called Jane, who was with me travelling in Russia on many humanitarian aid, or on humanitarian aid projects, not many I shouldn't say, but we spent long times together in Russia in the most adverse conditions. At the end of the Soviet Union there was a lot of chaos, there were a lot of guns around. As criminals became overzealous, so did the police on occasion have to deal with it very heavily. And yeah, we had guns pointed at our heads many times. We uncovered corruption, we saw all kinds of unfortunate situations in children's homes and so on. And Jane and other people bear witness to me always being cool, always aiming for the best, not just for myself in some selfish way, but as an altruist, trying to get food and prostheses and supplies to people who needed it most. And that meant being pushy with some pretty hard people, and you have to do it very, very carefully. And the point is, you have to be intelligent, you have to be reasonable, you have to be calm. And I was all of those things, and dealt with all manner of strange situations that I won't go into now. But with not wanting to ring my own bell, situations which I don't think a lot of people would have handled. I was often the leader of a party of say 10 people in territory that was very or completely new to them in the worst of circumstances. So, as I say, there are witnesses to this, and these people like this who wanted to communicate with Helen Ingledew and tell them this, they were never heard, they were never ever allowed to speak to her. And deliberately, she blocked it repeatedly, and the same with the court, because they just weren't interested, not interested at all in anything approaching justice, reason, or even following the law. Yeah, there was one lady in social services, and by now wind had got through to social services that Harry had seen me. I'm sure there was no perspective as to how much, or that I'd seen Caroline, that she'd be coming around every damn day and all the rest. However, this was at a point when social services were trying to take Harry away from Caroline and I, which I'd warned Caroline about. I said, this is a very dangerous game you're playing, stop it, because you risk that neither of us ever see our son again. This has got to stop, this is too dangerous. And she would take the point, and then 24 hours later there'd be a mood swing, and then she'd be back on the case doing something stupid to jeopardise our son's well-being. But in relation to this, I talked to one social worker who made it obvious, very subtly, that social services were aware that I'd seen Harry. And I asked if I could meet this lady, and the solicitor, Debbie Knight, she said, well, she was a little tentative about it, but said, yeah, you can. There wouldn't be, I had to push her on it and say, look, is there a specific reason I shouldn't meet with a social worker? She was obviously nervous about it, but she said, yeah, I can't actually see that it would do any harm. So I did. And this lady, who swore me to keep her anonymity, so I'll say nothing which could reveal who she is, which is very frustrating actually, because what she told me, and she was a very reasonable person and not English, had come from a different context and background in life and understood a lot more, I think, than the English zealots per se, and very intelligent lady. She told me specifically that there are quotas in certain parts of England, there are quotas of taking a certain number of people per racial group away from their families and having them adopted away. So you can make of that what you will. I can't prove it, I can't even show you the witness. Yeah, a word which Helen Ingledew used in her reporting to the court about me was that I was combative. Now I find that a very, very strange choice of words. I was combative because I denied what was being alleged of me. Well, I hadn't done it. I hadn't done it at all. And in fact, it was much worse. It was Caroline had done the things she was accusing me of, and describes me as combative. So it's like one of the Reed one of the books that you read in school, such as The Crucible, you know, Arthur Miller, where he's just accused and accused and accused, and there's nothing he can do. There's a double bind at every turn. The same as in the courts. If I told them that I'd seen Caroline every day, I would therefore be a criminal. Therefore, I couldn't mention it. Therefore, I couldn't show that she was lying, which came out anyway. Not that the courts seemed to pay any attention to that, as they didn't to any other detail. It's as though they were totally aloof. I mean, I've seen people taking huge amounts of drugs in my lifetime who are far more switched on than they were, if I'm going to be blunt. Now, at one point, Helen Ingledew was trying to stop me from seeing any of my sons, literally trying, and fortunately, my former partner, you know, the mother of my two sons, Swedish lady, she's very cool, you know, she's not the kind of person to cause a scene or a problem, and she was very, very reasonable throughout all this. You know, she was really suffering. She was questioned by social services, to the effect that there was an assumption that she was not a good mother, an assumption that all kinds was going on, and that she might be a part of something unpleasant. You know, very unpleasant for her, and that for me is stunningly embarrassing and painful, because, you know, she'd always done her best as a mum, and yet social services were trying to drag her in. Caroline was dragging her in by all kinds of inferences and unpleasantness. But for social services to be so stupid as to go in as a bull in a china shop, and then question her in a zealotous manner, if that's the right expression, was as pathetic as it was sad, and painful, and trying to keep me away from my boys. And yet Caroline, social services said, should have contact with them, so that Harry could have time with his brothers. As I say, she would let him have time with his brothers, then not, according to her caprice, and deliberately hurting them, saying no at the last minute when meetings were planned and their mum had planned everything. There's no grey area. It was done to hurt and to destroy the children psychologically. There isn't a grey area. There's you know, it's time after time after time, and witness after witness. But she was trying to put those boys in a position where they would be psychologically damaged by her, and there wouldn't be a parent, myself, or an adult, an independent adult there to moderate things and to make sure to limit the damage, or even keep occasionally Caroline away when she was in an extreme or even violent mood. I may have mentioned that Caroline hacked my Facebook account pretty soon after she left the house, within a couple of weeks, when all this unpleasantness was going on via the courts, and after a non-molestation order was issued. I couldn't use my Facebook one day. The password had been changed, and of course I guessed immediately who was behind it, and soon enough Caroline started sending strange messages, and then admitted she had hacked my Facebook and changed the password, and I just asked her for it back, and it was a bit strange because she gave it back. So it was all a bit pointless, but I didn't have access to it for 3 or 5 days, whatever it was. And then somebody sent a message, a female sending a message saying that she'd met me in Russia many, many years ago and hadn't forgotten me. And this perhaps sounds arrogant, but this has happened a number of times, that women I did meet in Russia, and men, you know, old friends, acquaintances, some of them married, you know, nothing funny going on necessarily. And the thing was, the message was, yeah, I like motorbikes, this and that, I've seen a few things about you on Facebook, and I like this, I like that. It was basically trying to sort of chat me up. Now, I don't know why, it was all very pointless. And the thing is, the message was sent pretending to be a Russian person, Russian lady, but the way it had been done, she'd made up a name which sounded like a Russian name, but she'd messed up the grammar. The Russians use a patronymic system for naming people. Without boring you with the details, she had done it incorrectly, so I knew that it wasn't a Russian doing it, and with the information she had, it was obviously Caroline. Why would Caroline send a request like that to me, having just left me and having got a non-molestation order against me? This was rather nuts. And Caroline was stalking me left, right and centre. The blue house which I had not so far from where I'm sitting now, which my mother bought a house over here, basically. I signed the paperwork because I speak Swedish and I was close by. My mum was in England. She wanted a house which she could potentially retire to near to my house. And so that my children would have something for their future. So quite a nice investment. House prices at the time were at an absolute nadir, and we picked up a house for £10,000, including the stamp duty. However, it did need a lot of renovation, but nothing I couldn't fairly easily have done. But with a house in Sweden, if it has a cellar especially, you have to keep it above 5 degrees Celsius. If you don't, then water comes in, groundwater comes into the walls, the water freezes, the mortar blows, and you'll destroy a house very quickly. Now, with all this nastiness in England, I was stuck in England for long periods. I certainly didn't have the money to warm up that house, and I certainly couldn't get there with heaters and the equipment to, long extension cables, etc., to keep the house above 5 degrees. And to cut a long story short, within a couple of years, 2 winters, it was finished. The whole house was wrecked, which was very, very sad, actually. Real destruction of something and nice little property. Anyway, I tried to sell this place for years and couldn't at all, and finally was able to sell it very, very cheaply, really for nearly nothing. But the thing is, we put an advert, Lucia, my girlfriend at the time, put an advert on the equivalent of eBay, a smaller system in Sweden, and the phone rang within minutes or an hour of the advert going up there, and it was Caroline inquiring about the house. So she obviously was keeping tabs on that house, which had been advertised through an estate agent which hadn't sold using them, but it was traceable, and immediately she had the phone number and she knew that it was my number or Lucia's number, and then she used guile to obtain my number because I changed my number deliberately to get away from her at that point. She was ringing all the time and I'd really had enough. Now, I don't recall if I already mentioned the occurrence at Waitrose supermarket. One day Caroline wanted to meet me. I don't really know why, I don't remember the reasons given, but there was always some manipulation involved, some lie, or it was an emotional thing, whatever it happened to be, a caprice at the time. And I couldn't meet at my father's place, and I wanted to make sure there were witnesses again. So I said, look, let's meet in Waitrose Cafe. Nice, bright, big cafe, lots of people around, attached to the store in Hawley, in Surrey, and Sussex rather, Surrey, just over the border. And so we met there, and the thing is, Roshan drove her there, and I saw him clearly, and he picked her up after when she rang him a couple of hours later to say she'd finished talking to me, and she just wanted attention at the time, as I saw. She just wanted to talk about our relationship and come up with the most really ridiculous arguments, really nonsensical and subjective, and all I could do is just keep my cool, because when someone is talking absolute rubbish and lying and manipulating and telling half-truths, how do you respond? It's not easy, actually. For the first 10 minutes you cope with it, and then you start almost to question yourself. It's a bit like gaslighting, and really you just want to walk away, but of course I just, as always, was just trying to calm things down. But the point is, Roshan had just signed his statement saying in support of a non-molestation order against me, and there he was driving Caroline up to meet me. Now, okay, we only had a short walk through the car park from the car to the supermarket of perhaps 60 metres, 70 metres. But, it was dark, and once you're outside the immediate lighting of the supermarket, it was a dark, cold night. And, of course, had I been anything like this malicious, vicious person she was painting me to be, I could have done anything in that time quite easily. I probably would have been caught for it by lots of witnesses around and lights, so wouldn't have taken long for the police to get there, sort of thing. But that's not the point. Am I so dangerous I'm banned from an entire town with his support, and yet he's driving her to meet me, as he did on other occasions, and on other occasions she was in his car. Yes, Tim, this unpleasant character who had abused Caroline in her past and played psychological games with her family. A couple of points on him. One is that he has psychological problems. Now, again, the courts never asked for any background information on the people who are my accusers. I've known Tim for years and knew more and more as time went on. Found more and more unpleasantness, to say the very least. And he had confided in me at one point that he was getting psychological help, and the reason was of his own volition, because he had a friend who was a schizophrenic, quite a violent schizophrenic, who used to cut women with a razor blade, and he used to love talking about this occurrence and what had gone on, and the sadism and nastiness, which I found awful. And I know it's true because I know the man and the woman involved, actually mildly acquainted through Tim. People I wouldn't really want anything to do with. And anyway, the point is, he was having psychiatric or psychological treatment, psychiatric I believe. He was told, and I'm trying to remember his words well now, paraphrasing, that his problems were associated with sociopathy, very likely schizophrenia, and his complaint himself was that he felt the world belonged to him, and people on the world, on the earth, were just borrowing it from him, borrowing his world, if you like, his possessions, his property, and he looked at people as possessions and property. So that's pretty severe when you turn yourself in, so to speak, for treatment, if you feel that strongly. And I can say that women used to pick up on this, on there being something wrong, very quickly. I remember going to parties occasionally, or pub, Christmas parties, whatever it happened to be, social occasions. Caroline would want to go have Tim along for whatever reason, or her family did, and he could literally empty a room of women in minutes. He'd just talk to 2 or 3 women, and they would think, and with detente, not say anything, but just cruise on out of there pretty quickly. So the thing is, it was obvious that there were things wrong with him, to say the least. I have to say, he's an intelligent fellow. We've had some fantastic conversations about physics, and he's very capable electronics. Describes himself as an engineer. He'd failed his degree actually, but very capable with electronics. And so for me, as an altruist, I just tried to make the best of everyone, and really didn't want anything to do with him per se, but that Caroline always seemed to want that friendship, that relationship, whatever you want to call it, because I wouldn't call it a friendship. And it was mooted all along, that I'd been after Caroline and chased after her, kind of thing. Well, actually, Ingledew said that in a report, that I chase after vulnerable and something women. I don't remember, something derogatory, as though there's something awry with me and the women that I've chased after and such. Well, I can say I've only chased after 4 women, 4 in my entire life, literally. One was someone that I didn't know, who I just met, and really she was gorgeous, and I just thought, I'll take my chances and try and chat to her, but it turns out she was in a relationship, and that didn't happen. The other 3 were girls that were just beautiful, interesting, very decent people, and I ended up in relationships with them, and very nice relationships with very nice people. So again, Helen Ingledew was making nasty inferences, herself character assassinating for no reason. What's the gain, unless she was being paid by the solicitors to falsify these reports. And it can be subtle, perhaps, that solicitors know, without saying it, that if they have an accusing woman or male and they want a report of the right ilk that gives them everything they need to win a case, it makes them look good as solicitors, and therefore they just say, look, we'll pay you a good sum, put in a good invoice for your report, and it's going to be very hard to prove anything unlawful is going on. It may have been overt. She may have been a friend of the solicitors, for all I know. I don't know. I can't make an accusation. I can only wonder why somebody would lie again and again and again and manipulate the courts. Why? So there has to be money going around, I think, or she's insane. But that would be a very big thing to suggest. I'm not suggesting it. Yeah, there's a country park fairly near to our house, very near, called Buchan Country Park, and I used to walk there often with Caroline and Harry. And one day I bumped into Tim walking there with someone that we both knew actually, who I'm not going to name because he doesn't need to be involved in this unpleasantness, but a reasonable fellow. And Tim got to talking. This was after the non-molestation order was issued, and Tim was one of the supposed witnesses in supporting it. And he was, as I found out, driving Caroline to court on each and I think every occasion. And Caroline made it obvious she was using him as a sort of quasi-solicitor, a barrack room solicitor, to find every way to needle me and to destroy my life. And he's a very intelligent fellow in the sort of chess playing sense, very, very manipulative and capable in that sense. And of course, as I believe he's a narcissist, as I believe Caroline is, and they often do work in teams and groups. So you'd have to look this up, in textbooks or the internet as to how they function. But usually one narcissist will abuse people who are not narcissistic, but who they convince to do their bidding and to stir things up. And that's known as the flying monkey effect. The people who they send are called flying monkeys. But they often cooperate actually with other narcissists to further their own ends, whether it's one or several. And they have what they call narcissistic relationships. And the whole dynamic is actually very interesting. Now, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not about to pretend that I can go through it in detail. But the point is, for me, Tim is definitely a narcissist. And when you look at his background, that's not surprising either. So that was a dangerous pair. I was having to deal with Caroline's parents, who are absolute liars and ne'er-do-wells, and two very capable and intelligent people who were going for me, as well as Roshan, who had his own interest in staying with Caroline just because of her looks. And to get to the point of that, I was talking to Tim then in Buchan Park. He wanted to speak to me. I didn't really want to speak to him, I have to say. But when he approached me and started talking, I started to say, look, I've got all the proof that Caroline's lying. I can show you this, I can show you that, and telling him things that had happened over the years, circumstantial stuff I could prove, the whole lot. And I said, what, do you seriously think that I raped Caroline, which is I suppose you could call the primary allegation, the thing that made her case easy to push, because once you make an allegation like that, throw enough mud, and then people have that in their mind and they're not really concentrating on what's going on. Not if you're a pretty simple judge who is not too intelligent, shall we say, at least. And what Tim said was that he didn't actually express his opinion on what he thought had been going on or not, but he said that his partner, a lady called Claire, had said to him that she thinks Caroline is lying, and that was his only comment. But then we got, shortly after, there was a second statement from Tim, as there were from a couple of other unpleasant people, and in Tim's statement saying, I don't remember the details now, I've still got all the paperwork of course, but basically saying that I had admitted to raping Caroline to him. Just gets believed, or nobody spoke about it openly and said yes we believe that, but it just obviously was from the way things proceeded. And again, nobody looking into his background or who he was or his relationship with Caroline, or the fact that he was having treatment for mental problems. And yes, with Caroline saying that she hated people occasionally who she had no reason to hate at all. For example, my brother James, and for example my father, people who'd actually always been really nice and decent to her in every possible way. Then she started off on a hate campaign against another person. And that person was Ash, our neighbour, Harshad, who, as I say, we'd had a very good relationship with. We were good friends. I assume Caroline and he had a reasonable relationship. I don't know, never examined it or thought about it particularly, but she started off on a hate campaign about Ash, saying he was this, that and the other, all kinds of nasty things, expletives and racism, and for no reason at all. And she said that when she was round at the house taking her stuff and stealing, she said that Ash had been round trying to sponge everything and he was a despicable sponger, etc. Well, actually, I had got some boards down from the loft which were excess to a job I was doing some time before. I was going to board our loft, and then obviously things went wrong with Caroline. I took them all down and offered them to Ash because I knew that he wanted to do that same thing, and just wanted to give them to him as a little present. So they were along the landing at the top of our stairs. So he only asked if he could come round and take those if she was, taking over the house and clearing things out. Presumably he didn't know if she was going to the dump or removing things, whatever it was, of a dark evening. And at one point I went on a mushroom picking course with a lady who lived only a few doors down, the mother of one of the scouts, because I was helping out at the scout group, and a very, very nice lady indeed, half African, and we become friends quickly. And she was interested in wild foods, and in particular in mushrooms and what one could pick locally. So we went on a mushroom course together basically. And then we picked, we bumped into a lot of Slavic people who were picking the mushrooms that were all over the place in that area, which we were told in our mushroom books in Western Europe are basically a poison or are not good eating. But talking to Lithuanians and Poles, I'm this mad racist, of course I don't talk to Lithuanians or Poles, but somehow magically I managed. And they were telling us, Liz and I, about the different mushrooms you could pick and how you could treat them to make a really nice, to make a delicacy, or just to have a food mushroom. So we picked a good number of a particular type of mushroom called a sinyak in Russian, I don't know in English. And we put them on the stove. You have to boil the water several times, pour it away in order to remove alkaloids to make it a good eating mushroom. And we did, and we had a pot there. But when Caroline broke in, she ran off to the court, had a hearing shortly afterwards, and said that we had drugs on the stove, some sort of magic mushrooms. Anyway, there was, on top of everything else now, there was an allegation that I was a drug abuser. And I didn't go anywhere near drugs, not a sausage. I mean, zero, not now and then at a party, not, oh, I've done it once or twice with my mates, here and there, but I've got a family. Zero, not a sausage, not a spliff, not, it was total crap again, and it was done as part of a mudslinging and a character assassination. However, the judge, of course, the court lapped it up in their particularly ignorant fashion, without any reference to me or character witnesses or anything else, without heed to the way I've lived my life and all the qualifications I've got and the altruism and the humanitarian aid and, sorry for ringing my bell, but it only comes up because of this. I don't normally talk about it. Anyway, so I was obliged then to undergo a drug test, and it was referred to as a DNA test. Now, I've mentioned this online to a couple of people I've been discussing things with, and they've said, aha, it's not a DNA test. Well, I don't know. It was expressed to me as a DNA test repeatedly, and it was taken very, very seriously. And I went to my solicitor's office, and a specially trained nurse from an independent firm of solicitors, I believe, came along and did the test. And it involves removing hair samples, but it had to be very close to the scalp, the root, near the roots. So I was asked to sign a form giving consent to it, and I thought, well, what choice do I have? I've been accused of being a drug abuser, and I'm trying to see my son and prove my innocence. Of course, I've got to do it, and of course I was charged for it, quite a lot of money, and it was ridiculous because I had an independent solicitor, as I recall it, plus the specialist trained nurse, plus my solicitor, and there were one or two other people in the room because you had to have, it was either 4 or 5 signatures, and I think it was 5 on every piece of paper, so that the nurse would take out a sterile piece of equipment, a sterile scalpel. Everyone would witness that it was still in its packet, and it would be passed around. Yes, the packaging hasn't been disturbed, and sign in quadruplet or quintuplet for that. And then the next piece of a swab would come out, and they would have to sign in quintuplet. And it was a circus. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous, the amount of time and waste of resources. And and I was just thinking, how bloody stupid, and how pointless, and what a waste of thinking in environmental terms. What the hell are we doing, bringing 5 people together and all this equipment, all these specialised tests, because a woman wants to make a stupid accusation, which is provably a lie anyway in minutes. This is what goes through your mind, so you almost feel as though you're going mad at times. And it's like Franz Kafka. If you've never read a Franz Kafka novel, he's a schizophrenic writer, and he's very, very intelligent, and his novels are, whilst depressing, they're very, very interesting, an exploration of human nature. And I would really suggest reading them. The Trial, ironically, and The Castle, his most famous books, I think. Anyway, so this test, I never read the paperwork, what it would test for or why, or any of the ins and outs. I was just given it to sign, and I just signed it because that's what I felt I needed to do. And there wasn't going to be a reasonable way around that. So tick the box, yes, I agree to your terms and conditions, sign it. That's it. Didn't look at the paperwork whatsoever. Nothing. Not a sausage. Now, that test tested for alcohol abuse as well as drug abuse. Now, I didn't know that, and I had no way of knowing. No one had mentioned it. I hadn't read the paperwork. And when the test results came back sometime later, it said, of course, no drug abuse. I mean, obviously. But it also said no alcohol abuse. Now, it's difficult to put this into perspective. As I mentioned before, when someone takes you, if you lose a child, you get all the sympathy under the sun. And for me, effectively, it was almost worse than losing a child, knowing my son was with people as zealots from social services, plus who are capable of assault, as I'd seen on a 3.5-year-old child, who are quite capable of deliberately allowing psychological damage through what was going on, manipulations, and also with Caroline, who could be violent, who even said to me, I'm worried that I could be violent physically to Harry, and who is very manipulative and psychologically damaged, and who hangs out with someone, at least one person, who's being treated essentially for psychopathy of his own volition. So I'd been drinking, to say the very least. I mean, it's an understatement, the word drinking. I wouldn't say I was suicidal. I at all. There was no aim of suicide, but I don't have a word to describe it at all, actually. It's a mixture of confused, sad, hurt, angry, frustrated, incredulous, all of those things at the same time. And as I found out later, I had PTSD from it, and it was something I knew nothing about at the time. And as I say, I've been through all kinds of really extreme stuff in my life and never been damaged. But this, there aren't words to express the pain when you see your children hurt deliberately in front of you, and everyone supporting the person who is giving them pain, and it being the authorities and the police allowing it, to say the least. And we'll come to that later. They saw it repeatedly, didn't do anything about it at all. But anyway, the amount of alcohol I was drinking was incredible. I mean, it wasn't drunk to have fun or to get drunk. It was to almost to destroy myself, to lose myself from the reality, because I really couldn't cope. I mean, I was shaking in bed at night. I was just shaking and trembling and in a sweat, and I couldn't sleep at all. And after several days of that, of course, you start to do yourself, I think, psychological and physical damage. Sleep deprivation is quite a harsh thing, and the only way I could sleep at all was to drink myself paralytic, and I did that almost constantly, unless Caroline had arranged to take Harry out. If I was going to meet my solicitor, if I was going to drive for any reason, I was always responsible and putting other people and necessity above myself, no question. But when I could, the amount of alcohol was vast, and it was different types of alcohol too. It was spirits, and it was wines, and it was beers, because without mixing them, it almost ceased to have an effect anymore. And very often I wouldn't drink in a day at all if there was paperwork I had to attend to. But as soon as I had the opportunity, and in the evening when night came and I just couldn't sleep, I would be paralytic. So the point is, this test tested for alcohol abuse, and it said 0. So we know that DNA tests, hair follicle, if that's the right word, the lowest part of the hair follicle tests, DNA tests do not work. Yeah, there's no grey area, because of the amount of alcohol was vast, and I didn't know, so I couldn't even there's not even a possibility of a placebo effect. Now, please consider how many people have been convicted on something like that for whatever charge it might be, and the amount of people who've been wrongly convicted or wrongly let go by the police or the authorities because their tests don't work. So, forgive me, but I think that's a fairly important thing. And one thing that was actually so dire and so strange, and it was funny, was in the middle of all this, being accused of everything under the sun, and seeing all the pain to my children, and well, the whole story. The judge asked me in open court, could you share the house with Caroline? Now, maybe it's something he has to do, maybe that's an obligation to ask, but I mean, I didn't know what to say. I mean, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Here's a woman who's accusing me of beating her and raping her. You're asking, and destroying my life at the same time, deliberately, and asking if I want to share a house with her. What? These kinds of things, they almost blow your mind. And of course, there were some funny occurrences in all this, and were a child not being hurt, it would be, I wouldn't say water off a duck's back, losing everything and all the nastiness, but it's on a different level entirely when your children are not being hurt. And I phoned up Lewes Police Station, and I wanted to write to the chief constable because of what had been going on, the lack of police decent response of any kind, really. And I asked them, who's your chief? This is Lewes Police Station Information Office, specifically the Information Office. I found the address on the internet, I phoned them up, they introduced themselves as such, and I asked, who is your chief constable? And it had been ambiguous on the internet at first, and they replied, I don't know, sir, in that vein. And you could hear that there were two other people in the background, presumably police officers, and the fellow on the phone had to refer to them and ask them if they knew who the chief constable was. And they were blatantly in the same office and based there, and they didn't know. And the conversation, which I witnessed orally, went back and forth, who could it be? And eventually, after a minute or so, which is a long time in a conversation like that, or a couple of minutes, I said, look, is it Sir Giles York? I think so, sir, and referred to the others. And you could almost sort of see them nodding in your mind's eye. Yes, I think so, sir. That was the answer I got, I think so, with me having to ask them. So they didn't even know who their own chief constable was. I mean, that's pretty sad. Yes, and another amusing thing that happened was that in one of the hearings, and I knew that Caroline would do this just for the devilment, because, as I say, she is very intelligent and has a fantastically good memory, especially she can look at a piece of paper, a piece of A4, and speed read and remember every fact on there in seconds. I mean, she's mind-blowingly good at things like that, for example. But I knew that she would do a hearing where she didn't speak a single word or sentence of truth, and she did. And an entire hearing with not a single statement or word of truth. Quite a feat, actually, you would think, but with the court being so pathetic and inept as they were, maybe I'm exaggerating the skill level needed to do it, but anyway, she did, and that has a certain amusement value, no matter how sad it is. Yeah, one thing that came obvious at a certain point was that Caroline had access to all kinds of information. Now, she obviously was able to read my Facebook and log in, even though she didn't have absolute control of it. I had the password at that point that she'd given back to me. But I was chatting with various friends, asking their advice, having a lot of really nice emotional support from male and female friends alike. Mostly females, because they were, I think, better equipped to help me to understand the bitchiness and the mindset of what was going on and what was driving Caroline, and perhaps we wanted to find a way to mitigate this for Harry's sake and for all my young children. So I had a lot of conversations, and it soon became apparent from hints of things that Caroline said that she was aware of certain conversations and had certain information she had no other way of getting. And then it became apparent that she was getting information which I wasn't even putting on Facebook, and I thought, well, this is very, very weird. Am I getting paranoid? Am I going mad? What is it? So we got thick curtains, effectively blackout curtains, and we blocked the windows of the house on the assumption that Caroline was coming round and reading something through the windows, because I changed the lock. And the judge looked at me in court, you know, for having changed the lock as though I was some kind of animal. A perfectly reasonable thing to do when someone comes around smashing up your house and going through evidence, etc., etc. But of course he wasn't aware of this and wasn't even going to ask. But yeah, so having blocked off the curtains, Caroline was still getting information, and we didn't know how. So I bought a bug detector. I assume she must have put a bug in the house. And all this sounds very crazy. I know it does. I'm aware of that, as I was at the time. So I bought a bug detector. Couldn't find any hint of a bug or any transmission. And so then we started saying anything of note, we would say in very hushed tones or in writing and not say it out loud, just as an experiment. And I can justify that it wasn't a form of paranoia or anything strange by the fact that we all three concurred. You know, we'd all figured out that Caroline knew things she couldn't otherwise have known if she almost wasn't in the room, so to speak. So then we started making disinformation, as in we would say something aloud, and that some facts of seeming importance which had been said aloud would be referred to by Caroline occasionally. So she was being misinformed and disinformed deliberately, and she picked up on that. Ergo, she did have some way of hearing what we were saying in that room. And I couldn't work out how the hell she was doing it, if she was hacking the computers or what it was. And we found out subsequently, as I worked out, that she had to have been listening in at the window, and it seemed like that. So I, you know, almost jokingly said, "Have you been listening in at the bloody window? Because I can't see how else you do it." She said, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah, I'd come home from work at Gatwick, and when it was dark, and I just come round and I just stick my ear to the window." And she said, "All the patience in the world." And I thought, well, how does she care for Harry then? She has to drive all the way to Eastbourne. And she said, well, I had weeks off work. She said, I told them that I was suffering from stress or anxiety, whatever. I just had a great holiday, and I was, you know, and I had all the time I needed. So I used to drive up there and listen in at the window. So that solved that little mystery, at least, you know. Although I felt like I was going mad often, you know, I knew I wasn't. And small things like that, it sounds ridiculous now and you can joke about it, but at the time, small things like that make a very, very big difference. Yeah, and in reference to the young fellow George, who lived a few doors down, who was a bit of a naughty boy, a bit of a sort of criminal type, he'd been working for me for a while. He'd asked for a job, and I said I'd give him a trial, and he worked for me not too badly, but at that point in England, I was obliged to make a tax return which identified him, gave his national insurance number, name, address, etc. For tax purposes, and the onus was on me to do it once a month through any construction related activity. That's what you have to do. And he didn't give me his national insurance number, and he always had an excuse and delayed, said he was lost it, he was getting a new one, etc., etc. And, you know, finally I was unable to make a tax return which included him, which of course put me in a position of potentially being accused of tax fraud or suddenly facing extra taxes at some point. And I liked to keep my paperwork immaculate, and I did. My paperwork was always very, very, really spot on and on time, all taxes paid on time, etc. So I was a little upset because, you know, working so hard, you've got to keep on top of things. When you get behind on something like that, it's more to remember, and it's like a weight on your shoulders. So it was logical and reasonable to keep up to date with things. So it was very annoying that he couldn't give me that number. And of course, I worked out subsequently that he was cheating the benefits, cheating the dole, and receiving social security money and telling them he wasn't able to work when he was. And so one day I went round to his house, and his parents weren't there. And I said, listen, matey, I said, I've proved a few things about you, and now you're being investigated for this theft, as in the theft of Julie's things and all the items from the house, which was a bluff. I have to say. But he started getting pretty worried. You know, he started shaking a bit and getting almost aggressive and pacing and flustered, to say the least. And so he spilt the beans. He told me quite a lot more information at the time, which is what I wanted. Ergo, he admitted that he'd helped Caroline to break in through the double glazing unit by removing the seal around it, something I'd seen him do before, and admitting other things. Now, again, I don't remember in detail what he admitted, but it was lodged with the police in writing in absolute accuracy by email at the time. And here is perhaps the crux, you know, another absolute proof that Caroline was lying about everything. Every time she came into the court, she would come in through a sort of secret entrance or closely escorted by a solicitor or 2 or 3 people, because she was mortally scared of me, having been round sometimes literally 2 days before or the day before and gone out for a day out with me with Harry. And this is how extreme it was, and how gullible the courts were, because it couldn't have been more blatant, possibly. But anyway, there was something that was unclear in the court orders. That was, was I banned from Gatwick Airport and its environs, or was I only banned from the terminal building? So I asked for clarification of this in court, and I think it was the same hearing where Caroline lied, didn't speak a single word of truth, and so I asked, can I actually drop off my girlfriend Julie, who was resident in Germany actually, although she's an American, at Gatwick Airport, and could I pick her up there and so on, and could I fly to see my children who were often in Sweden if there was an emergency and so on. And Caroline burst into tears and did the whole sob story thing and said, well, she needed a certain, several days of notice because she would have to get shifts changed, swap shifts with someone because I was so dangerous. And in the end, the judge plumped for 80 hours. So I had to give notice to my solicitor, who would then notify her solicitor, who would then notify Caroline, because I wasn't supposed to be in contact with her in any way. And all this obviously was going to cost a fortune, and people were milking the money out of it, and it had to be done such that she had 80 hours of notice before I could use Gatwick Airport, even to drop someone off or pick someone up. I mean, and the only reason Caroline did that was to hurt Julie, because she knew then that Julie would have to arrive in England sometimes very late at night, take a bus to to the house and so on, and it was just to make things awkward, just to be bitchy, there was nothing else in it, but without any care or consideration that I might need that airport in emergencies to fly to see my sons. Ergo, by entering the airport building at all, even in an emergency, I would be committing a criminal offence. So you have to understand the seriousness of this kind of manipulation, and the willingness of courts to go along with nonsense like this. And the judge said specifically that this was the strongest non-molestation order he had ever issued, banning me from Eastbourne and from Gatwick Airport. And that implies that he remembers every non-molestation order he's ever issued, which implies to a degree that he remembers every hearing he's ever had. Ergo, nobody could say he was just forgetful when Caroline had talked about how much rent she was paying, yet said she was sleeping on a friend's floor with no privacy. So the judge either was a liar, or just incompetent, or just a bit of a show-off, making up something like that. Where does it lie? And on the day that I had to leave use of our house, what had been our family home, I was given a few weeks to leave, and in which time I'd made one run to Sweden with lots of my stuff and was preparing for another. But I left some things just inside the house locked in, and I think at that point I'd handed the keys over to Caroline's solicitor, from memory. I could be wrong on that point. But there were several things that I bought as a Christmas present for my boys who are growing, and one was a very, very nice big tool set, which was normally several £100, Halford's professional range, and it had been vastly reduced the Christmas before, so I bought it for 150, whatever it was, £100. and had it ready for their future, and that was stolen, and my sewing basket was stolen. And then subsequently I said to Caroline, look, you know, I used to do a little bit of sewing, and I was interested always in learning something new if I had any spare time. And I'd sewn a couple of wetsuits, for example, before, to change the shape and enlarge them. So I was a bit upset at this really nice sewing kit that I built up over the years. And I asked her for it back, and she said, oh, she'd lent it to someone and she would get it back for me. Of course, she never did. But the point is, those things were stolen, and it was obvious that I was moving things to my father's, which were there only for a week, maximum 2 weeks before I took them to Sweden. Mostly stuffed in his garage because there was no space in the house, or in bin bags in the front room. But the point of that was that Caroline was coming round at any and every point whenever she felt like it, and someone had to be telling her when I was not in the house, someone local. And as I found out later, and as he admitted, it was this George, the young guy who was, I don't know, 20, 21, down the road, besotted with Caroline and not a very pleasant type. So he was facilitating thefts, you know, quite deliberately. As regards to breaking into my house in Sweden, Caroline's, or two of my neighbours who live about 200 yards away over the fields here, 200 or 300 yards, there's one lady who I knew to say hello to. I didn't know her as a friend or interpersonally, called Katerina. She saw that someone had driven into my property in a blue car with a trailer, as she said. And she could see that someone was doing something that they obviously shouldn't be doing around the house and the house door. So she called her mother-in-law, who was a witness to it then as well, saw it clearly across the fields, and they didn't want to challenge a male playing around in my building, so they called a local gentleman farmer whose name is Ola. Now Ola has been very kind to me over the years, helping me to, you know, when I came to this area, and giving me contacts and letting me use things, and giving me all kinds of advice. You know, quite an interesting and vivant fellow. And he had seen me change the locks the day before. He'd come round and we chatted about it, and he saw it right in front of him, or 2 days before, I think. And then so I'd driven off back towards England, stopping to see Julie on the way. At Julie's home in Germany, I got a telephone call which was from Ola saying that Michael White, Caroline's father, had just broken into my house. And Michael had said to him, it's all right, Ola, I've got a key. At which point Ola said, no, you haven't, Michael, because I saw Julian change the locks yesterday. I was here when he did it, or 2 days before, whatever it was. So I asked Ola if he would phone the police. He said he'd rather I would do it. So I phoned the police up from Germany, Swedish police, and told them, and subsequently nothing was done. I mean, nothing. I don't know if they even tried to investigate, but my mother wrote 2 letters of complaint. I wrote a letter, and I know the police in Sweden have received them, because I've seen them on their computer screen when I've been in there to talk about it and ask why nothing was done, and never received a satisfactory answer. What I now know is that there's a complaints procedure and a way of pushing things which I had no clue about before, and which the police are obliged to tell people about now as part of an update to their policy, which is very, very decent. Swedish police are generally very, very decent. A totally different thing from the English police. These people are very professional. If there's a court summons, they bring it to your door, so there's no doubt that you've received a summons, for example. A very good system. But sadly, they chose to do nothing at all, and yet a blue car had been seen there 3 times with a trailer. Michael White didn't possess a blue car, and it was obvious whose it was. It belonged to Tim, and Tim at the time had a house which was around 15 kilometres, 10 miles, little less, from my house. And from talking to the ladies about the frequency of Michael's visits 3 times in that day, it was obvious that he did not have time to drive with a trailer to his own house, Michael's house, which is some 60 kilometres away. So ergo, he was taking them to Tim's house, taking stolen goods to Tim's house for storage. So Tim was most definitely involved in criminal activity. years later, I broke into Tim's house, took a hammer up there to break in, and cutting a story short, because it does get convoluted, I smashed a side window to gain entry to his house. I shouted, I banged on his door. It appeared that nobody was there. The lights were on. I thought they'd been left on to deter burglars, ironically. But Tim had always, when I'd known him and visited that house hundreds of times, had his car parked in a different place. And this time it was parked in a dip where it really wasn't visible, and I didn't think he was there. Anyway, he grabbed the hammer from the inside, pushed the door open, throwing me backwards, and proceeded to attack me with the hammer. And yeah, in essence, we went through a bit of a battle, me trying to get the hammer from him. I picked up his laptop at one point to defend myself from the hammer blows, and was able pretty much to do so. And we wrestled for control of this hammer, and he was naked. I hadn't noticed. This is the thing, when someone attacks you like that, you don't notice. Well, I didn't notice something even that obvious. He just apparently just got out of the shower, but he was stark bollock naked. Anyway, we ended up battling with him, sort of trying to hit me, and I backed off up the stairs, ended up in his bedroom. I managed to overpower him eventually and get him, more or less overpower him. He was on his back on the bed. And I basically, he had control of the hammer, but I had semi-control. And I grabbed a hold of his balls, which is something I will never forget and something extremely unpleasant. I grabbed his balls and I said, well, now just fucking well let it go and calm down, Tim. This is stupid. So he did. He relinquished the hammer and he said, just please don't hit me, and became very submissive at that point. But it was Jekyll and Hyde, it had been from extreme aggression and violent attack. And he did actually manage to hit me a few times with the hammer, luckily glancing blows. And he, then went into a sort of cowering state, please don't hit me sort of thing. And I'd been above him at that point. I was gaining control, but the most important thing was to get the hammer from him, which I did. And then we sort of looked around, and there was blood everywhere. I mean, really, it was all over the ceiling, all over his bed, and it looked quite severe. And I couldn't find any bleeding apart from where he grabbed my hand when I'd come into the house and tried to drag it inwards over the shards of glass that was sticking up above the sort of the small window that I'd smashed to the left of his house door. Ergo, he was in effect trying to kill me. Now, maybe it was on the spur of the moment. It could be argued it was manslaughter or hadn't thought. But for me, he was pushing. I remember very clearly. He was trying to pull my arm down onto a big spike of glass, razor sharp, obviously. And I had a scar for many years, which went right from the middle of my wrist, right up to here, just past the elbow, and this single long line of cut. And it took years to go away, actually, but eventually I showed this to the police and I told them what happened. And apparently, if I understand right, and I've seen some evidence for this, he got some form of victim support for this, which was quite ridiculous. I was the one who was attacked. He was the one who had the stolen goods. And in fairness to the police, I said, look, yes, I deliberately broke in because I wanted to go and get my stolen things back because you've done nothing. And they didn't push that on me anymore. So, they sort of understood that it was reasonable in if I can use that sense. But anyway, I never did get down to the cellar, and I never did, was able to photograph or take my stolen goods or say, yes, look, here they are. But I didn't need to, I knew it, as I told police. And anyway, interestingly enough, though, police, Tim made a statement to the Swedish police in which he admitted specifically and categorically that he had those stolen goods in his cellar. So I was totally right. I didn't have to doubt it. I knew I was, but they were there. But he admitted it, and still nothing happened to the guy. And I was never allowed to mention this in court because at that point the hearings had ceased in England, as far as I knew. There's another point. But we went to the hospital, and the nearest hospital to here, there's one in a big city called Karlstad, big by Swedish standards, about 100 kilometres for an nearest emergency department, because Tim was bleeding profusely, and we didn't know really why. And there was a cut on his head which looked quite nasty. So he asked me if I were driving to the hospital, and I said, look, it's going to be an hour and 15 minutes to Karlstad, but there's another hospital closer called in Torsby town. and that's about 40 minutes drive. So he said, "Oh, can you drive me there then?" And then he decided he wanted to drive, and I said, and then he said that he was passing. He felt as though he was going to pass into unconsciousness, and he felt faint. And I said, "Do you want me to drive?" He said, "I don't think it's a good idea if you're driving, because of your condition, if you're going to pass out." And he'd apparently been hit on the head at some point. I don't recall him being hit, but there was a cut, so there wasn't a question sort of thing. So we got to Torsby Hospital, and we were seen pretty quickly, but it was ascertained that from cleaning him up, nurses cleaned Tim up, that there was actually a very small cut, and it didn't look particularly serious at all, but there was a lot of blood. I didn't bother showing them the cut on my arm, and Tim had said to me, as we spoke, and before we set off for the hospital, I said, "Look, Tim, Caroline's bloody lying, and you've supported this, and you have, and you must know she's lying." And he said, "Well, I didn't. I said, "Well, look, I'll prove it to you." So, and we talked about it at length in the car, and he said, "Well, look, Jules, the best thing is, look, we used to be friends. I want to be friends again. How can we calm this all down?" And he said, "I know. I'll say I fell off a ladder and banged my head when I hit the ground on a rock." As I recall it, that was the story he intended to use, and it sounded fairly plausible and okay. So that's, I believe, what he said to the staff in the hospital. Anyway, at one point he said to me, he parked his car right outside the hospital emergency entrance doors, really absolutely brand new, top of the range Volkswagen, and he gave me the keys, and he said, "Jules, look, do you mind moving the car, because obviously it's blocking the entrance, might be blocking ambulances, could you park it?" So he obviously trusted me, and I said, "Yeah," and he showed me specifically, told me how to use an automatic handbrake, because I'd never used one before. He asked if I knew how they worked, and I didn't. Told me in detail, told me things about his car, the security features, here's the key, etc. So I parked the car up, which took around, I suppose, 10 minutes, at which point he'd been taken away. When I came in, he'd already been taken away to the x-ray department, because they wanted to see if there was a fracture of the skull, etc. And there wasn't any visible damage at all, and there wasn't anything serious. So we'd been at the hospital by this point to get examined by several doctors, x-ray and everything else, a number of hours anyway, and we were into the early hours of the morning, and it was ascertained that there was nothing seriously wrong with Tim. I didn't show them my wound, I just cleaned it up, and luckily I'd managed to stop my arm from being pushed onto the shard, so it wasn't that deep, but it could have been the end of me, but I was lucky, or able to withdraw my arm, whichever you want to call it. And the main point of this is that Tim had a long time alone, totally alone, with medical staff, with the x-ray staff, with nurses, with doctors. So had there been any threat from me, he could have reported that to anyone he liked, got the police involved, anything you like. Anyway, it came out subsequently in police statements that I'd threatened him with a screwdriver as we were driving along, to inferring that I was going to stab him with it, and I think he named another tool and maybe a knife. I don't remember now, but I think I've got the statement, a copy of it, and he said that he'd been scared of me and I threatened him or coerced him, whatever it was, to lie to the hospital. But those allegations, interestingly, didn't come up anything like immediately. They only came up weeks later, 3 weeks or so, when he was back in England and had obviously met Caroline, and she'd seen this as a golden opportunity to tell him, right, this is what we can concoct, and this is how we can abuse the Swedish police too. And there were some interesting points in how they went about that, and the interesting one thing that I found very sad was that the policeman who was looking into this, he had a right to refuse Tim's statement to the police to me, and I asked why, and he wouldn't answer, but he said, "You have a right to go through this complaints procedure and ask for a copy." And I thought, God, how long is this going to take? Is it going to be horrendous like it is in England? Are they going to be dishonest, omit things, take their time, not post it? But actually it was very, very easy. I just submitted in writing my request to have that and my reasons for I wanted to go to civil court both in England and Sweden against these people, and they gave it to me immediately, no questions asked. So I do have the report, and it admits that it was Caroline's father, Michael White. It names him who had brought the stolen goods to Tim's house. So there's no question. It's all there on paper. Why didn't the police prosecute? I'm just a man. Now, the amount of goods that were stolen that day was huge. It was approximately £40,000 worth. Yeah, and I've got all the receipts, or just about every receipt, which was supplied to the insurance company, who then of course cheated me, who said we don't do new for old policies in Sweden, which I'd specifically asked them for, hadn't read the paperwork, known that Caroline would break in, just not known but felt it, you know, largely because the tape recording was here where I'd recorded her lying and making a mockery of the courts. So I knew that she would come looking for it, and I had it very well hidden. I didn't imagine for a moment she would find it, and she broke in several times because she couldn't find it the first time, and as she told me later, she broke in several times, and she actually showed me how and more or less when and with whom, etc. Anyway, you know, this is obviously very complex, so I'm trying to remember every detail of what happened. These sort of that was around 11 years ago. Anyway, yeah, proof that oh yeah, the other things that were stolen. There were some personal items were stolen. Some of the children's toys, duvets, duvet covers, stuff that I bought new from England because it's much cheaper there than here. Transported it over. Mostly tools. The vast majority of things stolen was tools, but there were other household bits and pieces, things that she just took a fancy to, and you know, Michael and or she had just stolen them on different occasions. You know, just particularly unpleasant, and it was aimed at being personal as well as just taking things of value. Yeah, so the Swedish insurance company then said, yeah, we don't do new for old policies in Sweden, they don't exist. Well, so I'd obviously been lied to. I hadn't checked through the paperwork. I just insured it on the assumption that Caroline would do something nasty. I never imagined that she would be coming, or her father, with a trailer and stealing loads of stuff. I thought she would just probably actually burn the place down, if I'm honest, or just smash it up, do something stupid like that. I was surprised she'd steal anything, because that then would be conclusive evidence and of a criminal activity and traceable. So that was just a sort of by the by. But at one point when I was in England, she did return some of the things she'd stolen. One was 2 very valuable crystal glasses, which were the only 2 items of value I'd got when I bought this house. Most of the stuff was decrepit and it was fallen in. It was a decrepit house. There was nothing left of it. I had to demolish it at the end, but there were a few utensils, shovels and bits and pieces that we did use, and 2 crystal vases were the only really nice things, and they were beautiful and had a really nice sentimental value because they'd come with the house, and there was, you know, I'd met some of the family who sold me the house, and they were really nice people, and it was nice to have that as a sort of little memory. But she returned that, she returned some clothes she'd stolen, she returned a load of paperwork, old photographs, and, you know, to my brother. So there's no question, there's a witness, I hadn't been there, she'd come round, and if I remember rightly, I could be wrong on this, I think she presented them to his mother, so there's a second witness, but I wouldn't swear to that now. But the point is, she admitted to me, further point, admitted to breaking into this house repeatedly in Sweden, and she told me that Roshan hadn't been involved, her now husband, but that they sat in the car. Now, the way that they tried to break in, that her father had tried to break in initially, was to smash several windows. The bathroom window, small window, was smashed, and you know, quite violently. Obviously, some of the surround was damaged. A door over there, which now leads to a veranda. At the time, it led to the outside. It was a back door. There were 2 hefty bolts on there, and the normal lock mechanism. The normal lock mechanism was damaged. One of the bolts was ripped off completely. The other bolt was damaged but had held, so they couldn't get in that way. The glass was broken on that door as well. I've got photographs of this. And the way that Michael had got in the end, he decided to smash the main door window, a door which used to be almost behind me. The house has changed now. But then realised he could take off the surround of the glass and remove the glass quietly, which is what he did. And he then told Caroline how it was done, and how he'd, you know, just put it back to make it look like it hadn't been tampered with, ergo it could be used as a method of entry again in the future. And Caroline told me that's how she got in, that the following several times, it was either 2 or 3 times, I don't remember now, I think it was 3, and
she said that Roshan had sat in the car, didn't know anything about this, and that she was only coming to get her own things. Well, we know she wasn't, because she returned stolen things which were unquestionably mine, including clothes and paperwork and childhood photographs, etc. So that, another lie. But it was a lie to say that Roshan had been in the car because someone else, a male, had to be there. That pane of glass was very heavy. Really, it's a two-man job to replace it without breaking it. You could just possibly do it alone if you know what you're doing and you're used to handling glass, for example, but not really. I don't think you could do it alone at all. Ergo, two of them had done it, or at the very least, a male. It's really heavy. So, so she was just allowed to break in at will, and the police weren't going to touch it. Not a sausage. The English police weren't interested in the sequence of events, the blackmails, the break-ins, the violence, and the Swedish police weren't interested in the thefts or anything else. I did get some money from the insurance company, but really not a lot, and it took a very, very long time, and they examined me almost as though I was a criminal, asking for every receipt, which, arguably they're entitled to do, but they were umming and ahhing and checking this and questioning that. I felt almost like a bloody criminal, and again, I was the one who was being robbed and manipulated, and I'm made to feel the sod, and that's very painful. And this was the whole process was that way. She's a woman; she can do anything she wants, anything, from violence to break-ins to child abuse. But I'm a man; I'm not allowed to speak. Just a small sort of aside. When I was arrested, supposedly on charges of rape and violence, one of the neighbours had seen what was going on. A lady who lived very, very close adjacent, who I hardly knew, I have to say. I've been working too much to socialise for several years, really. But when I asked her for a witness statement, because she'd seen some of the goings on in Caroline coming back and forth, as did most of the neighbours, and I got loads of witness statements from the neighbours. Some had spoken to her, spoken to Harry, some hadn't, but some had seen what was going on. And I asked them all for witness statements, and they all invariably said, look, you write down what happened, we'll sign it, because we know she's playing around, as in playing the courts and the system sort of thing. It was obvious even to them at a distance. Words to that effect. But one in particular, this lady, she said to me, I wish I could quote it precisely, but she said, look, it was just obvious that Caroline was manipulating you and the courts and the police, and she said that openly, and she really, sort of gave me a wave, and she was very sad when the police took me away. She women are better at figuring out when women are playing, let's say. Yeah, as regards the rape allegation, it was it was extremely unpleasant what they did when they arrested me. As in, the two male arresting officers were very reasonable, not implying anything, not heavy-handed or unpleasant at all. It was just that, in the custody suite I mentioned before, there was a particularly unpleasant sergeant, I think I mentioned, who was almost threatening, certainly intimidating, and for no reason. And a lady who said something in passing, and sort of really snide comment, and I just asked her to sorry, what did you say? And then was looked on as almost as a threat for asking her what she said and challenging her on it very civilly. With loads of police all around me, it wasn't that anything untoward could happen, even had I wanted it to. I was just asking her, why would you say something like that, and what are you implying, because it was unpleasant, and it really was. So I was held overnight, and I wasn't given any indication as to what my rights are. I'm told subsequently that the police have to offer you your rights or explain them to you. I don't know if that's a fact. I wasn't given any, but I was had to relinquish my handkerchief and my shoes and so on, as you do there. I'd never been arrested in my life. I didn't have any clue what was going on in terms of procedure or etiquette, or what you were obliged to do, what not to do, and many of the terms used, things like bail. I didn't know what bail was. It's something you see bandied around on TV shows, but you don't really know what it means. Anyway, so I was bailed, which means we are investigating you. You are free to go under certain conditions, and I was bailed for was it 3 months whilst they investigated the alleged incidents, and at the end of this time, if you don't appear at the end of your bail period, I think it's a criminal offence, and you can really get in trouble for it. And of course, it implies that you've run off, sort of thing, or are not complying with the law. So I was given a certain date, a certain time, 3 months down the road, to present myself at the local police station. And the day before that, I received 1 or 2 days before, I received a letter that said, due to a number of stabbings and other violent crime in the area, the bail term would continue another 3 months. And to be on bail for rape, I mean, that's just the nastiest thing you can ever imagine. That, you know, I'd really rather be on bail for murder, for God's sake. The implication is awful. It's the nastiest thing you can ever say to a man. You can't say nastier, apart from hurt their children in front of them. And I was devastated. I was devastated waiting the 3 months, and to be given another 3 months of that hell was really unpleasant. Okay, the police have to do what they have to do, but at the end of the second 3 months, I was living in Sweden by that point, and I returned to the UK specifically to answer to bail, such that an issue for my arrest wouldn't be issued, or that I'd get into trouble. And I was literally boarding the cross-channel ferry when I received a text from the police in Sussex Police, which said that they do not intend to pursue the matter any further. And that was it. But if they'd just done that a day before, 2 days before, they knew I was living overseas. I wouldn't have had to drive all the way to Britain, and the massive expense and the massive worry and the environmental damage, all the rest. But okay, to some degree I was able to mitigate the costs of that. And as I was driving to move some things, backwards and forwards to my house in Sweden, a small saving grace, if you like. However, subsequently, the time when I was arrested outside the orthodontist's office where Caroline was working in Horsham, I was bailed on that occasion, and I said to the police, what are you doing? I've given you email after email after email and information and proofs that Caroline's been lying to you, and your own officers their officers had clearly seen it repeatedly at that point. And I must emphasise repeatedly that Caroline had been lying to them, manipulating them in front of them. I'll come to that very soon. And it was blatant. But it's normal practice, as I found out from solicitors, that if you are to return to answer your bail on a specific date and time, that if no charges are going to be pressed or no further investigation carried out, then the police will normally tell you in good time, often 24 hours before, sometimes 48 hours or occasionally longer, that you don't have to answer your bail, that there's going to be what they call NFA, no further action. And the police knew very well, because I'd been communicating with them by email, and the police say, and solicitors say, don't get into a parley with police, because if you say the wrong thing you can incriminate yourself. And it's bloody good advice, but the proof I had of Caroline lying and them having seen it, was overriding in my view. Saying, what are you doing? Look at this email, look at this, look at this, look at this. You know she's lying, you know it's nonsense. And I was outside the building when I was arrested. I didn't know at the time it was an unlawful arrest, and I was cuffed, and unnecessary force was used. All manner of essentially not following procedure, but and an assault, a blatant assault, and a wrongful arrest, and I could have claimed compensation for it. Probably would have got £1,000, but I had enough on my plate at that time, arguably anyway. Whether I would have pursued it or not, possibly. Had I known it was. Yeah, just to say to the police, you're just a bunch of amateurs. You know she's lying. You've seen it. You won't touch it. Why are you so sexist? What is your problem? You've seen a child hurt in front of you. You won't touch it. That is sick. Why are you not doing anything? So perhaps there is a wisdom to fighting back against the police. I never used to see things like that. It's only the last years that I've seen what the police really are, because I'd never had any involvement with them before. The same with the courts. This is why the public think the police and courts are reasonable. They're not. They're not even approaching it. They don't even follow the law. They don't follow guidelines. They lie. They make things up. They're incredibly unprofessional. and often inept. So, you know, I can't overemphasize this enough. You don't expect perfection from a system. You expect some flaws, you'll expect maybe the odd dilemma, but what I went through showed them up as absolutely crap. And what I wanted to say, about that second arrest, so I was bailed, and I told them that I was living in Sweden, and the only way to get there at the time that I could ever afford was to go via Norway to get to the UK. So I had to travel from this country. It's about 4 hours drive to the airport. Then you've got to pay for parking, all the expenses that go with it, the diesel, semi-dangerous drive over the mountains depending on the time of year. Crossing the borders, all the rest, leave the car somewhere, where it's at risk for several weeks, whatever period it is. Fly to the UK with all the expenses that involves, and you've got to take your smart clothes for, potentially for the courts, whatever nonsense is about to happen, and sort of pack with that in mind. So it's not as though you feel you can just jump onto Ryanair like a bus and having nowhere to stay in England either. I didn't have my father at this point. I think he was deceased already, but certainly there was no way I could stay at his place, and he was extremely ill around that time before he passed. But I remember I couldn't stay at his place at all. And luckily an elderly friend of mine was very kind and let me stay at his place. As he did several times actually, otherwise I really would have been stuck money-wise, because you can imagine staying in a hotel, then you have to stay longer, etc. It costs a fortune, but you're supposed to fight for some justice for yourself on someone's floor or in a hotel room with no access to facilities. It's a ridiculous proposition. But anyway, the thing is that the police didn't bother to tell me that they were going to extend the bail. They extended the bail on that one again, as I remember it. So I'd flown all the way to England, all the environmental damage, all the time, all the massive expense, the worry, and to be told that they were going to extend the bail. So I had to fly all the way back and then go back and do it some months later. And I mean, it's heartbreaking, and it's just so bloody pointless. And then we get on to hearings that I didn't know about. At one point I was in Spain when I thought the hearings had all stopped. I dropped my stuff off in Sweden. It was cold and I wanted to try to relax. And I went down to Spain with Albert, and I was joined by an old girlfriend of mine who is a very professional person beyond any sort of question or reproach character-wise. And we were down, we had a couple of weeks together down there. And she and he and other people too were witness that Caroline was ringing me every single day, every day, and usually for about an hour. Sometimes it was longer, sometimes it was half an hour, but nearly always an hour. And occasionally I was allowed to speak to Harry at her whim, really occasionally. But the only reason I spoke to her was on that hope that I could talk to the little fellow. And obviously what she was doing is baiting me with him. Anyway, the point is she was in regular contact, she knew precisely where I was, and she had gone to the court at that time, said she did not know my whereabouts, and had got a court order against me. Now, I only found out about this years later, and I went to the police. They don't give a damn, they're not going to investigate it, nothing. And I think I found out about that one about 1 year after it happened, maybe 2, so it was still well within a reasonable period to investigate it. And as I say, plenty of witnesses, the SMSs were there, the records of phone conversations could be got from the phone companies by the police. They just didn't give a damn. Subsequently, I found out about another hearing that I'd never been told about against me, which had been won successfully. Ironically, one that I won in absentia, never having known about it. And 5 more then I found out about against me. Anyway, in total, I was shocked that there could possibly be a hearing against someone with them never having been notified. I thought that was just so mind-blowing that it would stun the nation and it would go to the papers and be on TV. Well, there were 10. There were 10 hearings, and there may be more that I yet don't know about, but there were 10 that I do know about, and again, reported to the police. They don't give a damn. They haven't, to this day, issued me with a report number, a crime number, absolute refusal to note any of my complaints on blackmail, theft, wasting police time, child abuse, etc. Plenty more. And just in relation to Caroline's visits to me here in Sweden, this is the woman who claimed that I was so violent I would hospitalise her or worse and or snatch our son. And she was coming to visit me repeatedly in Sweden. Now where I live, it's hundreds of metres to the next house, and everyone here has normally triple glazing, sometimes quadruple glazing. You can hear nothing through that. I mean, literally, someone can be in the kitchen washing up and you can be outside the window and you can shout at the top of your voice and they will not hear you through quadruple glazing. Plus, it's 300 metres to the nearest house, and that's the nearest. The other ones are rather further away. And the point is, and there are miles of marshes and wild swampy areas and lakes and a big river, and there are wolves here, there are bear here, there are wolverines, there's lynx. It is the last place on God's earth you would go if you were scared of anyone. You just wouldn't do it, and as I say, Caroline's been here repeatedly, and playing the game and intimidating all the rest. And anyway, I had this relationship with Lucia, my girlfriend, for the past 12 years, and I'm really, she was very, very hurt through this, and not surprisingly, because Caroline was ringing me every damn day, and I would have to go and answer to her call, because I wanted to try to be amicable in some way for our sons, despite all these years of nastiness, and to just to be able to speak to Harry very occasionally. And it was very rare she let me speak to him, but she did on occasion. And another strange thing happened was that we had contact, supposedly myself and Harry, through Facebook. So his name was Harry Dixon, and that's what he purported to be on the messaging, and we would chat, and then it very soon dawned on me this wasn't Harry typing. Not always, but sometimes this was an adult. And I didn't say anything, and my son Jack, who at the time was, I'm guessing now, probably about 16, he said the same thing. He said, "That's not Harry," and I hadn't mentioned it. And then I said to Jack, "Well, look, let's see what Nick thinks. Have a chat with Harry, Nick, on the computer." Harry had a chat and said, "That's not Harry." And then Lucia, who's very well educated in dealing with children and has done for years, a qualified teacher in the Soviet standard, which is extremely high, much higher than in Britain, by the way. She'd made the comment that it wasn't Harry on another occasion, again, with no, neither of us had provoked this comment from the other in any way. So, it was obvious, and what Caroline was doing was apparently letting Harry type sometimes, and then much or most of the time she was typing to get attention from me or to manipulate, whatever it was, to extract information for more abuse of the courts. But it was a very, very nasty and cynical game, because then you don't know for a little while. You don't know when you're talking to your little son who's desperate to see you. And of course, extremely unpleasant for him psychologically. Yeah, and in relation to the arrest in Horsham at the orthodontist's place, Caroline would say that she wanted to sell the house, then she didn't, then she did, then she didn't. Then she'd go into court and say, I wouldn't, either she didn't have any contact with me, or, for example, that she was, I was manipulating her by not letting her sell the house. This kind of thing, always an accusation every time. And she would, she one day invited me to meet her at her office, alone, just myself, the boys weren't there, to talk about selling a house. And I thought, well, okay, we've got to do something with the house at some point. And this is the house that she'd rented out, having got sole possession. Excuse me. Had been rented out for years. She decided to sell. And so I went there to her office, met her there, and she said, well, let's go for a coffee. It's in her lunch break, broad daylight, one chilly day. We walked up and down the street. She wanted to speak fairly privately about things, and there were crowded cafes. I wanted to be where there were people, but with the things we were talking about, it was probably better done in private. So in the end, we decided that we would go to the park. And so we sat on a bench in the park for over an hour, extended past her lunch break. She phoned the office to say she'd be a little late. So there are witnesses of us being there, no question. And I was speaking perfectly civilly, as I always do, and I agreed to sell the house, which was her request. And then I thought about this, and I thought, well, hang on, there's no way if you took a maxima and minima of her possible income, and there's no way that she could afford a new house she told me she was going to get. I don't remember all the details of this, but it was because it was another manipulation, and I found out subsequently a lot of it was lies. So it's difficult to retain those things in your mind sometimes. When you know you're being duped, it doesn't have the same, it doesn't sink in psychologically somehow. That's hard to explain. But I then said to her, no, this is ridiculous. No, I think you're going to lose the house and lose the money. And what you said, anyway, just doesn't add up. It was a lie, and it was blatantly a lie. And I wrote this to the police, and I gave my reasoning, because she'd always said that I was controlling and manipulative, which was the other way around. She was to me, I never had been to her. But the point is, I wrote to the police and said, look, this is the first and only time ever really that I'm going against Caroline's wishes, and these are my reasons, because I think she will lose the house. I never got an answer, of course. I never did. But anyway, she then got a court order forcing me to sell the house, and of course entered through a witness entrance, a protected witness entrance, so to speak, going in there shaking at every word I said, quivering, crying, literally. No, it was just more bullshit just to get her way. Incredible, because it was every time and no one would ever question it. So I'd like to mention the times when the police have seen Caroline lying specifically, and there were a number of these events, and I have to make sure that each one is, I'm not mixing up two from 11 years ago and 8 years ago, etc. Because they were so severe, mentally and psychologically destructive, that in a way you want to forget it. Well, you do want to forget, but at the same time you want to remember it, because one day you want to obtain justice, however that may be. Maybe it's pie in the sky, but that's, for me, human nature. I wanted to show and to retain that information to give to people, even though I'd recorded it and sent it to police on emails every damn time. And at one point the police have said, look, stop writing us emails, we don't want to have this information, it's not relevant to any investigation. I said, well, it jolly well is. This is something that has gone on again and again. You are being manipulated. The courts are being manipulated. This is going on, this is ongoing, and you need the proof. You need it to carry out an investigation. And they were trying to refuse. And I said, you bloody well are going to keep this information. I said, one way or another, I'm going to make sure you keep it. And it costs you, consider the amount of information, a page of A4, sometimes half a page, sometimes at the worst 2 pages sort of thing. How much does it cost you for a year to have that on one of your servers? What, 10p? Literally, with all the massive other information. I wasn't rude with them, but I was pretty direct. I mean, it was absolute disgrace what they were trying to do was to not accept evidence of ongoing blatant criminality. Anyway, on one occasion, I came round to the house, and I was in a taxi with my friend Albert, and I knocked on the door. Roshan, there was a pizza in the front room, you could see through the window, and they'd obviously just been eating it, saw me arriving, and Roshan was physically dragging my son up the stairs, absolutely against his will. He was screaming, he was shouting, and he was being absolutely assaulted. There's no question again, and you could hear it very clearly through the glass back door what was going on, and Caroline was screaming and shouting in a panic, obviously trying to make Roshan believe that I was doing or about to do something violent. And to hear your son assaulted in front of you in what was your family home is not easy to deal with, to say the least. On another occasion, I came round in a taxi. I didn't get out of the taxi. Albert went to the door, and because I thought, well, I'll just get accused of something. And Caroline wouldn't let Harry out, even though we'd arranged that he would be allowed to come and spend the day with me. She just decided out of caprice that I couldn't. Maybe because Roshan was there actually, and she wanted to maintain a pretense of being scared of me, because I'm sure she was manipulating him. I'm damn sure she never told him about the tape recording or about breaking in to steal it in Sweden. And a lot of other things point to him being badly manipulated too. And in fact, just the fact that she was over here screwing me repeatedly and then all lovey-dovey on the phone to him, you know. And one day I said it to him, one day the door was open, and I said, look, Roshan, at some point you've got to wake up, mate. You know, I was direct with him, but I wasn't nasty or screaming or abusive. You know, you've got to wake up. Caroline's been over-screwing me. I mean, you know, there's witness after witness. You know, she was coming around every day after the non-molestation order. There's witness after witness. Harry must have told you. Jack and Nick must have told you. You know she's lying. And he just got really angry, actually, and abusive and aggressive, and was lunging at me. And I thought, well, this is a guy I could easily beat the shit out of, but I ain't even going to touch him. I'm not going to go there because I'll be accused of everything under the sun. He's attacking me in my what was a family home, abusing my son, and I've just got to back off. But, you know, I'm pretty damn cool. And that's what I did. On another occasion, Caroline had phoned the police and said that I was doing something threatening, aggressive, whatever it was. I can't remember. I don't know what she said to them because I never got out of the taxi. And they said to the taxi driver, you know, has he got out of the taxi? Well, no, he's been in the taxi the whole time. He was in communication on the phone. And Caroline had said that I was there at the door being aggressive, etc. On another occasion, she phoned up the police where it was in earshot and said that I was trying to burn the house down. This is what she told them. She could smell smoke. I was trying to burn the house down. And again, you know, I was just cool as you like, very, very cool, and had to be, and thinking that eventually someone's going to actually take some notice, you know, and something's going to happen in my favour, or just in the favour of sanity or reason or justice or even following the law. But no. On another occasion, my son Nick was there to visit Harry, and it had been arranged that we would pick Nick up at a specific time, that I would pick him up. And I went there at the allotted time. I think it was 3 o'clock one afternoon. And so Nick was just about to go out to the car, and Caroline said to him, and I could hear this clearly on the telephone, clearly, she said, Nick, if you go out to your dad now, you will never see your brother again. So again, how blatant does it need to be? This is child abuse. It is deliberate, manipulative, psychological child abuse designed to hurt. And you can imagine Nick, who from memory was probably 10 at the time, he was in bits. I mean, he started off weeping and sobbing, and he fell apart. And have you ever seen, you know, because he'd seen so much and been hurt so many times, and been told he could see his brother, then suddenly couldn't, knowing that he was in fear of my arrest, seeing that I was chucked out to another country when he lived in England, I couldn't see him, his second home had gone, his toys had been stolen, a social worker assault Harry in front of him and me. I mean, how bad does it have to be, for God's sake? This was deliberately dismantling a child psychologically. This was Caroline at her best. Psychopath, no question, narcissistic, bloody psychopath. And, you know, we had another phone in the car, which was Albert's. We phoned up Nick's mum and said, look, this is the situation we got, and this is awful, what should we do? And you know, and it's sorry, because, you know, she's going to call the police as she usually does. This is just unpleasant and I don't know what to do. And at which point I could still hear the goings on in the house. Of course, eventually, you know, I was trying to just encourage Caroline quietly, decently, for Nick to come out. Nick was talking to me on the phone. Eventually he had to come out. Harry was in bits. Nick was in bits. And I remember that night, I was staying at my father's house. I was only in England for a short period, I think for a week at that point. And I'd come to see Harry, I think specifically on that journey to England. I hated going there by this point. It was just so corrupt in my view. And so Nick came to stay at my father's house with me that night, and my father had just come back from hospital with another operation, and there was blood everywhere in his bed, as usual, as modest as he always was. He would never speak about it. And sorry, the fire's burning away merrily there. Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of a fall apart there for a minute. It's very unpleasant to talk about. So at my father's house, and my father in a very bad way, having come home from hospital literally that morning, blood everywhere, in absolute pain from a number of maladies, very serious maladies, all at the same time, and having problem with his various lodgers, as he always did, always some sort of pressure and hassle or quarrel going on with them. And Nick was sleeping in the same bedroom as I, just up from my father's bedroom, and he was sobbing uncontrollably that night. It caught up with him. He was sobbing and he was crying and he was weeping and he started wailing. And I mean, I've never in my life, even in a war with people seeing their families blown apart, I've never seen a child wail in pain like that, psychologically. He wasn't crying, it was way beyond crying. He was screaming inside and he was wailing outside, and he couldn't control himself, and he was shaking uncontrollably, and he was banging the wall and hitting his head and hitting the bed. And that was a child totally destroyed. And I knew, do you know what? I knew that night my son had just become mentally ill. I knew he would become narcissistic, destroyed, in some way disabled. And that, with him in my arms and trying to hold him tight to me and holding him and saying, Nick, you've got to be quiet because my dad just came out of hospital. My dad's in such pain. You've got to be quiet, son. And holding him to me and seeing him fucking fall apart. Fucking fall apart. This is where the police and the courts do nothing in England. And I'll say this to everyone who wears the police uniform, of every British police officer, you are a part of this system, and every one of you therefore are scum. Because you could leave at any point. You can get another career, you could do something else, you could all go on strike and say we've had enough of the system being abused. The courts, justices, Queen's councils, Home Secretary, you are scum. Because it goes on every day. It goes on across the nation. Women are tearing this country apart by abusing a system which encourages them in every possible way. In every possible way. Not all women are evil. Not all women are nasty. Not all women do this. I'm not suggesting that for a second. But the ones who do, and it is a large number and a growing number and an incentivised number, are given it. Not just given it, they are encouraged to do it. And you are behind this, QCs. You are behind destroying children psychologically just because you don't want to lose some points in your career, I suppose, and say anything that could be held against you by the feminists, or politicians lose some votes. Or what is it? You tell me. Is it because you're making so much money? You tell me. How much pain do you want to cause? Because you've got to sort yourselves out. Or is it total ignorance? Because you don't know what's going on. I can't believe that. But either way, you are being told now. You have been told by a number of other people. More and more videos are coming out about things not often as extreme as this, but along these lines. Fathers getting arrested literally tens of times, no charges pressed, but the arrests continue. How much of your police time do you want to waste if you want to bring it down to finances? Now, my son, the one who's destroyed, I was, as I say, stuck in another country, not there to help his mum or support her as I should have and wanted to, and had until that point and given Nick a second home. He went on to hard drugs, very hard drugs, and he's now a registered schizophrenic. And that means, if you want to bring down this to financial terms, that means that for the rest of his life, he's being paid what I would consider quite a lot of money every month. He's got counselling, he's got medical care, he's got a flat, he's had all kinds of interventions, treatments, helps, and this costs your country a fortune. So if you're a politician who's on the don't want to upset the feminist tack, or if you're whether you're a policeman, whatever you are, an authority, you've got to realise what this is costing the country. If you want to bring it down to that, if the bottom line, the figures is all that concerns you as a politician or an authoritarian person in authority, wake up, wake up. My other son has been absolutely in bits, and he's been having psychological treatment. My daughter, who's seen a lot of this, has also been receiving psychological treatment and counselling, not to anything like the same degree, but she's seen this go on all through her life. I wasn't there to be with her. Her mother was abusive. I wasn't able to help her. So, what you are doing is stopping men from mitigating what many, increasing number of evil, nasty, maybe just ill women are doing. Something's got to stop. Ooh, on another occasion, I went round to the house and Harry saw me, and his mother and Roshan were trying to grab him. That was pretty obvious. You could hear what was going on, the scuffles. He was getting bigger by this point. He was probably 12 years old. And he managed to run upstairs to an upstairs window and push it open quick. He said, hi dad, I'm coming. Fight his way past them, get to the back door, which was locked. His mother was trying to stop him from turning the key, physically assaulting him. He managed to turn the key. He got out, he ran to me, and he clung to me. At which point, as always, Caroline rang the police and said that I was being violent and aggressive. I didn't hear the entire conversation, I heard some of it. And Harry clung to me, and two female officers came with the blue lights on, screeching up and start talking about arresting me for breaching the peace, as they do always. Doesn't matter how calm you are. That's the standard toy used by the disgusting British police, Sussex police. Let's mention them. Let's name and shame them. But these two particular officers, interpersonally, were decent. You know, one talked to Caroline, had an inkling of what was going on. Whether she referred to previous emails and information, I really doubt it, because they were called and responded quickly. Two officers on patrol, as far as I can see. But and so what the other one spoke to me. How do you explain in sort of 3 minutes when someone's more or less threatening to arrest you? Maybe they even did. I don't remember. I think they said, yeah, you've got to go away now, or we will arrest you for breach of the peace. So yeah, I was threatened with arrest, having done nothing whatsoever wrong. Hadn't even actually crossed. I'd crossed 2 metres onto the driveway. I hadn't even gone near the house. And yeah, but anyway, I was. How do you explain something in moments, years and years of manipulation, all this? So what they did was they radioed back to base, to Crawley police station, I think, and asked if there were any court orders against me, and they took a few minutes, and then they came back on the radio, which I heard the conversation, most of it. And it said, yes, there is one which is very out of date. It was from whatever it was, 6 years ago or something. And they said, oh, there has been an order, but it's out of date. In other words, you know, they were referring to it and it was being held against me, making them have some sort of preconception. With them as police officers, I'm sure, not having a clue that a malicious woman can just go into a solicitor's, do a bit of crying, get a couple of mates to sign a couple of crappy bits of paper, and there is a court order against a man, you know, on record for many, many years, maybe forever. And it's there for reference, you know, and makes a man look bad, whatever happens in the future, even though I was told specifically, repeatedly, it could not be ever. You know, rubbish, lies, solicitors don't know what they're talking about, absolutely, haven't got a clue. Many of them. Anyway, these two police officers, they soon saw what Caroline was about, because she was being ridiculous in front of them, and aggressive and hateful and everything else, and they saw that Harry absolutely would not let go of me and wanted to be with me, and they said, well, look, it's clear he wants to be with you, there's no doubt about that. And they, as we spoke more and more, and they saw Caroline's behaviour, they said, look, we can see this is ridiculous. As officers, there's nothing we can do without court orders, either for you or against you, except that we've got to tell you to leave. And the moment we get a call and we have to go, I'm really sorry, but we will have to make sure you leave before we leave. So they said, but we're going to stick your neck out and do our best for you, because we can see what's going on. We're not stupid. And at this point, both female officers were absolutely on my side, and they were shaking with anger. And I'm not exaggerating, they were shaking with anger. They were absolutely fucking fuming. They were careful with what they said. They were, in that sense, very professional. They didn't accuse Caroline of anything. They didn't speak out of turn, but they made sure, and they said it openly, we'll make sure Harry is with you as long as we can before we're called away. And they did. And I'll be forever grateful to those two ladies for that. However, they were not able lawfully to pull Harry off me physically. So, and Harry said, I'm not letting go of you, Dad. I love you and I want to be with you. You know that. I love you so much. And I said, Harry, first of all, Caroline said, look, Harry, look, on Saturday you can see your dad. Now is not a good time. If I promise you, you can see your dad on Saturday. And I think this is a Wednesday, something like that. Will you let go of him and come in? And eventually, after a lot of coaxing, because Harry really wasn't going to let go. He wasn't stupid. He knew you know, that she was just trying to stop him seeing me, and holding me ever tighter, actually, as he was being encouraged to let go. But eventually, of course, the police are trying to encourage him, his mum's trying to encourage him, so he lets go on the absolute promise, and he said, absolutely, you've got to promise me, Mum, and you're in front of the police, you promise me that I can be with my dad all of Saturday. And she promised and said, yep, I promise you, Harry. And of course, come Saturday, I went round to pick him up, and I don't remember if she called the police or what she did at that point, but anyway, I was not allowed to see Harry. And again, it was just to manipulate and hurt him and me, and Roshan, of course, who believed all her bullshit, although he can't have believed all of it, actually, so I don't want to go too far down that road. I believe he's equally as criminal as her, and he's had the chance to see he can't be that stupid. But at first, I'm sure he was bullshitted. That's my point. Anyway, as the police... Nicholas, my other son, was with me that day as well. And he told me that as the officers turned away, one of them, he could see she was crying tears. I didn't see that, but Nick was at the time was 16. He remembered that. Now, I reported all this to the police again in absolute detail by email. Never got an answer, as I didn't. But I think you get a receipt. We've received your email. An automated one, but no comment. So it's blatant child abuse. It was in front of them. And as I let go of Harry, I said, listen, Harry, you know you can phone me. This is my number, so on paper, so you know you've got it. You phoned me before. You know if you need anything, just please phone me. And you know what's going on. I can only try. I can't make promises, but I can try. I can do my best. Hopefully we'll get past this one day, and we'll all be happy. Please, phone. And he said, I can't, Dad. And I said, you know you can, Harry. Your mum's phoned me with her on Skype. You know that she can phone you on Skype at any moment she wants to. He said, no, Dad, because Roshan, every time that Roshan finds out Mummy's phoned you, he deletes Skype off her phone. Roshan deletes Skype off his mum's phone so he can't speak to me. What sort of person is this, Roshan? What sort of animal is this? This is the racist and the obviously constructive liar, a supposed witness, making a claim for a non-molestation order. There aren't words for this person. And on another occasion, he himself, together with Caroline, called the police. I could hear them talking, both of them speaking to the police, lying, saying I was being aggressive. I hadn't been in any way whatsoever. And knowing the police were coming, knowing there were problems, I was just saying goodbye to Harry, and I was squatting down and I was giving Harry the biggest cuddle. He was giving me the biggest cuddle, and I was at the front of Roshan's car, parked in the driveway outside our house, and literally to keep my balance on my haunches, I touched with my fingertips, I think one fingertip, maybe two, the front bumper of Roshan's car. He went berserk. I mean, absolute aggression. He was screaming, he was shouting, he was threatening, in front of my son Harry, who was cuddling me and holding me and cuddling me goodbye. And again, what sort of person is this, Roshan? Sorry, you're a fucking animal, mate. You're a fucking animal. And as Harry went in, and Roshan was still there being abusive, and I put all 10 of my fingers on the front bonnet of his car. I said, there, Roshan. I said, you've got all 10 of my fingerprints now. You can phone the police and tell them I've touched your car. Because that's what he was going crazy at. I touched it like as gently as you like with two fingertips to keep my balance, squatted down, I said, you can tell them I've touched it. You can now have your criminal charge if that's what you think you can achieve by this. And he was screaming, and he was just getting more and more angry. And I just walked off peaceably, same as always. Anyway, in regard to that incident where the two female police officers came round, and they were very decent, I wanted to thank them, and I wanted to thank the police and say to them, look, you need to be doing more. You need to learn a lot of things from what's gone on. But, in the nicest way, I want to say thanks to those officers and really commend them for the way they handled it, because as individuals, they were very, very, really doing their best as human beings, and it was funny because there was a marked police car that had come in with the blue lights flashing, which had repeatedly made radio calls to base, so to speak, and had specifically requested that data be brought up on the computer. So there's record after record and traceability after traceability of the fact that they called the base, the fact that they were at a specific address at a specific time. And it took them well over a week. And at first they just said, oh, we don't have any record, we can't find it. And I had to push and push. Finally, you know, I got the names of those 2 officers and their shoulder numbers, but I had to push to get it. And this, you know, sums up the difference. I'm not a police hater. A number of very good friends in my life have been police officers. And some of them are very good officers, you know, people I associated with were decent people, no question. I've seen the English police and I've travelled all over the world. That includes China, Russia, right at the end of the Soviet Union, lots of countries. And I can say categorically, the English police by far are the most intimidating, inept, unprofessional, poorly trained officers anywhere in the world. And that's a very strong thing to say. I don't say that lightly. I'm not saying it to be mocking. I'm saying that as a very, very serious point. They are intimidating. They lie about the law. And as I say, I hadn't been in trouble ever until this thing with Caroline. Not a single time. Never even been arrested, let alone not had a charge. Never, didn't know anything about it. So, you know, this comes from a perspective of someone who's only seen things happen again and again to third parties and people at a distance. But you just see that some of the nastiness, and really this has got to change. But there was my point is that you can have very decent officers within a force doing their best, but the force is so poorly trained or so badly run that they can never really make their mark. They can do their best, they can wear themselves out trying, but the chiefs of police in Britain and the people who give them their guidelines and all the rest are so crap that they don't have a chance, which is very, very pitiful, because there are people who are decent officers, no question. And I feel sorry for where England's going. You know, people, when people don't even break the law, some officers want to escalate intimidation and they'll call lots more officers. And you see groups of, you know, often 7 officers and sometimes more hanging around someone who isn't being arrested and who blatantly hasn't committed a crime. And I've seen this again and again and again across England. I must say, again and again, there's no question. And 7 officers, let's say, why aren't they out attending real crime? Why aren't they on training courses? You know, what's going on? Anyway, I must mention MPs. I did talk to my father's MP, a man called Sam Guimar, I think an African gentleman, and he was my father's MP, and he made it damned obvious that he wasn't going to help us despite all the proofs and all the information we had. But he used as his little sort of scapegoat, if I could use that expression, he said you can ask for pro bono help from a solicitor, because I'd approached some solicitors and said, look, this is everything that's been going on in a nutshell, what's it going to cost me to try to put this right? And they'd said the figures varied between £110,000 and £120,000, and I approached 3 different ones actually. And they said, and of course there's no guarantee of success, and what they don't tell you is that's just solicitorial time. It doesn't include other expenses, orders, court attendances, barristers, and lots of other things. You know, the point is they always add on loads more, plus VAT, etc. So they're very careful with their words to maximise their profits. But yeah, so you know, of this by now very complex set of events, really, and an awful lot of paperwork had been generated, so it was therefore going to cost any solicitor firm a vast amount of time, therefore me a huge, absolutely unaffordable in any way, shape or form amount of money even to try to obtain justice in the civil courts, which was absolutely the realm of the criminal courts and the police, which they wouldn't touch. But trying to do it my way it just wasn't going to happen. So there he's saying, you know, every solicitor in theory is obliged or encouraged to do what they call pro bono work, for the good, from the Latin. So you're supposed to help people for free who can't afford your services or who have problems which, you know, to go above and beyond.
to show some sort of good attitude to the community. And of course it's rubbish, you get people who pay lip service. Maybe there are people that do it, but I've never seen one, and I've approached quite a few and asked, and it's just not going to happen. And if it was a simple thing or advice, maybe they would do it so they could say, I've done my pro bono, but I'm not going to get into a case like this where, as I say, the paperwork by now in A4 would have stretched past the ceiling. It would have taken weeks of work just to get the bones of it, let alone go through the complexities of hearings and so on. Anyway, Sam Guimar, absolute, bloody waste of time, didn't give a toss, and in polite ways told me where I could go. So yes, he was polite. Thank you very much, Mr. Guimar, and good luck to you. And I did talk to a man called Mr. Smith, who was an MP for Crawley. At the time I was living overseas, and he was not under any obligation to help me, nor would he gain by it, but he was very kind, I must say, in writing several letters to Anthony Warren's, my first absolutely crap solicitors, who gave fob-off answers. And I may have mentioned, and have it in writing, I had been unemployed and seeking benefits for a very short time actually, once I'd lost my company and all income, and my money was just being poured down the drain with solicitors and all this, and I had nothing, and I couldn't get any disability benefit ever, even when I was at home for months with my smashed leg, unable to walk, let alone work. And he wrote a letter saying, and I said, look, I was unable to function as a human being. I was in such dire straits, and all I asked for was Debbie Knight's contact address, so I could contact her and get her into civil court as a witness, to confirm that she had given me totally wrong information as a solicitor, saying that I couldn't present photographs in court, or that she couldn't and I could, but etc. A very important witness, but I couldn't get hold of her, and he refused to supply information of how I could get hold of her. She'd very quickly left the law firm after I'd had hearings and employed her as my solicitor, ostensibly to look after her daughter. Whether she got sacked for incompetence or whether she left, I've got no clue. But I was unable to find her. And this is very, very wrong. Absolutely. But he sent me a letter, and I've still got the letter. And in my view, it is a form of blackmail. Whether it is lawfully, I don't know. And it said, paraphrasing, words to the effect that, hang on, you were in receipt of benefits at this period, but you said to me in a letter you were unable to perform or work as a normal individual. And of course, what he's saying is just a very, very nasty manipulation. The reality was I did think that I could work, and I kept believing things would be okay. And Caroline did tell me she was having orders removed, and solicitors were saying they can't take your son away, etc., etc. And then more rubbish would pour forth. My house would be trashed. I'd be insulted by the police. I'd have bail opposed upon me. Of course, I was crashing all the damn time, but I've never been a lazy person in my life. I've always, I love hard work, and I love learning things, and I love meeting people, and I love just progressing, being positive. I've always been positive. When I, just by way of a small example, when I was a youngster and I didn't have an awful lot of money, I worked very hard. I had 3 jobs, plus I was in the Territorial Army. Immaculate record, by the way, immaculate references for every single thing I've ever done. Work, pleasure, the whole lot. I decided I was going to walk to China, so I did. I walked on a bit of hitchhiking as well along the way. I walked on a hitchhike to China and back. Just thought, just get on with it. Be positive, altruistic, meet good people along the way, and it's fantastic. Couldn't have had a better experience. But my point is only that I've always tried to be proactive and reasonable, and I can associate with anyone. I can get on anywhere. I got on fine with the Chinese, had a brilliant time. I got on fine with the Mongols, they were fantastic. I had a most wonderful time in Russia, and start learning more languages and getting contacts, and eventually had a bit of a business in Russia, and it was great fun. And the point is, I did say to the police, I think this matter should be investigated as blackmail. And coming from a solicitor, it's a very serious thing to do. And I did try to make official complaints to many organisations about what had gone on.
That's this professional association of psychologists, to CAFCAS, to social services, to the police, to anyone and everyone who was concerned. So many now, I can't even remember all of them. And at every case, I was stonewalled or given a fob-off excuse, or even pushed, blackmail, cajoled, some sort of really nasty manipulation. So we can say, and I didn't even know about the court complaint procedure. I didn't know there was one. And as I say, when I did ask about one, different solicitors gave me different information. So we can say the court system in Britain does not work. The complaint system about the courts and all of the people who feed into it does not work. The police as an organisation to detect crime and to behave reasonably to the public and to make sure that the court system works and that there is a deterrent from abusing it do not work. We are really going down the toilet quickly as a nation, and someone's got to pick up on this and sort this out. And as I say, most people will never have this in their lives until there's an allegation or an accusation, and then all the shit hits the fan, so to speak. But the number is increasing, I believe, but the very important point is a knock-on effect to society. It's destroying it. We've got to do something about it. Anyway, Mr. Smith in Crawley, as I say, I was not a constituent of his. He didn't have any gain from it. Kind enough to write letters, which didn't make any headway, not through any lacking by him, I'm sure. He was just doing his best, but it gives an idea that even when an MP writes or makes a noise about something, he's not going to get helped. And there were a couple of very important points about this. One is the abuse of non-molestation orders, which I found out are deliberately recommended to women in order to help them to win custody, in order to make them look like a good solicitor. So certain solicitor firms are approached by women to make money, because they can be shown to be effective no matter how underhanded their methods or no matter what their disregard for children's well-being may be. But non-molestation orders are abused. There are women who deliberately abuse them. This is well documented. The police see it time after time. Women will get orders and then entice a man to their home, or visit the man, or deliberately go to a place where the man is, then call the police and say he approached me, get the man to have a criminal record for the rest of his life. So Mr. Smith was kind enough to ask in the House of Commons, in Parliament, in London, for foreign viewers, about the abuse of non-molestation orders. He received the answer that non-molestation orders are being abused less and less. It's a lie. How do we know it's a lie? Because there isn't a feedback system. It's impossible to know. You can know that some cases are abused. You can never know how many, because there are lots of men, of course, who are not going to ever meet the woman despite the fact that it was issued in total abuse and manipulation. There's no statistic on it. There isn't a feedback. So how can possibly someone just answer the number of abuses is going down? It's rubbish. It's a lie. In other words, at the top of Britain's leadership in our parliament, our MPs are lied to. There's no grey area. Well, one very nasty trick that social services do, which I'd like to bring up, because I've come across it many times in talking to different men who've faced unpleasantness and manipulations, and that is, they will say, oh, we asked the man about this, that and the other. At no point did he mention his son. He was just trying to prove his innocence, or they didn't show enough care for the children. But understand that this is in a man's mind constantly when you're being abused, and you see, more importantly, you see the children abused, but you don't need to express it in words. These are nearly all females, or exclusively females, who come up with this kind of manipulative stuff. Now maybe it's because it's not in their minds. Maybe a lot of them look after themselves first and have to think, do I want to actually care about my children? Well, for men, I can tell you as a man, and with all the men I've spoken to, it's obvious. You don't have to express that because it is so damned obvious. And yet this is again and again held against men in courts. Oh, he didn't mention his son. Oh, he didn't talk enough about his son. Oh, he doesn't appear to care. We're not here for appearance's sake. We're here for reality's sake. And anything that can be twisted against men by pretty unpleasant women is. And we know that social services in Britain is in a bloody mess. For various reasons, parts of it have totally collapsed and had to be led by charities who've stepped in. But what goes through these women's minds, and as I said, one social worker was kind enough to really stick her neck out and help me and give me information. So again, it's not a misogynist thing, and it's not all social workers, but it's like with the police. There are so many zealots, and there are so many ridiculous guidelines, and there are so many people who've now made it an organisation of where you have to say the right thing or risk your career, that the decent people there, the decent social workers, can bang their head against a brick wall. They can try and fight for improvement, but they're really not going to get anywhere. And this is down to the heads of social services who are absolutely not doing their jobs. You know, we see this time after time, and it's in the newspapers and the media how bad social services is. And I never believed it could be anything like that bad. I thought it was press exaggeration. It is so much worse, you can't even imagine. It is so dire, and this is why I can't hold myself back. This is something has to be done about it. Please, take your responsibility. People at the top in those fields, heads of social services, get your head out of your backside, see what's really going on, sort this out. And the upshot of this is, as I say, Caroline was telephoning me every single day for between 1 and 2 hours normally, almost without exception, sometimes with several days in between, presumably when Roshan would be home, because she always deliberately said he's out, so she would phone me or let Harry speak to me very occasionally. But I mean, these conversations were witnessed by numerous people, by Lucia, of course, and by various friends. If I was out and about, I would say, listen, please, can you witness this? And make sure they could hear the phone on speakerphone. And these are professional people, you know, teachers and so on, in different countries, in England and in Sweden. And they would, you know, witness Caroline's mood swings, sometimes being very charming, very reasonable, sometimes being sexual, sometimes just being absolutely abusive and you know, as aggressive as one can be down the phone, verbally aggressive and abusive. And it was a big mixture. Anyway, about a time at about 4 or 5 years ago now, I finally, I've only told Caroline to fuck off, I think, and really actually lost some cool. Never let it go far. But after all these years of abuse, I think I've told her to fuck off twice before. Maybe it was even once. But anyway, 4 or 5 years ago, I just told her, this is it. I just don't contact me again. And then she was in contact with me somehow and complained that, you know, and said, well, I hadn't said I shouldn't contact her. She shouldn't contact me at all. She'd said that the way it was phrased, you know, this, that and the other. And it's just nonsense manipulation. I said, well, if it's not clear, I thought it was very clear. I don't want to hear from you ever in any form again. Not in writing, not verbally, not through a second party. Absolutely zero, unless it is absolutely concerning Harry's well-being, in which case, in dire emergency, you can call me, but you can easily refer to my brother or to Harry's brother Jack, at which point she started off on rants about hating Jack and my brother James. You know, another hate rant. Everything has to be filled with hate with that person. It's something I can't understand at all. So since that point I told her to get lost, I haven't seen my son, and literally I haven't known if he's alive or dead. Literally don't know. Then it does appear that one of my sons is in contact with him. I don't know how much, because he knows that the moment he lets on that he's in contact with Caroline, it's going to upset me one way or another. So it's very painful for him after all the repeated nastiness he's been through. But also he knows that if Caroline ever gets wind somehow that he's told me that he's seeing his little brother, that she will in some way damage him or his little brother quite deliberately, make their lives hell, manipulate them, hurt them psychologically, whatever it is. So he's in a double bind, and that's horrible for a young man, especially after all that he's been through. And for the record, you know, I'm supposedly this ogre. You know, when both of my sons crashed effectively, you know, I was there straight away, flew straight to England, picked them up almost physically. They were in bits and broken down, both of them, because of this.
one with the abuse of drugs, the other not, one after the other, and each took about 2 years to get better. But I took them to my home here in Sweden, and I have to say Lucy, my girlfriend, was lovely to them and did everything to, you know, to look after them. You know, cooking their favourite things, and just trying to show them some decency. And when Nick was literally in and out of the psychological care clinic, she would travel 100 kilometres each way on the bus, so 65 miles each way on the bus, cook him his favourite food at home, take it to him in the hospital, and go around the town, walking miles sometimes to try to find things that he particularly wanted that could make his life better in any way at all. And again, you know, so many people have been dragged into this, so much time, police time, court time, money, resources, people destroyed, damaged, messed up, distrusting, mistrusting, society damaged, because of one woman playing a game. It's that simple. So I do have a number now for my son to phone him or to communicate with him. In theory, when I phone, he doesn't answer, and using WhatsApp, I can see that I can see that the phone number that I have is receiving messages. However, I don't know if it's Harry's phone or not. It could be Caroline, she could have sold it years ago, she could be intercepting messages, I don't know, because until I actually hear his voice, I don't know that it is him. So in effect, I have no contact. I do send nice little messages, and I do tell him things that have gone on over the years, so that hopefully he'll understand and be able to come and be with someone sane. Because, as I said, Roshan is obviously an extremely unpleasant character, as are the people that Caroline hangs out with, and her family, and she herself. So, you know, where do I go from here? Where is there is no closure, if you like, and you know, I would like to see justice. I don't see any way of getting it. I've been stymied at every point, even subtle things like the Swedish police not giving me Tim's statement to the police where he admits that he had the stolen goods. I knew it, doesn't matter, but for someone to sort of officialdom to say, yeah, we know it's right and we know that you were right, and look, here it is, even trying not to withhold that from me, although I was able to get it on appeal, it's nasty, you know. And 10 hearings, no one is interested, cares, does anything about it. 10 hearings I wasn't informed of ever in any way. Maybe another one, maybe several more. You know, how am I supposed to react or be constructive in society or encourage my children to be? My children have seen the police, you know, not give a damn. They've seen social workers cock up. They've seen the system fail totally. How are they supposed to be good citizens in society? Something I'd love to instill in my children, and always thought I would, and sometimes do. I catch myself doing it, and actually if I do, I'm lying to them, because it's such a mess up. No, they should actually be totally suspicious of the police and of social services and of courts, and don't think for a minute you're going to get justice. But what sort of person would I be if I tried to instill that in my children? You know, what chance does society have? Do they have mentally? Where's the advance? You know, who's going to help me with this? Are the police finally going to investigate? Well, thank you very much for watching, really, and thank you for a lot of patience. And I really hope that this will be informative to whoever's watching, for, you know, students or solicitors, police, and people who want to do good, or people whose duty it is to correct things that really, really are bad. And I hope it will give at least some understanding to members of the public who are facing nastiness. And I'm really sorry it has been stunningly boring, because it's, you know, to explain the manipulation does take time, and how bad it is. And of course there is more I could add too. There are other episodes, things that have happened, but then to go through them, I would have to name certain people, and I would have to name, you know, give personal information, and I would have to explain how the manipulation works, which is time consuming and therefore going to be very boring for you. And I've spoken enough already. I've spoken for many hours.
But I hope I've given you a good idea of the reality of what goes on and doesn't go on with the British courts and police and justice and social services, and how there is no effective complaint whatsoever, not even through the Houses of Parliament, where members are lied to. So, you know, what can I say? Only thank you very much for your patience, and I just hope it brings some improvement somewhere, really. This is all about documenting this, maybe for my children in the future. I doubt they'll watch it. I think they've been hurt enough and don't like to think about it, is my impression. Who knows in the future? But I can only hope for the good and say that I've spent my life really doing the good as best I can. You know, and none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, but I've always tried to do good. And there's a very funny saying, if you like cynical humour, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, before I cry now, maybe I'll think of something to add, but thank you. Actually, one thing I would like to add, and that is about mental illness, because there are, of course, people in our communities who are mentally ill one way or another and to different degrees. You know, firstly, we know that there are people in the community who are ill, otherwise we wouldn't have had this ethos of care in the community, which was a deliberate government strategy to let people who are less mentally ill be amongst us, so to speak, because they weren't going to pay to give them hospital care and probably the care they really need, or at least support, and at least, you know, the facilities for this sort of thing are actually pretty dire, which is why there are a number of charities who research into this and help people who are unwell. So obviously I would encourage people to consider supporting people with mental health issues and look after them, because our society is not looking after them well enough. You know, you see someone on the street, let's say, who's homeless, and it's very easy to think, oh, he's just lazy, he's not working, or he just wants to drink, and often no, these people are genuinely schizophrenic or genuinely have no trust in society for whatever reason it is, often following abuse in childhood, followed by drugs, followed by alcoholism. It's a fairly common pattern. And what I wanted to draw attention to is the easily wrongly held beliefs about mental illness. You know, there can be people who are very, very mentally ill for whatever reason, whether it's inherited or whether it's something that they learned behaviour from an awful childhood. And it's easy to assume that mental people go around sort of dribbling or saying strange things, or having a very serious tic, or doing something silly. Well, they don't. A lot of people who are mentally ill are incredibly intelligent people, very articulate, very able, and very able often to function in society. Not all of them. And the other thing that I've noticed myself particularly as a pattern is that there are mentally ill people who have a particular trigger. I'm sure that's fairly well known, but that trigger can be one person. When people are narcissistic, I don't think this has really been proposed as a theory. I might be wrong. I'm not a psychologist by any means, but I've done quite a bit of reading and had by now some pretty strong experience. That people can really have one target, and the sad thing is that the target they're aiming at is not necessarily anyone who's done them any wrong. I think the mechanism is a proposition, just a theory, is that when someone's had a very, very bad abuse, then they set their hopes in someone that they meet, and they can make this all up in their own minds that this person is something they totally different to the reality, or it can be that the person is genuinely nice, or anything in between. But they set their hopes for a new start and for eternal support and for niceness and decency. And many of the people who are now accused in court, the men accused of doing wrong things or upsetting women, hurting them, are actually some of the, I think, are some of the nicest people who have really altruistically gone into a relationship, realise that they cannot deal with the extremity of ill behaviour, nasty behaviour, manipulation, lies, and then leave and are then accused. and they may even spill over into doing something ridiculous or untoward in the relationship because they can't handle it anymore. That's an important point too. But I suspect that most people who are now stand accused, alleged, with allegations made against them in civil court, are actually the nicest people, many of them at least, and that there is no proper research or investigation into this at all. So we're destroying the best amongst us, which is very, very sad. And one thing that I would add further is that that there's a known phenomenon where people who have been abused very much in their childhood, they become narcissistic, technically narcissistic, and they will often form relationships with new people in their lives outside their original circle of abuse. And it often manifests itself in looking for an older person. So a young woman will look for an older man, and for their stability and guidance or infrastructure as well, because they're very craven in terms of material things. So sometimes it is really a rush to get material advantage and to show off to other people and to have this image of having everything. Sometimes it's because they want the guidance and the love. Sometimes it's because they want the measure of structure in their life that they've never had. And a very telling comment from Caroline was in her allegations against me, was that I was very, very controlling. Well, I never was, and quite the opposite. I'm a great believer in freedom and freedom of choice. And she was very, very controlling to me. So, this is the stereotype of you showing the opposite of what's really going on. But there was a telling comment when I mentioned this to her. Why did you say that I was accusative? Sorry, why did you accuse me of being controlling in our relationship? And I never was. You did this and you did that, and never stopped you, never wanted to stop you. And she said, maybe that's what I needed. Anyway, so if I can refer to our relationship, I think Caroline, was with me from a very young age, and she wanted that relationship. I wasn't after Caroline in any way, and of course this is a stereotype. Oh, the older man wants the younger woman. Well, actually, I was very happy with the number of girlfriends I had here and there travelling around in my life, and some with whom I had very nice long relationships. It's not as though some social worker is going to say, oh, you couldn't form a long relationship, because they always try to find some excuse to accuse the man. But no, I've had fantastic and very long relationships, but for a large part of my life I did enjoy travelling, and I don't see that should be held against me. Caroline knew that, she was very aware of that, and she wanted me and was after me in any possible way she could get me. And her mother herself even talked about the big house on the corner at the end of the street. So there was a large element of her mother encouraging the large relationship, thinking she could identify with what looked like the wealthier people on the street, because their own house was an absolute tip. I mean, there were 13 cars, broken cars, literally in the driveway, blocking a normal possibility to walk into the house. You had to walk sideways between scrap cars in a suburban area in a fairly smart street to get to their front door. And because their dad had, I suggest, has mental issues, probably related to depression. He just never tidied anything up or fixed anything, but he always had things that he was convinced he was going to fix up, which included the house, which included the cars and everything, but he just never did anything. Just wondered about talking to people. But yeah, what I wanted to mention was the narcissistic people forming a new relationship and then getting more damaged by that new relationship, which is very, very likely because in the case of Caroline and I, she would lie and manipulate to such a degree that I would say, look, if you don't stop this, and it wasn't little lies and it wasn't little manipulations, it was life-changing stuff. It was hidden debts, it was every kind of lie and manipulation you can imagine. Some of it, pretty dangerous, and even at that point I didn't know the half of it, I must stress, but it was bad enough. And I would say, look, please don't do this. If you do, I'm going to leave. I'm not going to live like this. And she would carry on and she'd do it again, and I would just warn her in the nicest, most gentle way, with logic, with reason, with care, with sincerity, it's got to stop. And then she wouldn't, and I would go off, and I would. And then she would beg me back, and I might, could I say I was stupid enough to go back? Yes, in hindsight, at the time, I thought she genuinely, with love and niceness, would have a better life and feel better about herself and about all kinds of things, and actually start to be honest and build up a learned behaviour from me, from the really nice people I know, genuinely my friends and family, and through having that security that she would improve. And of course that was killing her, me going off and saying, right, I'm finishing with you. But there was no bad intention at all. It was, I had to look at it from a point of view of survival, really, because when someone's gaslighting you that much and making your life a hell or awkward or ridiculous or just not believable, then you've got to protect yourself. And all I did was walk away and was sometimes with another woman, and just had a really, really bloody nice time, only because they were just talking the truth and being open and reasonable and caring. And of course I think this really, really damaged Caroline, but there was no bad aim at all. It was just to walk away when it got too extreme. You know, at what point is that wrong? But you look back and you see a pattern. What I should have done is just left her totally and had nothing to do with her, but there was always this element of altruism, forgive and forget and move on. So the fact, again, I'm turning to this idea that often it's the nicest people who want to care the most who are actually inadvertently making things worse, or being involved in a web of deceit which will damage them eventually, whichever way, you know, it can work both ways. There was one occurrence which I forgot to mention, and that was the theft of Jack's motorbike. My son Jack, when he was about 13 years old, he was talking about wanting a motorbike, and he really, really wanted one. And so at the time, before I built up my business, I had very little money, really, returning to England and trying to make things work and build a second home for my sons near their mum, you know, who was decent with access. There was never that sort of quarrel between us. And we acted as decent parents, both of us. And so, you know, I wanted to fulfill his wish and give him something really nice after splitting up from his mum, and he was sad, you know. We were just trying to make things better, both of us. And so I bought him a really nice second-hand motorbike, but a really nice one. And it was under the Christmas tree for him as a total surprise on Christmas morning. You know, disguised so you couldn't see it was a motorbike. It looked like a big box, you know. And he was over the moon about it, and he was so happy. And he used to ride this motorbike. Michael White's father had a farm not that far from where we lived. And Nicky White was his name, and he was a really, really nice old fellow, actually. We got on like a house on fire, because as he got older and older, he was unable to carry the water for his horses, but he was a very proud fellow, so he didn't want to admit it. So I used to go and fill up containers and transport them in my car down to a place where he could easily water his horses. So the psychological aspect was there. You know, the donkey work was done, so to speak. And I would make sure I'd do this every week. But he was able to feed his own horses and maintain his pride as a man. And he really was a decent fellow. You know, we got on like a house on fire. And he'd often intimated to me that his son was a, you know, ne'er-do-well, you know, lazy fellow. But he'd never done it in an overt or abusive way. He just made it obvious that he knew, and he was grateful for my help in his subtle way. And I was very pleased to help him. And in return, he used to let me use his fields for Jack to ride his motorcycle every few weeks. You know, when the weather was good and when it was dry, so it wouldn't ruin the field for the horses. We used to go down there and had a fantastic time. And Caroline used to come along and everything else. And we'd make a sort of family afternoon of it. And anyway, when the nastiness was happening, what I used to do was hide Jack's motorbike. I thought, well, better than locking something up is simply to hide it such that nobody knows it's there in the first place. So whilst it often had a chain around it, not always, we used to hide it under a number of hay bales in some old piggeries that were totally out of use. There were no animals in them. There was just mess all around, broken cables and wires in a real state. such that no one would suspect there was a nice little motorbike there, and it was there for years, 3 years or something. And when the nastiness happened, suddenly one day I went down to get it when I was moving overseas. Thought I'll take it to Sweden for Jack to ride here, and it had disappeared. So I phoned the police and asked if they knew anything about it. They took the description and everything, and it was soon obvious to me, and Caroline admitted it, that they had moved it, and I couldn't ascertain to where. She wouldn't tell me, and she said speak to her father, someone I really didn't want to speak to. But I did, and he denied all knowledge for a while, and finally it turns out it was stored in a locked garage together with Michael White's other things at the top, very near the main farm building. In other words, they'd stolen it, and they prevented Jack's use of it and hadn't notified me. I'd had to work out where it was, and they wouldn't really admit to anything for a long period. And then it was sort of hints and tantalising trickery, no overt admission that could be witnessed, sort of thing. So they were just tormenting and hurting Jack for no reason at all. And yeah, so subsequently, Michael White admitted where it was after I'd been in Sweden for some time, and I was able to get it back after several years. From memory, it was at least 1 year and possibly 2 or 3, I can't remember. But I did get it back. But to complete this manipulation, what Caroline did was I was asking my father. I wasn't allowed to contact Caroline on pain of arrest, and I really didn't want to speak to any of her family because they were so vile and had all signed statements against me, which were a complete lie. And so my father phoned up old Nicky White and said, look, do you know anything about the motorbike or where it is, or can we pick it up? And my father and Nicky White had always been friends. They weren't close friends, they didn't visit each other all the time, but they always got on very, very well. They were the same generation, same sort of very stiff upper lip, very fairly reserved and very modest people, actually. So there will be no problem with my father phoning him up ever. And suddenly in court, Caroline asked the judge to tell me to stop contacting her grandfather and intimidating him, because he was very scared and he was this, that or the other. Don't remember the words used, but the point was it was to order the judge for me not to contact him on pain of some further penalty, just actually to find out where Jack's motorbike was. So she deliberately manipulated that. another instance of her hurting a child deliberately, someone she had originally been effectively stepmother to. To my regret. And on a number of occasions, whenever she felt like it, when she was in Sweden, sometimes she would stay here at my home, Caroline, and bring Harry. Sometimes she would stay at her father's house about 60 kilometres from here, and her father would drop her off here, so he knew she was here and Harry was here. And other times she'd pick her up from here, or I would drop them home, and they would see Caroline going to kiss me and giving me a cuddle and playing happy families in front of Harry. Absolutely sickening stuff, actually. A complete manipulation. But they saw it, and yet they never said anything to Caroline. And I remember going around one day with my son Nicholas, and with my son Jack, and with Lucia, and talking to Michael White when he was there alone one day, and confronting him and saying, but this is a lie, because we've all 3 of us plus Dad, 4 of us, seen it, we all maintain it, we can give you the details, we can give you photographs, we can show you all the proof, circumstantial evidence, whatever it happened to be, of each different event. So Caroline's lying, she is. And he said very little. He did admit 1 or 2 things, and again I recorded it in great detail for the police, and I won't try to quote it because I don't remember it. But a similar occurrence happened a few years earlier during the non-molestation period, when Caroline met me at her grandfather's farm, and because she'd removed my car there, I think it was still in the period of the order, could have been soon after, and the car wouldn't start, my car that she'd taken there, without asking me. I hadn't given her permission at all, but she moved it to her grandfather's farm and parked it. And it wouldn't start, the battery was flat, it had been standing a long time. And she said, well, look, I'll go and get my dad, he'll get some jump leads. And I said, I don't want to see him, he's the last person on earth I want to ever see again, apart from yourself. I didn't phrase things like that, I was quite gentle about it, but I made it obvious.
And so then she decided to go and get him anyway, but he came out, and then my brother was with me. And, we started talking to Michael and saying, look, when Caroline had got cold and gone in the house, look, she's done this, this and this. Again, here are the photographs, here are witness statements, here is circumstantial evidence, here is absolute proof, depending on what we were telling him, which was years and years of absolute lies and manipulation. And he made very little comment, but again, he made one or two. I think the comment he made was, oh, it does look like Caroline's lying, something like that. But again, this was emailed to police in absolute detail. But the point is, Michael White knows bloody well that she's lying. And after the time that Tim attacked me with a hammer, we got back from Torsby Hospital, went back to his house to drop him off there. My car was there, and he wanted to fix the broken window. Now, he went into the barn to get some board to fix it, and he wanted me to help him. So, supposedly, as was reported subsequently, I'd attacked him, and I was vicious, malicious, dangerous, all the rest. I was actually helping him to in the barn to go and get pieces of wood and blank out his window. But I said to him, look, it's the middle of the night, Tim, by this time, I don't know, 4 in the morning or something. Why now? Go to sleep and just do it tomorrow. But he was insistent. So I was in the barn, and all my footprints are visible there because it was very, very dusty. My fingerprints are everywhere. I was helping him, and all the evidence you like. And of course, whether the police paid any attention, investigated this, I don't know. But, it just proved that I was there being constructive and helping the guy. And then, so having fixed that, he invited me into his house, and he wanted to talk to me. And I didn't want to talk to him, not as interpersonally. I really didn't. I felt nauseous being near him. He was such a liar and ill, unwell mentally. But he was kept on repeating how he wanted us to have our old friendship back. Well, by this time I knew enough about him over the years that I didn't want anything to do with him, but I did want to prove to him that Caroline had been lying. And I said, look, Tim, I've got all this, I've got evidence, I've got proofs, I've got photos, etc. Have a look at it. That's really important to me, because you say you want to be friends. Well, you've lied to the court and intimated all kinds of things. And and now you're asking me to be your friend. It's not easy. But I was very gentle about how I phrased this, because he'd just been extremely violent a few hours before. And he was being, how can I describe it, shaky, having some mood swings in that sort of direction, from being very reasonable to being not quite aggressive, but as though he was building up to that. And he wasn't at any point violent, but it's just that you could see it coming. Hard to describe, but so I had to be very gentle and circuitous and careful about how I phrased things. But overall, unquestioningly, he invited me to come round to dinner, and I said, well, look, I'll come round with Lucia and Nick in a couple of days. I wanted witnesses, obviously. If anything nasty should happen again, and of what I'd shown him. So he invited us to dinner. I didn't want to go, but I came round, and I brought a briefcase full of all the proofs and photographs, witness statements, the whole lot, and a recording of Caroline talking about Tim. But I kept trying to show him these things, and he kept talking around it and becoming, what do you describe it, flustered, not wanting to see it. But anyway, making sure I was distracted from showing him and showing me he didn't want to see it. But then when I said, look, you said you would see it, then say, oh yeah, I'll look at it, and then not look at it. Playing a gaslighting game, it was not pleasant. And I tried it for a couple of hours now, whatever it was, and then walked away. Again, it was reported in detail to the police by email, so the details are there on record. And then, I bumped into Caroline's father, Michael White, or he bumped into me in the supermarket here in Hagfors in Sweden about 5 months ago now, in the summertime anyway. And he came up to me and said, oh, Julian Dixon. I said, yeah, and I recognised him immediately. I didn't want to speak to him. And he started talking to me as though we were old friends. I mean, really, as though we were just chummy. And I thought, Mike, I hate you. I don't use that word easily. I can't think of anyone else I hate apart from Caroline, people who Caroline has brought with her in this nastiness. I thought he was the most disgusting person, and I was just calm and cool, and I
talked to him about all the lies and stuff that was provable, and said, look, I can show you the proof, etc., etc. And he would just talk around everything as though I hadn't spoken. That was awful. It was a very unpleasant experience. Mentally, psychologically, when everything you say is just ignored. And he told me almost happily that his son was in prison for sexual abuse of a child. Now, I'd known this already several years before, where Caroline had told me. And she said it to my son Jack. And Jack asked her one day, hey, look, when Matthew abused this minor, just how old was the child? And Caroline had replied, very young, almost with a tear in her eye kind of thing, as it was painted to me, but didn't actually give a direct answer. So I knew about this, but for Michael to meet me, having done all he'd done in the supermarket, try to pretend he's my best mate, and then tell me about his son almost proudly, my son's in prison for sexual abuse of a minor, almost with a smile on his face, but certainly in a convivial fashion. I thought he was nuts. I mean, even more nuts than I thought before. But anyway, I talked to him for about 20 minutes there, and trying to get him to see some sense, and just realised you can't. He's mad. He's barking. And so I just walked away. I wasn't rude to him. I was direct with him, but not rude. Didn't really see the point of any of that. But I think the whole family have quite serious mental issues, and perhaps they've grown over the years. Perhaps I hadn't understood them for what they were before. And when I met Michael in the supermarket that day, there was one thing that he specifically lied about. I mean, he lied about loads of things, but one thing was just so obvious, so blatant, immediately provable. That's what I mean. I said to him, Mike, I said, hang on, you're talking to me civilly now, pretending you want to be my friend kind of thing in the middle of the street, but you wrote nasty things about me, and actually his was the least nasty of all the so-called witness statements against me, but it was nasty enough, and it was certainly in support of an order which wasn't going to hurt Harry and make sure that Caroline got custody. That's what it was about. And as I say, he manipulated the system by getting that order, then coming around saying he was taking Harry out for a couple of hours at the playground and taking him away for me never to see him again, so to speak. So he knew what he was doing. I said, you've written all these things about me, and he said, no, I didn't. I've got it. For God's sake, I've got it in writing from Caroline's solicitor. I've got the whole bundle, and he was just standing there lying to me. No, I didn't. No, I haven't. No, I wasn't. And what do you do when you're talking to someone who's that much of a liar? I don't know if I mentioned before, but there was a chemical factory. Michael had a printed circuit board design manufactory in the middle of Hawley, and it used to be right in the middle of the town, which sounds strange because it was a commercial workshop, but it literally was right in the middle, behind a couple of banks and by residential areas a lot. And he almost never drank. Just at Christmas he would have half a glass of whiskey, and it would make him very drunk because he never drank otherwise. And his factory had burned down, and he'd got a lot of insurance money. Now, in that factory was a vast array of very dangerous chemicals, gas bottles with flammable gas, all kinds of liquid chemicals in vats, not even in containers, such that you couldn't move them in vast quantities from the plating processes, dangerous metals, dangerous gases stored, everything you can imagine. It would be a nightmare. And I'd been to the factory several times. I knew it where it was. I used to, when I first met him, help him with some paperwork because he was hopeless. Just trying to be nice, nothing else. Before I'd met Caroline, his daughter. So the place burnt down, and the whole town was evacuated. Really thousands of people were evacuated by the fire service and police because of the danger. And he confided in me how he did it. So, and I'm not joking, I can't prove it, so I'm not saying he did it, I'm saying he confided in me that he did it, which he did. On two different occasions, at two different Christmases, when he was drunk and in his cups. And he told me precisely how he'd done it, that he had set up a trigger mechanism for a big arson attack, for a large fireball, hanging a bag of
suspended in the air, full of a flammable liquid. I can't remember if it was petrol, whatever it was, hung up by a cord, and underneath that cord was a long candle, such that when it burnt down, the wick at some point would touch the string, burn the string, the bag of flammable liquid would fall and burst. If the live flame was near it, it would burst into a fireball and, you know, set the place afire, almost blow it up with a massive fireball, so it would be unextinguishable. So this is precisely what he told me. And the way that he got around it in terms of an alibi was that he'd taken one or several packages up to one of the big London railway stations where they had a post office central terminal, and I think he said King's Cross, I forget, could have been Euston, St Pancras, I'm fairly sure it was King's Cross. And he'd set his watch an hour wrong deliberately, and he said to the post officer behind the desk, the clerk, I've got these packages to post and it's urgent and it must be recorded delivery, signed for, the time must be given, time of posting, all this stuff. And he said, oh, I'm awfully sorry, I've forgotten my specs. What time is it? Showed him his watch, and of course he'd set it an hour wrong, such that the clerk thought, oh yeah, it's 7 o'clock, whatever it was, when it was actually, you know, an hour different. Written it on the packages, and he retained the receipts so he could prove that he was in the station at that time ostensibly. And of course it was an hour wrong, which was just long enough in those days, before it was so heavily trafficked as it is now, to get there and for the arson to take effect when he wasn't there. Now, again, I'm not accusing him of it. It would be slanderous, I think, to do so. I can only tell you what he told me. And if there's anyone out there who enjoys the company of people like that, then very good luck to you. Yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned earlier, but all this nastiness had driven me into debt, and the amount of money to pay for solicitors and to think, even imagine for a minute I would obtain justice, which I did, of course, and kept thinking, so it would be a matter of time and Harry would be okay, or calm down, or I'd obtain justice, or I'd get help from the police or the courts or something. You know, absolutely forget it. But as I found, I was driven into a massive amount of debt, which I've never had monetary debts in my life. And in fact, I had my credit score was excellent, and I had a huge amount of credit available on credit cards, and always the offers of far, far more. I had about, just on credit cards alone, I think I had about £130,000 available to me immediately, possibly in cash. And I could easily have, I was offered all the time to have much, much higher credit available, and I thought, well, I don't need it, you know, what for? It's just perhaps a risk of someone committing a fraud with a bank or something at some point, so I won't do it. I think I could easily have had £1 million if I dedicated myself to it, if I'd had any need for credit. But the point is, all my reviews from customers were immaculate, my credit rating immaculate, as I say, everything I ever did. But anyway, I ended up in debt with all this nastiness, always thinking that when the house is sold, that will cover all my debts, and I at least won't be defaulting on any debt or causing problems for anyone else. And not having a clue how Caroline could manipulate the court to get the house off me, deprive me of use of it, rent the damn thing out, rake in the money, and never and get just recoup vast costs. I mean, of the most stupid things, just lying, crying on a solicitor's shoulder for 13 hours. I mean, that was itemised in one bill. I mean, it was nonsense. Anyway, eventually the house was sold, and at least a large amount of the money was available to me, and it should have been tens of thousands more, and had I not had all the court costs, probably 100,000 more. Anyway, there was a hearing in my absence to sell a house. I tried to appeal it, was denied any form of appeal, denied even to speak to explain how the manipulation of the court had come about. Caroline's barrister at that hearing went up and whispered something to the judge, and I could hear a certain amount of the conversation, not all of it, but a certain amount, and it was to do with something being signed for. And I think I mentioned before that Lucia, my girlfriend, my essentially wife, had picked up 3 letters with one for me in the middle that I hadn't known about, and that I think was a bundle of papers pertaining to a court process to sell a house, but I don't know to this day, probably never will. But the point was, something was whispered there, and it was on about signed for and Lucia had signed for it, and that was why the judge didn't make the appeal, as far as I can see. So I don't believe that that's lawful. I don't think a barrister is allowed to whisper in the judge's ear. Now, there were only the four of us in the room. Caroline was there, and myself and that barrister. Caroline, of course, entering through a secret passage, witness protection, whatever, or trembling and all that crap, you know. I think she was there on that one, but the point is, that's what she always did. But, and as I said, you have to have reasonable notification of presentation of evidence, which is all a bit silly, farcical anyway, because sometimes Caroline was doing strange things. For example, coming around the day before a hearing, doing something weird, untoward, illegal, whatever it was. So how can you then present evidence with timely, you know, sort of 7 days notice, whatever it is, into court to all parties concerned? Because you can't. And I might have mentioned she had 24 access to her solicitor, as she proudly showed me, with a 24-hour emergency number. And, you know, I was lucky if I got to see my solicitor after days. And when I didn't know if I had representation. On one occasion, Anthony Warren, these abysmal solicitors in Crawley, sent in a trainee solicitor to be with me. Whether I had legal aid at that point, I don't know. It was always unclear. But anyway, a trainee was sent who had little information on the case, as became apparent when I spoke to her, absolutely disinterested, talking about her Indian boyfriend who's in the Marines. That's the only thing she was interested in talking about. I was happy to talk about that to an extent, because she obviously knew nothing about what was going on and had no capability at all. It was incredible. You know, some student lawyers, I'm sure, are fairly switched on, but yeah, without going down that path too much, being abusive about anyone, not everyone is. So yeah, and I noticed soon that when the judge ordered that the debts be paid. Now, it wasn't clear, because it was a very abysmally written order, actually, absolutely childlike. Could have done better myself, quite literally, first time ever. In order to make sure that funds from the sale of the house were distributed to my creditors, which is as it should be, obviously, but the way it should come about should have been noted. And it wasn't clear as to whether I should disperse the funds or Caroline's solicitors should, and I asked them to ask the judge, and it came back. I think they'd asked the judge. It wasn't clear, but again, I documented all this to the police in England and sent it by email, so they should have all the statements. So it's in detail, though I can't relate to every detail now, talking from memory, but basically the ruling came back that I would disperse the funds, or they told me I would disperse the funds, whichever it is. So I thought, well, I could be accused of all kinds of stuff, and the way things are going, and I had been accused constantly, I'm not going to do it myself. I'm going to rent a solicitor. So I hired a firm of solicitors based in, I think it was Chingford, Essex. I've got it all the paperwork anyway. And we communicated by email, mostly, and phone. And so they were going to disperse the funds. They agreed to do it. And then after weeks and weeks, nothing was really happening. So I kept having to chivvy them along. Small things would happen, a lot wouldn't happen. Oh, I'm waiting for this, oh, I'm waiting for that, sign this, sign that. Just a really stupid game, and no proactivity at all. And I was really worried about being held in contempt of court, because talking to a very good friend of mine, very intelligent lady who used to be a solicitor in the UK, now emigrated, told me that a reasonable time to carry out a court order is probably around 3 weeks, if it reasonably can be done in that time, to do with paperwork and processing of things like that. And by now, months had gone past, and these solicitors were messing around. Suddenly, when I phoned them up one day, they said, "Oh, that solicitor's left." What? The one that's supposed to be dispersing the funds to me? Oh, yeah, they left a month ago. Well, no one told me. Oh, but you should have been notified by email. Well, I wasn't, or by any form. And so another solicitor from that firm was supposed to take over the job, and they again were dawdling, and things went on to months by now. Months. I mean, I think we were up to nearly a year by this point. And nothing had been done, and I was worried about being ordered being in contempt of court, and worried about my creditors, and worried about Caroline doing more manipulations before, and abusing the funds in some way, not knowing how, but she always managed to find something. It doesn't matter how unlawful, to damage any process. So, and then I found out that the second solicitor had left that firm. And again, I hadn't been notified.
I mean, this is incredible, but this is how bad the legal system is in England. Nobody bothered. So then I had the money, in theory, to disperse to the creditors. And so I was talking to Caroline's solicitors and about the unclarity of the order. And then they said, well, I think they said that they had a ruling or an order, but it may be just that they decided to do it themselves. So they de facto were going to disperse the funds. And again, they were dawdling. So I'd phone them up literally daily on occasion, certainly twice, 3 times a week, probably every 2 to 3 days on average. And then I was told by them, oh, this solicitor isn't going to do it now, it's with a different solicitor and a different department, and now that solicitor's not doing it. And I'm not joking, it went round the house, and then I talked to a new person who wasn't familiar with the ins and outs because they just had it, orders to deal with it, and they weren't dealing with it, and then they want me to sign this and sign that, and then, oh, we can't do this without your permission from the creditor, you're talking to the creditor, giving your permission. And it was just getting more and more ludicrous. And again, it was like another Franz Kafka novel. Whatever I did, someone was stopping me from carrying out a court order that had been designed with a reasonable motive in mind to pay off the creditors. And there were, I can't remember, 5 or 6 big companies. Then it became very obvious to me, speaking to the creditors, that they'd been told some information about me which wasn't true, but it was manipulated from a truth. And it was done in such a way that only Caroline, essentially maybe Tim, 1 or 2 people close to her, could possibly know about it or possibly manipulate it in this way. And I thought, somebody's misinforming them. And of course there's no way to prove it, and banks don't give out information like that. They're not allowed to store calls, information like that without some sort of due process verification, as I understand it. They certainly are not allowed to divulge it to people if they request it. And I did ask people who know more about data protection than I do. I don't remember all the ins and outs of it, but it appeared that a number of them were acting totally illegally. But I couldn't really prove it. Anyway, finally, and I went to meet my bank NatWest one day, and it became evident from them that someone had been manipulating them. And actually the clerk at the time, a very helpful lady, I explained to her roughly what was going on. She went out of her way to, let's say, be on the edge of the law in making it obvious, telling me basically what happened without telling me, which was very reasonable. So then one day I was talking to one of the people that I owed money to, a creditor, was the Chancellor of the Exchequer's office, which changed its name to the Chancellor's office or something like that in the middle of all this. And basically it means the Home Secretary, the people who keep the national purse for Britain. And it was because of legal aid, for the money that I apparently borrowed on legal aid. And again, this was all up in the air. I had no clue what had been or hadn't been borrowed in the end. It was a mishmash. and I'll give you some idea of how bad it was. Caroline's solicitors in Eastbourne sent me an incorrect invoice, and it was only a friend of mine going through some of this stuff with me, kindly enough, and he saw I was using his office facilities because he had a decent phone connection, which I don't at home, and his internet facilities and printers and so on. Good fellow. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's right. So this friend of mine, Thomas, he noticed that an invoice was wrong, and he brought this to my attention. I hadn't picked up on it. You wouldn't think a solicitor would invoice you wrongly, and certainly not about large amounts of money with specific court orders involved, the more so. But it was wrong, and we brought it up with them, and they apologised, very mildly I must add, but they did make some form of apology, and admitted it was wrong and sent a new invoice, but that was pretty appalling. And then, yeah, I was talking to the Chancellor of the Exchequer's office one day in regards to paying off a credit to them, and someone let slip some information, and I do have his name written down. There was a lady and a gentleman I spoke to, both I think were solicitors. They were certainly in the legal department of the Chancellor's office. This is where it gets interesting. And he certainly, a guy called Luke, I forget his surname written down, he admitted that they had received information about me saying that I had this and this and this overseas, properties and so on. And I said, well, question, what have you got? And he started telling me more and more. He shouldn't have told me that at all. They shouldn't have accepted or recorded that information as far as I can see, and even less divulged it. But then it was obvious I was totally right. Someone had deliberately, specifically misinformed him, their legal department, and apparently other creditors. And what they were doing is manipulating things to make it difficult for me to pay the creditors, and to make them believe that I had some vast amount of funds somewhere and or assets, which was a total lie. In other words, to fudge the whole situation. So this is blatant contempt of court. This is, again, no grey area. This is her manipulating the court process. And all I was doing was trying to get the damn thing paid. So it literally took me 1 year and 2 or 3 months, I think it was 1 year and 3 months, of doing this paperwork almost daily, 5 days a week. So it was minimum 3 days a week, and usually 4 to 5, of phoning people, trying to make compromissory agreements such that each creditor had, you know, a proportional or reasonable amount, then finding that had been stymied because some information had come their way somehow, or something had changed, their demeanour had changed, obviously because of something. So this whole thing was being manipulated, and it was dragging on and on and on, and it was crazy. And yeah, finally, anyway, as I say, I had this admission from the legal department of the Chancellor's office, and I said to them, well, look, can you be a witness? Can you come into court and say this as a witness? You've received this information, and I can show you it's incorrect, and you can check it anything you like, but please be a witness for me. At which point, of course, he backed up big time. I mean, he was scared. He probably would have lost his career, because it was blatant breach of the Data Protection Act. So, you know, this is how far the corruption and ineptitude extends to the legal office of the Chancellor's office, legal department of the Chancellor's office. How bad can it get? England is the court process, everything that fed into it. And this is it, I say it again, every organisation that fed into it was corrupt and or inept. So anyway, finally, by huge amounts of effort of mine and well over a year of my work, I managed to get the creditors paid off with what was there, with the funds that I had, and to start again. And again, I wrote all this to the police, and to my knowledge, nothing has been investigated, questioned. I've not been issued with a report number. I tried to make a complaint, that was sort of rebuffed and stonewalled, like everything. Oh, and just in case there's any doubt, I should add that Caroline's solicitors, the wrong invoice that they asked me to pay, you know, there and then sort of thing, it's saying it needed to be paid, and, you know, inferring that it should get on with it sort of thing, was very, very much in their favour of a lot of money. So it's no small, we're not talking about small beer here. We're talking about their potential to make a lot of money. And there was also further activity by Caroline in interfering with the processing in various ways, which is, you know, I don't know the details, but I know it was going on from circumstantially. I don't remember if I mentioned this particular meeting with Caroline, and this was still within the period of the non-molestation order as I recall it. I'm pretty sure it was. I think it was in around March of the summer after she'd obtained this order, which was around July 2010. And so we're into 2011, and she asked to meet me, and by this time I'd moved most of my stuff over to Sweden, and I was going over there to be there permanently. And I'd said, well, all right, if we have to meet, let's do it somewhere in public. Let's do it at Wakehurst Place. It's a part of Kew Gardens. It's a very big arboretum, and it's full of beautiful flower gardens in the summer. Fantastic place. And I used to have a family pass. You see, I was told that I never took the family anywhere. We never had any money. We never did anything. And I was cruel and repressive and abusive and all the rest of the crap, even though we were eating organic food. And every year I used to alternate between having a membership for the whole family, between British Heritage and National Trust, such that we could go off to beautiful places every weekend. There'd be fantastic flower gardens and parks for the children to run around, climb things, enjoy the flowers, the scenery, the peace. We'd inevitably have a walk somewhere in the countryside. We used to get the little ones a milkshake or sort of something nice, and yeah, just a general sort of, and there was a sort of always a slight educational element to it, you know, as well with history and so on. So Harry was very familiar, my little boy, with Wakehurst Place, as were Jack and Nick, because, you know, acres and acres of beautiful gardens and big sandstone slabs to slide on, and
you know, really nice place and safe for children. So I said to Caroline, look, let's meet there. At least Harry's a bit familiar with it. And I thought, well, when we walk through the visitor centre, which you have to walk through to go in and out, there will be probably video coverage there. So it will be known that I'm walking peaceably with Caroline and Harry through that area, so nobody can challenge it. I believe to this day they have video surveillance in there, although I never went back to check. But you would do, because it's a very big shop with a lot of expensive items and well organised. So yeah, we went there and we met in the car park. We all walked in together, Caroline trying to play Happy Families, me trying to do my best for Harry but not really wanting to go quite down her route. And we found a beautiful place. It was a chilly day and we sat down for a bit. She brought a picnic, made my favourite things, being nice in that way, and then started being aggressive after sort of 10 or 15 minutes of talking. and really getting more and more aggressive. And I said to her, look, she was agitated. I said, what do you want to do? Do you want to hit me? Is that it? And she said, no, I don't. And she calmed down. And then only a very short time later, she lashed out at me with her nails, with her claws, really to scratch my face off. And I was sort of ready for it because I could see it coming up. And then she jumped up and tried to chase me around. And I tried to make it look like a game for Harry's sake, going to one side of a tree and playing peekaboo, whatever, because that's what you do for a little boy, who was then 4 years old. And it was quite sickening. His mother was being absolutely violent, no question, not just aggressive. She was trying physically to attack me and assault me with her nails. No grey area again, and me just doing my best to mitigate it. Anyway, eventually, she was out of breath and she sort of calmed down, and Harry thought it was, I didn't really know what to make of it, but at least didn't see it as ultra-violence, I hope. An interesting point was there that when we arrived at Wakehurst Place, Caroline obviously was worried about me recording her by that point. So as she'd done in other occasions, she insisted on me taking my telephone out of my pocket, my mobile phone, taking the battery out so that she could see that the battery was out. And I insisted that she do the same, which, it's just a bit of a silly game, really, wondering why on earth she'd go to that trouble. And she literally did an airport search on me. She was trained in airport searches because she'd worked as a flow team leader in Gatwick Airport. And she literally patted me down to make sure, before she became violent, to make sure that I had no bugs on me or anything that could be used for recording. And we were in a slightly open area between trees where there was no other member of the public around, so obviously she's not scared of me. But the point is, we both took our batteries out of our phones at the same time. So of course I documented this to police and I wrote it to them. By this time, it was obvious that she'd been seeing me. I had less and less to lose, but I was still bloody worried about being prosecuted for breaking non-molestation order. However, I never received any response from the police about this, nor help, nor advice, no support, no attempt to look into it whatsoever. Blatant abuse, and not even in regards to the violence and the attacks, or of the child abuse implicit in that. But what I was able to say to them, well, look, here's your absolute proof that she's seeing me again. We're at Wakehurst Place. The two telephones have their batteries taken out at the same time. You have your proof that she's doing, if you like, by circumstance, an airport search on me, that she's trying to stop me recording her, that she's manipulating. What are the chances of two people being in the same area, which is easy to triangulate using the mobile network system. It's very easy to see where a telephone is. So they can see that two telephones, possibly connected to the same mast, certainly to the same three by triangulation, and they both switch off at exactly the same time, at a time when you can see that we're coming in through the guest shop together, and it will be on video, and there were plenty of people there who saw us, and we've got the receipts. So she's manipulating you and the courts. What are you going to do about it in the polite way? Nothing, not a sausage. So again, doesn't matter how blatantly abusive, the police will not act. And here was an interesting point about the stalking, because I haven't gone much into that. But Caroline was absolutely stalking me, making sure she could see every move I was making, who I spoke with, when, where, why. computer communications. As I say, she'd hacked my Facebook at one point. It became evident that she'd hacked other things, and there were reasons to suspect she'd hacked even more things, but of course you're never quite sure. When you know some of it has been hacked, you don't know how much of it has been hacked, and what capability she does or doesn't have in those lines. She's very able, and of course with her beauty and her charm, I'm sure she could get guys at Gatwick or whatever to help her in her games. But when it became very obvious that she was spying on me, and I was able to disinform her, even with information that I sent via the computer. So I suspect she put a keyboard logger on my computer, perhaps the day she broke in. So I reinstalled my computer, which seemed to stymie that. But the interesting point here was that I wanted to see how much information she was getting, and from which services online, so to speak, whether it was email or a keyboard logger where she could get everything and so on. So what I did was I made a false, what we call a profile on a dating application. I've never been on one before. I made a profile on there with my photograph, and I think it had my photo anyway, but it had information that made obvious that it was me. Sure enough, very quickly I was contacted by someone a lady who was chatting a bit, wanted to meet me, and wanted to meet me at a pub. I think it's called the Red Lion in East Grinstead. Anyway, that was all logged with the police. I showed him everything that was going on. And so I met this woman who was a little bit vague about where she lived. Said she lived close by, but it just didn't quite kind of add up. But it wasn't, couldn't be said to be a lie directly. It was just a feeling that she wasn't telling the truth. And then, things happened. We met. We had a couple of pints in a pub, and then she invited me to sit in her car. I think it was a Land Rover. It was quite a big 4-wheel drive anyway. Went to sit in there, and she was asking me about what music I liked, and asking me about my past and different things. And it was obvious she was prying and probing and trying to find information. And I suspect she was a private detective sent by Caroline. I don't know for a fact. I've no evidence, but that would be the only scenario that would make sense. And then so she asked me if I would go and get a CD of mine, and if I would give it to her, just something of music I liked. Now this was obviously to get my fingerprints. Now presumably it would be to get my fingerprints so that she could say, as a private detective, if that was correct, I don't know, look, here, I've got the fingerprints, and this is a CD he gave me, his prints are on it, because obviously fingerprints are very, very obvious on a CD. It's a very, very clear place to put them. So that was a strange occurrence. And then she wanted to kiss me. Well, sorry, I've had quite a few girlfriends. I know a little bit about women, and I could say that it wouldn't be normal for her to just ask to kiss me on having just met me in a pub for the first time like that, and not the way it went about body language. Certainly, we weren't drunk. We'd had 1 or 2 pints, whichever it was, and we're both driving. So she was taking gum immediately before, and it's hard to put these body language things into everyday language, but it was obvious it was contrived. It wasn't a normal human man to woman interaction. Anyway, she wanted to kiss me, she did, and I thought it was all a bit strange, but it had to be, in my view, a private detective proving that she'd met me in order to fulfil some obligation to Caroline or whoever had hired her, maybe Tim or one of Caroline's friends, God knows, because they're nuts, in my view. But then it occurred to me years later, I wonder if the police were involved. I wondered if they sent, a female officer or something. I doubt they get into something that silly, but maybe they did, just to get her feelings. Was I likely to be a sex pest or a threat to a woman in any way? I don't know, because I can only speculate, because the whole experience was so strange. But as I say, the only way that person could have contacted me was through that dating site. It happened very quickly. She wanted to meet very quickly, and just from things that I've seen generally of friends of mine who've done this internet dating thing, it just doesn't seem to be the way it works. The whole feeling of it was just not right and contrived. As I say, I told the police all of this stuff in detail, so they probably know better than I do, and deleted the profile after that, and that was it. But the point is, I knew then the extent of what Caroline... I went along to meet this person actually out of from being inquisitive. I assumed Caroline herself would probably turn up, but I didn't know for a fact. Or she would get some actors to come along to try and break up my relationship with Julie, because Caroline, knowing Julie was an important witness, she would therefore be getting rid of an important witness, because Julie had witnessed all kinds of stuff.
as had Albert. So she would be happy to put a spanner in those works, kind of thing. And Caroline did actually, lots more stories, but did deliberately try to split up Julie and I by manipulation, using sex, using Harry, all kinds of nasty stuff. But she also admitted, this is an interesting point, she also admitted to Albert that she'd lied, and the lies that she had admitted to were pretty specific, a lot more alluded to, but some absolutely specific. And it was a very interesting thing that I'd forgotten about completely. When I got arrested supposedly for a rape and the battering, the first thing that crosses your mind is how can I possibly defend myself from this? You know, how can you ever prove that you didn't rape a woman who says they do? You know, it's you can't disprove a negative kind of thing. And so I was thinking about this long and hard, and then if you pardon the pun, so I did ask Caroline for a time at a day. If you say that I've raped you, you tell me the time in the day. Be specific, put it in writing, present it to the court. And I thought, well, if on the off chance I can prove I was working somewhere else when you said this happened, then we know you're lying. And of course she can't, won't, don't come up with a date, a time, etc. So, you know, I thought, yeah, that, you know, basically, come on, you know, why not just admit it? And of course, once you've made an allegation like that, you can't not admit it. And one of the things I said to her when she kept saying, I'm going to have this non-molestation order rescinded, etc., was, you know, you're going to have to admit that that the rape allegation is false, because everything else, I don't mind trying to mitigate things for you and trying to say, look, you know, you weren't well, or is that postnatal depression? Maybe, I don't know, but so you're not prosecuted. But the rape thing, that's got to be annulled, you know, and a few other of the serious parts of the allegations. And I said to her, the thing is, it's no good you just saying that you didn't mean it, in case anyone turns around like the social services would and say, oh, you're so madly in love with me and so besotted by me and I'm so powerful and such an abuser that that you will have to prove that I didn't do those things. You supply those proofs to the police, and I'll try to mitigate everything I can. We'll put it down to depression, whatever you like, but let's try to go forward as a family, whether we're together or not. Doesn't matter. The important thing is Harry and the children. And of course she would sometimes agree to this and other times become abusive, and all the mood swings that went with it. Anyway, the very important point of this was the police read out her statement of abuse, of what I supposedly done to her, which included details about an alleged rape. And it was interesting because she went into quite some details, and Caroline doesn't normally make mistakes. I mean, she really doesn't. She's bloody smart. But this is the interesting thing. I was so happy when they read that out to me. I was suddenly ecstatic because she'd done it. She dropped herself in it. Her sworn statements, signed statements to the civil court were not only at odds with her statement to the police, in one or two details, particularly in reference to an alleged rape, they were absolutely contradictory. So one could not happen with the other. And I honestly don't remember what they are now. I reported it to police in detail at the time. I never had a copy of her statement in writing. I requested it from the police specifically, categorically. Julie was there when I posted a recorded letter to the police data department. They said I had to write to ask for a copy of it. I never received one. Whether they posted it and I'd already left the house, that's possible. Whether they decided for some reason that they weren't going to do it, whether they'd lost it, decided not to release it, I never had any notification whatsoever, and I asked repeatedly. I was told subsequently that they may have paper copies at Crawley Police Station, even if after the 7-year barrier had gone by, and data records are normally destroyed on computers. Occasionally, sometimes, often, I don't remember the expression, but paper copies sometimes exist, and I should make efforts to find them, or to ascertain if it exists, and then or ask for a copy of it. And this was the absolute proof that she was lying to the courts or the police or both. There was no way around it. So I was ecstatic, and then subsequently could not get a copy of it. And I told the police this, and the comment was, and I'm trying to remember it exactly, we don't get involved with the civil court or with civil court litigation or civil court allegations. I don't remember, but that is not important, because a civil court relies on what the judge thinks happened at the time, and a criminal court requires unreasonable proof. So of course the two systems are different. I'm not asking for the police to consider a judgment. I'm telling the police the paperwork exists, signed, sworn statement to the court, which is totally contrary in some points and totally different in others to what she'd specifically written. So we knew she was lying, and they wouldn't touch it, absolutely refused. Whether that's lawful or not, I have no clue. I've asked some solicitors, I can't get a straight answer. As usual, nobody seems to know the law. That was actually one of the heaviest, went from one of the most elated moments during the whole thing to a real nadir, real sadness, because when it's that fucking blatant and the police won't touch it, then it makes you wonder. Let alone the sexual abuse that I've mentioned before. So what Caroline was doing was saying that I'd raped her, where in fact she'd raped me, even though rape doesn't stand under English law, sexual abuse does, and the police just not interested, didn't look into it, let alone arrest her as they arrested me, etc. And this is pure sexism, there's no way around it. Yeah, I thought I'd finished this video, and then I think of so much more, and there is so much more. But I'm trying to put out the poignant points that stand out in order to help people to understand how bad the system is and to learn from it, hopefully. There was something very important I was going to mention and it's escaped me. Yeah, that's right. I used to have a lot of friends who I'd known, in my travels in the past, friends and acquaintances around the world, some close, some not, some we'd been very close and then separated for years by marriages or moving to different parts of Russia, whatever it happened to be. But Caroline, bit by bit, basically told me that each of my friends had made a pass at her. Obviously to split us up. I didn't realise at the time at all. You think, well, it's, you never know who's whoming who in this world, 100%. And she's a very good looking girl, and she said that certain male friends of mine had made passes at her. And at first, you sort of half believe it, or you don't really believe it, or you don't know what to make of it, really. And then the pattern starts to emerge, one after another, but not with days or weeks in between, such that you would suspect anything, but in part of a much more sinister and deliberate manipulation, months apart, a year apart. Another male friend of mine supposedly made a pass at her. And then she started saying it to various people who, I just knew that wasn't going to happen for various reasons. I knew that couldn't happen without releasing anyone's personal details. But, it was sort of all of my friends one by one. But this was just an example of the manipulation where she would try to isolate me from friends. And actually, I know someone who's going through this now, not any allegations, but a man who lives with a woman who is doing to him exactly what Caroline did to me during our relationship, and you can see the pattern. And I only found out recently, and then learned more and more that there are people who will separate their victim from everyone else and make them believe that they're the only ones who they can really trust, who will look after them, when it's those people who are manipulating and controlling, even sometimes destroying them. It's not that uncommon, and of course the victims are the last ones to see it, because they think that they're being cared for and saved and loved, but by a person who's actually unmitigatedly evil, if you want to use the spiritual sense, or mentally ill, narcissistic, if you want to use the psychological sense. Yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier, but when I tried to make complaints about social services, Helen Ingledew, social services said she was no longer working for them, so they couldn't accept the complaint. Told me she had gone to work for Kafkas. When I spoke to Kafkas, they said that at the time that Helen Ingledew had done the things that I alleged that she had done, she was not working for them, so there's nothing they could do. And the point is, as with everything else in this whole sad sequence of events, nobody will take any responsibility or accept a complaint. And I did write a letter directly to Helen Ingledew. I obtained her work address, and
I never got an answer. I brought up a number of points with her and said, look, you've basically lied. I was quite polite about it, but said, well, you've said this and this and this. This is assumption stated as fact. In some cases, you just said things that are just not true. What are you going to do about it? What's in a nice way? Again, no reply, nothing whatsoever. I don't know what kind of person that is, as in if she's deluded, spiteful, man-hater, or taking money, or just or narcissistic herself, or deranged. I don't know. What am I supposed to conclude from that kind of behaviour in a public office, and well paid to do so, and who knows how much well paid, on the side. How lucrative is it writing reports, court reports for solicitors to destroy people's lives and their minds actually, and destroy, more important, as I hope this is obvious without it being said, most important, it is destroying children's lives, but it's also destroying the economy and society and trust in everything that we hold dear in a supposed democracy. How do we have a democracy if we don't have a justice system? How do we have a democracy if we don't have a police who do what they're supposed to do, who don't go after criminals, who allow people to deliberately destroy and manipulate a system? What do we do then? You tell me. But anyway, thanks for listening. Yeah, in making this video, it's very difficult to know where to aim it, and that means if I keep it short and snappy, of course, it keeps people's attention. But if people want to make a serious study or analysis of what goes on in the family courts, and in terms of people's mental health to do with narcissism, etc., then of course I have to go on, and one is related to the other, and I'm really nervous about going on more, just because it's painful to do this, but also I just don't want to bore people, because I want people to watch this, to learn from it, and to understand the important message, which is the pain to children, and perhaps an entire background of what goes on is important. So from that point of view, if you'll pardon me, I'll continue a little bit into our relationship, which is something I wanted to keep out initially, because as I mentioned earlier, it has the possibility to drag other people or other names into this in order to explain goings on, which is something I really don't want to do. And it's something that Caroline did at every step during the allegation and accusation process, because of course people feel really embarrassed by any sort of being drawn into anything unpleasant, really, whether it's officially through the courts or as witnesses to the police, or just interpersonally as an embarrassment. And of course it's very, very time consuming as well, writing court statements which you feel you have to have exact, and they've got to be typed up and signed, and perhaps signed by witnesses, and then the possibility you may be asked to go to court, and that there may be several hearings, adjournments and all the rest, and it really does turn into a big farce. I mean, to an extent a necessary one, that the court process, a legal process, should be followed. I appreciate that, but because it gets farcical and simple facts are not looked at, then lots of people get drawn into a maelstrom of nonsense, and that's what narcissists want to do. They like to create interpersonal conflicts, they like to create chaos, they like attention, and accusations are their trade. So the more people they can accuse or quasi-accuse or say helped in something that someone's accused of, the more that they thrived. So I'll give just a few examples there. One of them was that the three times that Caroline attacked me with a knife, on one occasion it was witnessed, and that was by two Serbian friends of mine who came to stay in England. So there is a witness to one of those. I don't believe that they were ever questioned about this, though I did inform the police about that. Another one was extremities in behaviour, which there are not witnesses for, but I will describe anyway. One time years ago, whilst building the house that I'm in now, actually with one of my Serbian friends who was kind enough to, he was here as a refugee, and had nothing to do, wasn't allowed to work, and I lent him quite a lot of money, not knowing him, just to help him out because he was stuck, and he repaid sort of 90% of it a week later and was actually crying, big guy, because he couldn't give me the last 50 quid. And you know, I just said to him, look, don't worry about it, and he did give it back several weeks later, but he insisted on coming to help me build this house. And then a couple of years later he came, or the next year he came back and helped me to complete it, and wouldn't take a single penny. And that is a bloody good friend, and we were friends for many years, and what a wonderful fellow, you know, beyond question in terms of his decency to other people and interpersonal kindness. And he brought his wife Manuela Mansi over to England, and they stayed for us occasionally. Stayed with us in the house in England, which is when they witnessed that attack. But the reason that I mention Daniel is his name actually, specifically, is because there was, the reason I built this house is because I bought this plot of land, and I thought, yeah, slowly, and I'll build myself a summer house, no hurry, just a nice thing to have for my children in Sweden, with them being half British, half Swedish. So we'd always have some sort of roots in this country, and I was buying a small house at the same time. The house purchase fell through. The vendor was being a little bit dishonest, I felt. So I thought, oh yeah, at that time I got a lump in my throat actually, and I went to a local doctor, and they have locum doctors here all the time because it's right in the countryside, not a regular doctor, so you see a different one every time. But there was a Polish doctor there, and this doctor, he took a look at the lump and had a reasonable look at it and a poke about in my mouth and neck, and said, look, it's an unusual form of cancer, I don't remember the name, but it's a throat cancer, and you're probably looking at a few weeks to live. He said it could be 3 weeks, you know, if you're lucky it could be a couple of months, this kind of thing, but it is that. He said that, you know, he was not in any doubt, and a very experienced and mature doctor, you know. So what I did was I took all of my savings money that I'd had in various accounts in different countries actually, because, you know, I've lived and worked in various countries, had a little bit put by, and just bought all the materials for this house, and thought, well, the only thing I can do is provide something for the future of my sons and for their mum, in case anything should ever happen. And it wouldn't be anything glorious, it would be just a simple box if you like, but it would be super insulated and something you could live in all year round and make into a really nice home, which is what I've done now. It was never intended to be somewhere that I would live. But anyway, so I took all my savings money. Daniel was kind enough to help me, and we worked like hell. I mean, it never went above -12 in the entire time we were building it. We had a little caravan outside with a gas heater, but the gas wouldn't evaporate because it was too cold. At night it was -26, so the gas stayed very cold, and therefore we could never light it. We never managed to get it lit. So we were sleeping out at -26 and working at -12, and we had no showers, or obviously no running water in that temperature, not even a bucket of water. So we had to drive to the nearest lake and break a hole in the ice as it formed, and wash off the fiberglass and the insulation and everything for weeks. But the point is, I was just doing my best. You know, I took all of my savings money, built this house like hell, and was able to, when the money ran out, the house was complete. It didn't have a bathroom fitted, it didn't have a kitchen fitted, but the essence of it was there. At which point it just got too cold and the money had gone. So I went off back to the UK because I was still alive. 6 weeks later, or a month later by that time, whatever it was. And a little surprised actually, and the lump didn't seem to have grown. It wasn't hurting, but it was grown slightly, but it was, you know, it wasn't going anywhere. So I went to see, talk to friends in Denmark, and one of them had a very good private doctor, and they said, well look, it's not that much for an examination, I'll talk to them, do you want to have it examined here? So again, I went to a very, you know, someone who's held in high regard, a private doctor in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and had the lump looked at, and I didn't provoke him in any way or give him any information. He looked at it for a few minutes carefully, and he said exactly the same as the Polish doctor had said here. He said, look, it's an unusual type of throat cancer, you probably haven't got long to live, basically between 3 weeks and a couple of months. It's almost the same words, which was a little bit shocking. But anyway, so I was in Denmark for whatever it was, a week or two with friends. I went back to Britain, and I went to see my doctor there, who'd always been my family doctor kind of thing, near Gatwick. And without feeding him any information, I asked him what this lump in my neck was, and he said the same thing. So by this point, I thought I would be absolutely deaded, and I wasn't. Anyway, there was cause to and quite a funny incidents there, because he said, "Well, look, I'll give you a letter. You must go. There's no reason to believe we can do anything. Basically you can't," which is very direct, but I appreciate that. And he said, "Go to the nearest hospital, East Surrey Hospital, and get the first appointment you can, just in case. It's always worth a look." And gave me a letter and said, "Show this to them." And this was, I don't remember what month it was, but the appointment that I was offered was months later. I mean, 3 or 4 months later. But there was a new rule within the National Health Service in Britain that one had to be seen by a private consultant or private hospital if the National Health Service couldn't see you within, I think, 28 days. So I was given a remit for that, and it happens that the biggest private hospital in England was very, very close to where we lived, only 2-3 kilometres down the road, a couple of miles. So I went there, and they looked at this lump in my neck pretty carefully. A number of specialists and I think 1 or 2 consultants even, trained staff, lots of machinery, totally different thing from the National Health Service. I would never have imagined the difference. But they looked at it for a couple of hours, and they said it's benign, there's nothing wrong with it. They said it's a cyst, it's not that uncommon, and we'll drain it if you like, and we'll test the fluid that we drain from it, but we can't imagine it's dangerous. And sure enough, they tested it, and there was nothing dangerous about it, so I was alive. Anyway, I had cause in between times to come back to Sweden, and I can't remember why. It might have been, I don't remember. But so I flew back, and Daniel was still here, living in the nearest town, and we went up to the house together, and Caroline was with me, and I discussed what was happening with the lump in my throat, and this was before it was diagnosed as being benign and harmless. And I told Daniel that I possibly only had a few weeks to live, which is one of the reasons. So this must have been slightly before we finished the house then, because I remember he said, "Look, Jules, I'll help you right till the end. Don't worry, I'll be here. We'll get it done." Anyway, so Caroline was doing something which I hadn't realised that she did a lot of the time, and that was just sort of sneaking around, listening to every conversation, to every snippet, to see what people might talk about and how they can be manipulated. And I sort of caught her at it, a few times subsequently, and realised there was quite a pattern. And this is how narcissistic people work. They will listen surreptitiously, find information that they can use, and won't tell you that they have this information, or talk to you directly, something like that. It's, they have a different way of operating totally to the way most people would normally think or go about things. And it's always got to be to their advantage, and it's to do with paranoia and to their possibility to control situations. Well, anyway, she overheard the conversation about me dying, and she went what I can describe as fairly berserk. And it was just a horrible thing to behold. It was a rage. So it's not the same as anger. Until you see it, you wouldn't know the difference. And I can't describe it well, but with anger, it's as though someone is still in control. With rage, it's as though they're totally not. It's like there's a different person in their body. It's almost, you could describe it as a spiritual thing, like being possessed, if you believe in things like that. So I don't want to go too far down that road, but it's maybe a good way to describe it. And just absolutely being nonsensical, and just in this fury, and not anger but rage more than anger, and chaotic in her own mind, and sort of shaking and angry with me, which I know people do get angry when they get upset, and this is part of narcissism, to show sadness as anger, but this was so extreme, and it was a little bit frightening. Anyway, going further with that same proposition, that same idea, years later in England, when we had the house together and when we were splitting up and I told her I was leaving to live, to have Julie as my girlfriend, and just, couldn't cope with Caroline anymore, and expose it, saying to Caroline things that she'd done and reasons for leaving her, the absolute extremity of things that she'd done, inviting her lover to our house. I've still got the email, and the amount of lies, the amount of manipulation, the hidden debts, the whole thing. And I remember she went up into her bedroom, and she said she wanted to pack some things, if I remember. But anyway, I went up there and I was talking with her, and then she was lying, so I would, pick apart her lie and say, no, that's not true, Caroline, because of X, Y, and Z. So she would then change her story a bit, and I would say, no, that's not true because of A, B, and C. And this continued, and she then started to physically back into a corner. Now, I wasn't threatening her in any way, but I was being firm with saying, look, I know you're lying. And so she physically, it's as though someone was almost drawing her into a corner, and she was really scared, but there was no threat to her. And she was backing more and more, and as I uncovered every layer of lies, she was getting more and more enraged, and she got into a rage again, and a filthy rage. I mean, sort of clawing at the air almost, and physically agitated, shaking, and coming up with nonsensical things that didn't make any sense. I destroyed, by talking to her, nothing else, the fantasy world that she was living in. Now, whether you call this possession or whether you call it, have psychological definitions for this, it was only, I can describe it as being like a possession. And this is what spiritual people say it is, particularly of women who've had abortions. They say that a lot of women become possessed from it. Now, I'm not suggesting that's the case, but I'm making an analogy. And the rage that she went into was beyond anything I had ever seen or could imagine, and it was like a horror film. And then I sort of started to realise this is just like a horror film. And you always think that directors and people who make horror films, they make these things up, and it's it's very clever in its way, it's frightening, but actually a lot of filmmakers, as I found out subsequently, copy the extremities of real human behaviour. And the way that Caroline was shaking and twisting her body and writhing, I mean, absolute spasms, and screaming, and then she started talking in voices, and it was mostly English, with some gibberish thrown in, but it was several octaves lower than it will be possible for a young human female to speak in. And that sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not an exaggeration. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Several octaves deeper than a man with a deep voice could normally speak. And it was as though someone else was in her body. And it was as though a spirit was talking. It was talking about evil, it was talking about hatred, and it was almost, in my mind's eye, I expected nails to come flying out of her mouth, or green slime as you see in films. Of course it didn't, but that was the way my thought was going, because this was just so crazy. This was something I'd never seen before or since anywhere in the world, in any culture, in any way, shape or form, not in seances, not with shamans, and I've seen a lot of that kind of thing. This was so extreme, and I've seen people in trances and all the rest, but this was something else. This was an extremity. And it was really frightening. It was really, really frightening, and I could only sort of stand there gobsmacked and let it take its course. And I didn't know what to do. Do you want to go near someone who's sort of clawing at the air with their nails out, who's screaming in rage? It's not. You don't want to come close to them. You don't want to sort of leave them, because you can see almost like someone having an epileptic fit. You wouldn't walk away and leave them in a fit. What do you do? And it was very confusing, actually. And frankly, I don't remember how it calmed down. I know she was sobbing in the corner, and I think that's what it went into, to sobs. But I was so gobsmacked by the experience, and it takes a lot to shock me. Anyway, in other lies during our relationship, I was always very much into Viking ships because I come from the Isle of Man, and it's part of our culture, the Viking thing. And actually, one of the reasons I learnt several Scandinavian languages was to be able to talk to people in Scandinavia. I was just sort of a little bit fascinated, just a hobby. And as it happened, I became quite good at translating books. I translated a number of books from Scandinavian languages into English, and started doing work translations for various historians as well. And then I had a lot of time with maritime archaeologists, because I decided to make my own replica Viking ship together with friends up here. It's something we started. The keel is still next door. We did quite a lot of it, and then a couple of people got ill and so on. It didn't happen, but that was fine. I learnt so much from the experience and from felling our own trees and cutting them and carving them. And the easier way forward was that there are a number of people in Scandinavia building their own replica Viking ships. So I went off helping them to build their ships, learning from the marine archaeologists, learning from practical reenactment of ancient techniques, etc., etc. And I was fortunate in going on a number of expeditions, for example, sailing from Denmark up to Norway in a very good replica Viking ship called Gaia, and a number of others too. And I became a little bit known as being able crew on that kind of ship. And it's a little bit specialised. Not that many people obviously know how to crew that type of ship. The thing is, the zenith of this was being invited to come along on the first true replica Viking ship, done authentically, which was going to go across the Atlantic and tour America, which they did. But I was invited on this, and that was, for me, the greatest honour. I mean, absolutely. And it was a very serious thing. You had to go undergo emergency training in Denmark. It was a primarily Danish project together with Ireland, because that was where the original ship had been found, as I recall it, the one which they replicated. But this honour, this was the thing, one of these things that you can only ever do once, not only in a lifetime, but once in the world's history, perhaps, that expedition was going to be made and that I could go on it. And I can't explain how elated I was. Well, anyway, Caroline, around that time, told me that she had problems with her heart, and slowly, and in a way that would be believable, told me it was getting more and more serious. And she actually told me that she was going to hospital once every week. The appointment was for an hour, so she'd be a few hours away, 2 or 3 hours, whatever it was, to get there and back, and so on. As I found out subsequently, she didn't have any serious problem with her heart at all. She has a very, very minor case of bradycardia, which was what she based this nonsense on. So she wasn't going to the hospital every week, she was lying. And at another point she told me she had cancer of the fallopian tubes or ovaries, I forget which now, and told me that she'd been advised that she had better have a child because getting pregnant mitigated the cancer, the risk of further cancer, and also she may have to have her ovaries removed. And this again was a complete lie, and these lies were to control me. And as she herself told me later, the reason she'd lied about the cancer was because she said, in her words, there'll be girls on that ship and I didn't want you going near any other women. Now, what a man is supposed to be doing in an open ship together with 75 odd other crew in the middle of the Atlantic with another woman is a little bit beyond me. But this is part of the sort of paranoia syndrome, I suppose. But that was just some examples of manipulation, because there really were a lot more. Living in a fantasy world, and she told me, because her own house was such a mess where she lived with her parents, and it really was absolutely just disgusting, filthy in every possible way. Her mother abusive, her father disinterested, another man sexually abusing her, both mentally in the sense of grooming and actually physically. Her father and mother knowing about it and not doing anything. When she went to any sort of school do or function, then other parents would offer to drive her home, and she would say, oh, that's my house, and point to a house sort of 3 doors down the road, and ask to be dropped off there, run in through the gate, hide in the bushes, so to speak, and then go back to what was her house 3 doors down the road, because she was so utterly ashamed of it. So this is where the issue developed from childhood. Now, one thing is that I was accused of, and this is the only, I think, true allegation, is that I was with Caroline when she was underage in Britain, ergo under 16. Now, that wasn't deliberate to say, or even known about, to say the very least. What Caroline had done was to come and visit me in Sweden and to tell me that she'd had her 16th birthday. She was careful to talk about it, it was in an innocent way. They had no relationship, there was no relationship between us, there was no relationship to anything else. It was just she was careful to misinform me deliberately, specifically, and talk about a 16th birthday and a big party, and all her friends had come. She told me what she'd eaten, all the things they'd done, and just pushing into my psyche, my subconscious, that she was now 16, and then basically seduced me. And at the time I was having a really, really bad time with the mother of my sons, who had depression. Not her fault, that's something inbuilt, but it wasn't something that I could cope well with, and I was really suffering from it myself, watching that relationship break down and not being able to cope at all. So, judge me on that one, but I did end up in a relationship with Caroline, and she then, as soon as we had made love, she then admitted to me that she was actually 15, and she had specifically come to Sweden to seduce me, because she knew that in Sweden the legal age was 15, and in Denmark 14, and it's a relative thing. And she had told me that she wanted to seduce me before, but knew I'd be angry or that I wouldn't do it, and she was bloody right. I was not happy at all, finding that out, and that was, I suppose, the first major manipulation. I'd seen her lie a few times and do strange things, but this was a very, very serious thing in my mind, because, all right, I was in Sweden, it wasn't criminal, but there's still a very big stigma attached, and it's not nice to be manipulated like that. Let's to say the least. And effectively, it started a breakup of a relationship that had sort of only just started. We'd been friends on and off for years when I'd visited Britain, and she used to come and visit me occasionally in Sweden, sometimes with this guy Tim, who was abusing her, and her parents used to let her drive with him, and sometimes she would fly to meet me in different, in Sweden, or when I was working in Norway, and her parents, in allegations to the court, in support of a non-molestation order, said that they'd always been against our relationship, and that they felt she was too young, or I don't remember. I remember actually what they said, even enough to paraphrase it well, but this is the gist of it, and it hurts to read it because it's so bloody nasty. And the opposite was true, the absolute opposite. They used to pay for her ticket for her to come here. Well, because she couldn't do it any other way. She didn't have a credit card, and debit cards weren't that common that many years ago. I don't know if she could have had one at that age. I don't think so, but I know that her father used to pay for her ticket to fly over on his credit card. So to turn that against me suddenly was just nonsensical. And of course, that was used as a blackmail against me, generally, implicitly. Lots of hints, I could get you in big trouble, I could cause all kinds of stigma for you and problems and tell people and all this sort of thing. Only once or twice was it used explicitly, as in she made a threat: if you don't do this or this, I could start telling people things about you, and I could, destroy your life and so on, and very unpleasant. But anyway, one of the points of this is that women are sort of held as all sweetness and light and all innocent, and actually they're many of them are very, very capable manipulators. And for example, I started a relationship with a fantastic girl in Norway, absolutely lovely person, so decent and so nice and so reasonable and so calm, and very beautiful, and it was really, really nice, and it was a big change from being with someone who had depressions that I couldn't cope with, and which included non-communicative states for days on end, and some extremities I just couldn't deal with, you know, rightly or wrongly. But then, you know, suddenly I had a brilliant girlfriend, and Caroline was her ideal was to smash that relationship, and she did. What she did, and the mother of my sons, they took a photograph of the two of them kissing, you know, really kissing, with the children and their things, or my boys' things in the background. And as Caroline said openly, look, this was because Ingrid had never seen the children. We knew that she would be upset, and we knew that she would be hurt by this, and it would wreck your relationship. So, and they sent it by email, this photograph, and I was there when Ingrid opened it as an email, and I didn't see the implication. I thought it was just the two of the girls just being silly, but it was, you could say, a code that women would understand immediately, which it was over my head anyway. And of course, it started to damage the relationship between, you know, Ingrid in Norway and myself. And then Ingrid came to visit me in England. I was off travelling somewhere, and she was going to go with me. Then someone was very ill in her family, and then she decided at the last minute she really did want to come because she loved me, and she was being really, really sweet. And then Caroline went round explicitly, you know, in low cut tops and all the rest, and just doing anything she could to hurt Ingrid, like making sure her knickers would fall off the radiator by accident into her luggage, this kind of thing, you know. And my point is this: there are good and bad women everywhere. I'm not suggesting that all women are like this by any stretch of the imagination, but the crux of my video is that the ones who do want to do these things are not looked into at all. That it doesn't matter how extreme, no one will look into it if it's a woman, and it's just sort of taken for granted that they're all sweetness and light. Well, you know, sorry, there are bad men, bad women, good women, you know, and we're not only allowing, not even only facilitating, we're encouraging the monsters, the extremists, the manipulators, with every financial incitement, and with giving them power that they often crave for their manipulation, and we're sponsoring that. And then when you go further and you say, well, oh, he did this and she did that in a relationship, you know, maybe there are things that, you know, we all do things wrong, we all make mistakes, all the rest, but this is not related to the well-being of the children. As in, children can be absolutely being hurt by one partner, but as long as they sling some mud and say, oh, he said this or he did that, he's awful. And whatever Caroline said or did in court, no one would look at her. You know, Julie, my new girlfriend, when Caroline and I split up, she's got a withered hand, and Caroline was calling her a flid, you know. I mean, the nastiest thing you could say to someone like that, but nobody seemed to care, you know. I mentioned this to my solicitor. I said, this is awful, you know. Sort of that, whatever's between Caroline and I has nothing to do with hurting Julie in that way. You know, we split up. But, you know, again, it's just crazy when horrible people are given carte blanche, and I can only assume it's to the profit of solicitors, or that and a mixture of ignorance. And this thing about Caroline's solicitors taking 13 hours for Caroline to cry down the telephone to them, I was literally invoiced to that, 13 hours, I think it was 600 quid an hour, not far off, plus VAT, I think. You know, that's a rough estimate. It was hundreds per hour of Caroline supposedly crying down the phone. Well, she might actually physically have done that, but it doesn't mean any of it was true. This is how you manipulate people. This is how it's done. Crying is the biggest thing. I mean, no one can really say they've never seen a child with a hand over the face, crying their eyes out, and then, you know, peeping to see if it's having effect. And that's what it was. But they're solicitors, not counsellors, and that just shouldn't have happened either. You know, if she needed a counsellor, then go to one. And you can be sure she did. Yeah, I know she did. And it was mentioned in court because, of course, if you go to a counsellor and say, this and this happened, then, oh, we've got evidence now. Look, she had to have counselling. It's just another simple way to manipulate the court. And, of course, the courts have got to start somewhere. I appreciate that. But, You know, how far does it go? How easy is it going to be to manipulate them? And one thing that really worried me in this whole process is when I spoke to Sam Guimard, the MP who I asked to help me and told me where I could go in very pleasant, very gentlemanly wording, shall we say. I asked him about aspects of law, and I couldn't quote what I asked, but his answer was, we don't make the laws. So an MP is telling me they don't make the laws. Well, who does? I mean, we know that there's precedent law through the courts, but we also know that there's statute law. We also know that there are legal guidelines. We also know that there are guidelines for sentencing. There are rules for all manner of things. So to say we don't make the law as a blanket statement is absolute rubbish. I mean, it's nonsense, and laws are repealed and furthered, you know, commonly, and this is why some police officers will quote a certain law, and people are able to say, well, no, actually that was repealed, you know, some years ago. This is fairly common for anyone who's ever watched auditors on the internet. You know, there is a large misunderstanding of laws because they are often changed, and it's a problem that authorities do have in modern society. I think that's most of what I want to say without, you know, starting to get into she said that, he said that, and massive manipulations over years. I'm not sure that I mentioned that I bailed Caroline out of substantial debts twice, and lied. I mean, there's just another beautiful, simple example of a manipulation. For this house here in Sweden, I wanted to build a surrounding sofa in the next room, which was a bed that one could fold out or fold in, and around two different walls, so you'd have a nice L-shaped, huge sofa, come bed, come settee, whatever, to be a sort of lounge room in the daytime, so that we could all watch videos and enjoy it, and to be a nice, very nice bedroom with a massive bed at night and very comfortable. And I had, you know, the way I wanted to do it in my own mind, and I'm pretty good at building things like that. And Caroline insisted that she wanted to have a really big sofa, so she went off and she got this massive sofa, and it was huge, and it was an L-shaped sofa. Not only that, but with lots of accessories, as in a couple of sets of spare cushions and spare covers, and a sofa that would have cost around £1,500. This is going back a long time, so, you know, 12 years. Or more, actually, probably 3-4 years before that, when she bought it, and it was a lot of money. Now, what she told me, that she has a friend, Katie, who has a boyfriend who worked in IKEA in Bristol, and that he was getting slightly damaged goods that were returned for nearly nothing. She told me that she paid £30 for this sofa, and I had no reason to disbelieve it. And I really didn't want it in the house here because I had my own mind how I wanted to do things, and I'd built all the rest of the house to the way I thought it was going to be very practical, easy to clean, easy to store things, because you can't easily store things in a sofa, but you can if you make your own units. But I thought, you know, Caroline liked her ways, and I wasn't ever going to repress her or even sort of push against it. I told her it's not really what I wanted, but she wanted it, okay, so I brought it. And the bigger thing is that I brought it in my van. Now, every year I would bring my van over here and work on the house and get everything finished and nice for the children's future, really, ostensibly, and to make a nice summer house. And having the van full of whatever it was from England, all kinds of materials and tools and personal effects, because at that time goods were approximately 3 times more expensive in Sweden, sometimes 5 times. There was a very big difference. Depended on what the product was, of course. Now it's very different, but this is, you know, let's say 15 years ago, it was a very different situation, and so anything you could bring from England to here was a massive, massive saving, massive. So, you know, the van was completely filled with this sofa plus its chair and, you know, and all the spare cushions, etc. It's, you know, 3/4 full. So that was a massive financial disadvantage for me. But my point is, I always did things for Caroline, you know, did things that she wanted. and then, you know, to be accused of having repressed her or abused her and all this stuff, that's very painful, you know. The more you've done for someone, the more you get upset when they then, you know, paint you as the opposite. And actually, one of the ways that I found out that Caroline was having an affair was because I spoke to the same girl, Katie, who I know, you know, reasonably well, and she seems like a nice enough girl to me. Met her, you know, quite a few times and been to her home and so on, and yeah, when Caroline disappeared off one weekend, I can't remember what her excuse was. It was a training course. She was going to a training course, I believe, and something just didn't add up. And so, you know, I phoned around Caroline's friends and people didn't know where she was, really couldn't get hold of her, and finally got hold of Katie, and Katie had told me then that Caroline had asked her to be her alibi, that she was off having an affair, and just, if Julian ever gets in contact, tell him I'm this and this and this. And Katie said, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that kind of thing, and I don't want to be involved in that, and I don't want to lie to Julian, I've no reason to do that. So it was Katie who was able to tell me specifically that Caroline was having an affair, and therefore it wasn't just something she could easily lie her way out of, even though, you know, I might have believed it, because I was always happy for Caroline to be free, do whatever she wanted, go where she wanted. I never ever repressed her, even when she wanted to go overseas with what I thought was her mate Anthony, who she was sleeping with. You know, I'd say, yeah, you know, great, you know, why not? You know, and again, the more you try to be nice to someone, and the more they then accuse you of doing the opposite, that just makes it all the more painful. And the fact that the courts are just not even going to look into this, and the fact that you can be violent, you can lie, you can cheat, you can steal, you can bring people into this, you can manipulate people, and that she's got my son, and she's I don't know how Harry is mentally. You know, her Caroline's father, Michael, when I met him in Lidl this summer, when he thought he was my best mate sort of thing, he said, oh, he hardly spoke about Harry, but he did a little bit, and he said, oh, Harry's this and that, but he said he's got quite a bad temper, I don't know why. And I thought, well, I know why, matey, it's because your daughter's, you know, manipulated him time and time and time again from not seeing me, and he's seen it, and he's experienced it, and he's cried, and he's been physically manhandled and abused and assaulted, and his brothers in front of him, and repeatedly given promises. I mean, you know, the child he could be totally mentally destroyed. I haven't seen him for some years, I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to delve into narcissism and narcissistic behaviour and relationships for just a minute. There are two types of people which narcissists seek out, and one of them is altruistic people, and that's people who do their best for others, always looking on the bright side, cup half full, positive, open to new ideas, and the sort of people who don't generally lie, and therefore don't generally think that other people will be lying, and would see no motive for doing so. So perhaps they're easy targets, but it's well known in psychology that narcissists do seek out this type of person. Perhaps it's because they don't see them as a threat, perhaps it's because they know they can control them, perhaps it's a mixture of both. The other type of person they seek out are other narcissists. Now, I don't really understand the mechanism of that, but perhaps it's because it's someone that they know that they could cooperate with, perhaps it's just someone they understand better and can empathise with, although in theory empathy is a lacking of narcissists' traits. So maybe I'm using the wrong word there. Perhaps just someone they have a better understanding of. And perhaps they just feel more comfortable being with someone like that. I don't understand the relationship in that way. I'm not a psychologist. What I can say is that the idea of flying monkeys is very common, which means that they will get other people to do their bidding. They will narcissists manipulate other people to do what they want. Such if they want someone hurt, they will, let's say a weak girl for example, they will find a big guy and say, look, I've been beaten, he does this, he does that, and get a big guy to go and, you know, threaten or even beat up their boyfriend, this kind of thing. It's a poor example, you know, I'm sure. But the idea is to get other people to do your dirty work, and then if they get caught, you can stand back and say, well, it wasn't me. And of course, there's no proof. It's all through interpersonal communication and lies and manipulations. And they do work in a very, very clever way. That most of them are really not stupid, to say the least. And they know exactly what they're doing. Others, I'm never sure if they know what they're doing, but they are doing it all the same. And this idea of flying monkeys, it can be innocent people, but it can be other narcissists, and that is an attraction I really don't understand. But I can say, in the case of Tim and Caroline, they used to spend a lot of time with each other, and it's difficult to describe their interrelationship, but in a nutshell, the manifestation of it was whipping each other up into a paranoia, a maelstrom of nonsense, really. And it's like a whirlpool, you know. It's sort of, he says this to her, and she says that to him, and he's telling something bad about someone, so she's telling something bad about someone, and they're both involved, and they're getting more and more carried away. And it's funny, you know, again, if children weren't involved, and when you can stand back and look at it, it's actually amusing that anyone can actually be like that. It's not something that most of us will ever come across, or not knowingly. You know, it is an extremity. But I'll give an example, and this is very possible that Caroline is or was blackmailing Tim by saying, look, you've abused me as a child, I will report you, and therefore getting him to do her bidding. She told him that I'd stolen his motorcycle. In other words, he has a grudge against me, because we had been on a very friendly basis before, trusted each other very much, used to look after each other's properties, and you know, related quite well. And then there was he, as I found out a long time later, I didn't know this for a long time, but he was telling her I was sleeping with other women. And of course it was believable, because roughly speaking, Caroline had lied and manipulated me. I would then say, look, if you carry on, I'll go off. I did leave her repeatedly. And then she begged me back. And then, you know, this is a sort of, it was a believable scenario. And as I said, from the day we said that we would be a family, I never did anything that could be remotely construed as nasty, unpleasant, or pulling the rug out from under her feet, or threatening her well-being in any way. But it's a perceived threat that they have. Another one is rejection too, when they think they're going to lose someone, something, be rejected or deprived of something. They get very, very scared, and then they have to control the situation to keep that person or that thing. And then of course there's the rage aspect, and the want for revenge, and this very negative idea. So instead of saying to me, look, Jules, are you seeing someone else? Is there something we need to sort out in our relationship? It's better to just sort of to get revenge and stab someone on the back. And it's obvious that they built up to this set of allegations against me with these reports to the police from somebody who remains anonymous. It can only be her mum, dad, or Tim, or sister. I can't possibly see who else it could be. I say the name was hidden by police, but I have the documents, and it shows that someone's making repeated reports to the police, saying that they thought Caroline was in some sort of danger, and I can't quote them now, but I've got the documents. But this had gone on for a substantial amount of time, and it makes one wonder just how planned all this was. Was it actually planned for years? Even Caroline going to university to study law, was that even part of the plan? You know, I don't want to get paranoid and say it was, but it wouldn't surprise me at the same time. But the manipulations, you know, more of them spring to mind as I speak. One of them was babysitting. Her father, according to Caroline, her father wanted £20 an hour for babysitting, and he seldom would, and was being awkward about it, and she was doing everything she could to drive a wedge between her father and me. Now, I didn't particularly like her father at the time. I didn't hate him. I was suspicious of him, a little nervous of having to do with him, and yet I helped him repeatedly. I mean, I've been repeatedly ripped off by him. Every single time he worked for me, he cheated me of an amount of money, and it was usually of the ilk of £10 or £15, and it was so silly and so pointless and so likely to drive a wedge. I couldn't understand it. You know, you just wouldn't do it for that pittance of money, break trust with someone, even if it was to rip them off of something greater later. You know, even if you were just have a sort of thieves mentality, it was just foolish, especially when, you know, being employed by someone who's going out with your daughter. But on one occasion it was £150, and there's reason to believe that there was slightly larger sums involved on other occasions. But I would help Michael again and again and employ him. He would often cock up, but I would dig him out of it. And it was a little nervous, and I was nervous about employing him. Caroline used to beg me not to. Ironically, she used to really get upset when I said I would employ her dad. But the thing with driving a wedge between us, that was very specific, saying that he wouldn't babysit or wanted lots of money. And one day I was round at their home, and Michael was just in front of me, a couple of feet in front of me, doing something on the computer. And I was talking to him about this, and in a very nice way, very gentle way, because all I wanted was to Harry to be looked after so we could do something whenever it was. And Caroline started nudging me and kicking me with her kicking my ankle, and it was obvious she didn't want me to speak about it, but she was really insistent, and she was being very careful and quiet not to show to her father she was doing it, but she was really booting me because I, you know, continued a little, because I couldn't fathom why I shouldn't speak about it, being, you know, very measured in my words and very reasonable. And of course it turns out that Michael had never said any such thing, as I find out later. I'm sure, you know, can't prove it, but I'm sure, and from a conversation with him later, although he's a compulsive liar, but he did say he never said that. And I think it was only to drive a wedge between us. And there was one occasion when I was in the house when her father more or less attacked me, certainly threatened me, and was aggressive. And that was when I think I still had crutches from when I smashed my ankle. And he came into the kitchen, and he was getting more and more het up and pushing. And the only time ever that I've seen him be violent to someone, literally, I've never seen him be aggressive or violent, because I think he just doesn't care, to be honest, enough about other people or what they think, and he lies his way out of things. But on that occasion, and I wondered why, you know, because there was nothing logical or reasonable that could have driven this. Looking back, it was evidently Caroline was driving wedges between me and anyone, and as I say, accusing all of my friends one by one, slowly, carefully, over time, sowing seeds of doubt that they were all asking her out, kind of thing. And the idea was to isolate me totally as a person, and to be the one person who would be seen to be caring of me and my saviour, my love, the one and only, which, you know, does two things. It satiates her need for attention, and it also, of course, makes me very, very easy to manipulate. And as I say, now that I understand the mechanics of this, and it took a long time, and reading up on psychology and watching a lot of videos and talking to a lot of people, some of whom are mental nursing staff, psychologists, and as I say, I know it's happening to two people that I know moderately well here, and I see one of them absolutely trying to isolate the other, and extremely damaging. But they're married. It's not my place to say anything. You know, if I did, I think the husband who's being manipulated would be extremely upset. And so what's the point? You can't really say anything. People do look after their spouses and trust them, and that's the whole art of the game, is to be the trusted one. Doesn't matter how dishonest you're being. But this maelstrom of nonsense effect, you know, it's I wanted to say it because it's deep on my mind, really, when one narcissist influences the other, and it spins and it becomes this spiral of absolute, creating paranoia. There's an aspect of paranoia to narcissism, definitely. But anyway, I don't want to bore anyone. It's just to give an idea and an overview of interrelationships with people who are really not well for whatever reason it may be. And for people watching, you probably think that I'm a total gullible fool, and I'm sure you're right. But there's more to it than that, and that is that, you know, I'd separated with two ladies with children before, and I was determined, absolutely determined, that I would make this relationship with Caroline work, you know, for a number of reasons. She was obviously insecure, had all kinds of issues, and, you know, we'd become closer and closer as the years went by, despite me finding out about a lot of things, despite suspicion. I honestly thought, if someone's damaged and hurt inside, if you give and you give, there will come a point when they see that you are the decent person and the one that they actually needed, the one that they really can trust. And you see this with animals, you know. My last girlfriend and I, we had a dog who'd been very badly abused, a little female doggy, and when she came here, she was it's very upsetting. She came here, she used to sit in a corner and growl at anyone who came close. She'd just sit there shaking, and if anyone really did come close, she would bite them. And so she hadn't been able to be rehomed before. She didn't socialise well with other dogs, and it was just years of kindness. And it took 2 years for her to become fairly reasonable, 3 years for her to become more or less a reasonable dog, but you still had to be careful with her. And the way that we broke her fear was that she fell into the ice. I was walking near a small river near here, and she was off the lead, and she was running around on the banks of the ice, and she fell into the river. And the way she fell in, she could get her front paws onto the ice, and she could keep her mouth above water, but she tried and tried, and she couldn't get out. And it was minus 15 degrees, and the wind was blowing, and the snow was about waist deep to me. And I said to her, "Don't worry, Cuckoo, look, I'm coming." And I kept my contact with her eyes such that she wouldn't try to panic, or she wouldn't panic or try to do something else and get herself in a worse situation or go under the ice. And I kept calling to her, "Look, it's okay, I'm coming." And to wade through snow waist deep for a distance of probably 50 or 80 yards, it feels like a lifetime. You know, it's something you can run over in seconds with no snow. But when it's up to your waist, you can't walk, you can't wade, you can't run. You sort of do all three, and you roll, and you're ripping off my clothes at the same time to get to the dog, and literally just dive into the frozen river and into the running part. You know, grab her and throw her out, and got out myself. Luckily, I've done that sort of thing a number of times in my life. I wasn't that scared of doing it. But getting out at minus 15 in the wind, that was a bit different. But I was able to jog home, and 3 of my friends were there, and I had, let's say, moral support. And they got the dog and wrapped it in a coat, and she because she'd been there several minutes by then, obviously. But since then, that was it. That gave her 100% certainty that I was on her side. I was always there for her, and literally, after that, she used to come and scratch at my door gently every night just to let me know she was there, and she wouldn't go to bed without a cuddle. And the analogy is that I thought that by doing everything for Caroline, everything, forgiving every temper tantrum, every rage, every attack, every lie, and just talking gently and being supportive, that it would get better and better and better. And it wasn't. It was actually probably getting worse, but totally unbeknownst to me. It's just that she got better and better at lying and manipulating. I mean, she got a set of fitted wardrobes, and she told me it was a special offer, a promotion, and she was getting them for a pittance because the guy who did the fitting was a friend of a friend. And then after we split up and I went through things in her room, clearing out the house to move out, you find the receipts for thousands of pounds, thousands, and it was just so pointless. That the cupboard she'd had in there before that were really nice, and this was okay, one small step up the luxury ladder, but why? Is it worth a relationship doing something like that? Is it worth lying for that? It's not really a gain, It's maybe a perceived gain in her mind. And she had a huge portrait of herself, very scantily clad, over her bed. The painting was, the photograph was over a metre high, sort of thing. And she had a set of these done, a montage done by a professional photographer. She told me it was some promotion. They were looking for girls perhaps to be models, and that she'd got it done for free. I found out later it had cost her £500, which was the start of one of her many debts that I paid her out of. Of course, was never asked about that in court. I was never allowed to speak, so no one ever knew about it. But it's just a small example. I could go on for hours with all the different examples of manipulation, but in a way, what's the point? On the other hand, it makes me feel a little bit better, because in my heart all the time has been not even a will to justify anything, but to correct, to put right the courts and the just how bad it is, because it's beyond imagination bad. And social services, and solicitors, and the police, and the thing that happened with the House of Commons, and Kafkas. I could bang my head against a brick wall. I can't fathom it, and I can't fathom that not one of these massively paid, massively educated people is doing anything about it. I would. I'd walk away, give up my job, or sacrifice my job by being a whistleblower, because I wouldn't want to see more people hurt. Why is no one doing that? Are they total cowards? Is their 100,000 a year, whatever they make, worth more than the lives of one child? Let alone the tens, possibly hundreds, possibly thousands that it happens to in England every day, where there's not even an attempt at finding equity or justice or care for a child. Almost the opposite, to stir up things as much as you can, to rake the money in. One thing I'd like to clarify as well, in the courtroom, Caroline was always trying to play on her age, and she was always referring to, I was so young, I was this, I was that. When we split up, she was 24 years old. She was no spring chicken. We had a really nice house. We had the summer house here. My business was going fantastically. Everything was fine, apart from her games, sadly, and especially our little boy was fine, and I thought everything was nice. But I want to clarify a couple of points. One, this idea that she was always trying to portray that I was always after her, and actually the opposite was true. I had split up with her several times, as I mentioned. In particular, when I found out she was having the affair with Anthony Caruana, and I can't remember how I saw it, but I remember her computer was open and I saw the emails, and something just made me look, and when I read them, it was obvious she'd been having the affair. I've got copies of most of the emails, maybe all of them, even now. And so I phoned her up. She'd just gone to visit her parents, who live some 8 miles down the road, so 20 minutes drive, whatever. So I phoned her up and I said, "Look, Caroline, I know you've been sleeping with Anthony. You've obviously been having an affair, and I don't think this is a good way to have a family life. And I'm sorry. I'm just going to pack my things and go. Please don't come round. Just give me a few hours to pack the car, and I'll just be gone. And I'll go and see some friends and try to come to terms with it, and we'll take it from there." So what did she do? She jumped in her car from her parents and came straight round, and closely followed by her parents, and she was causing quite a stir and a fuss, really, Caroline, and trying to getting more or less aggressive, certainly very angry and loud and strange, and speaking, coming up with things that were just unreasonable, that just weren't true, and making excuses one minute, and then essentially it was just a confused time. She was confused. And then closely followed by her parents, and I must say her mother was just vile. There's no other word. We had a 3.5-year-old son. Everything was going so well for us. Caroline was doing this, and instead of trying to calm things down, she was stirring things up in any possible way she could. Absolutely stirring things up, being aggressive, loud, interfering, and then saying, "Right, I'm calling the police," and just trying to escalate everything in some stupid way. It was quite ridiculous. Anyway, so the police did come round, and I told them what had happened. And I said, all I've asked is for Caroline to leave, and so I can pack my things and go. And they could see I was packing the car. The boot was open. It was outside. And they said, and that's all I'd asked, is that she go to her parents, hopefully for the night, to give me time and not worrying that she'd come back, or at least a few hours. And then they actually did say to her, look, Caroline, you can go and stay with your parents, just stay out of the way, which was quite reasonable. Anyway, some time later, I can't remember how long later, I went through Caroline's telephone, and it was actually the only time I ever did. She used to go through mine all the time. It was ridiculous, and question me and harass me and things, and could get quite agitated. This is probably about once a month. And so, yeah, I went to it the only time I picked up a phone, and the last call, Anthony, and the call before that, Anthony, the call before that, Anthony. So it was obvious things were still going on, and this was, I don't know if it was weeks or months later, I wouldn't remember the time span in between, but it was sent to the police again, documented in absolute detail. So, they should have a record of it. But again, I packed the car, and I drove off down to Dover, where the ferry leaves England, towards Dover. And I remember on one occasion, I was actually in Dover port. I just pulled up, put the handbrake on in the car, about to go into the ferry terminal and buy a ticket to leave, to cross the channel to go down and see my friends in Serbia. At which point Caroline called and absolutely begged me back, absolutely apologised, crying, the whole thing, don't want to lose our family. And on the other occasion, I was heading off to Dover again, and it was getting on. It was quite late at night by this time. I was really tired and emotional, and I'd taken a little tent with me, and there was a lay-by for roadworks maintenance vehicles and a little woodland, and I set up the tent there and thought, well, I get a good sleep and I'll drive on towards Dover the last sort of 20 miles, whatever, in the morning. And again, she called me, and she was so sorry, and she was crying, and she was begging me back, and which is incredible, because in her court allegations, she said she'd been trying to leave me for years, and I was controlling and all the rest of it, and there was no opportunity to leave because I was so restrictive. It's complete rubbish. Yeah, that was another strange thing, was that almost weekly, pretty much weekly, Caroline would ask me to marry her. And my answer was always constant, and it was calm, and it was reasoned, and it would be, look, Caroline, you've got to stop lying and stop manipulating. We've got to build up this absolute trust for each other. When you stop doing that, then that's the time to think about, marriage, really, and that proper commitment, because I've given you my full commitment by that time for some years, and I need the same from you. And you do lie still, you do manipulate, and there's no need for it. And stop that, and then we can talk about getting married. And it was mostly said as an incentive, really, because that seemed to be what she wanted, to go those last steps, which I'd done some years before, never putting a foot wrong and looking after her in every possible imaginable way, romantically. Our love life was pretty good. We made love almost every day if I wasn't too tired after work, and she too, sometimes twice, and I I thought it was a very good relationship, very healthy in that way, and yeah, everything was all right on the surface. This is the strange thing. It was all about surface and superficial and image. And when I look back, this thing about asking me to marry her, I wonder if she thought that by doing so she would have, if she'd been planning this for some time, as it does appear, for some years even, that her entire aim was to get the house from me and Harry and all of my property and belongings, and just take me to the cleaners, as many women do. That's something I always wonder, was she asking me to marry her out of some insecurity that that's what she wanted, or was it just part of her sort of really, really nasty plan? I'll never know. But when someone looking back and thinking, 12 years later now, 12 years, what went on, then it's really sad to think that you've been gullible, and that's one way to express it. The other one was just kind, knowing so many problems and just tolerating them because you cared about someone else. And the irony isn't, I wasn't head over heels in love with her. This is always the sort of stereotype. This is the older man with the younger woman, and he must really want this woman, so he would do anything for her. And this is the gambit that was gone through by everybody, social services, the whole lot. And it was rubbish. I've always had women after me, chasing after me. And the only reason is, there's nothing special or wonderful about me. The only thing is, I travel a lot. I've always got a story to tell. I do try to make people laugh and have a good time. I've got a lot of good friends. And I'm just busy. And girls love that. They see someone with direction and busy. And as in the old days, I suppose we'd say dashing, always sort of rushing off here or there, tons to do and great things happening, positivity. And girls love that. And the idea that I chased after Caroline is absolute rubbish. As I say, I've only ever chased after it. I don't like that expression, but 4 girls in my whole life. And Caroline was after me in every possible way, in every possible sense of the word. So, that's an easy stereotype to play on in an age when we're supposed to be breaking down stereotypes. That was the ridiculousness of it. Just a very quick note on the power of illusion and how women who are going to play the courts, how far they're prepared to go. When Caroline was in there, literally giving me the finger physically behind her solicitor's shoulder while she was crying her eyes out, weeping, she cut her hair differently to anything she'd had before we split up. She was wearing clothes which deliberately made her look sort of young and innocent, and put lots of mascara on, of course, for the effect with the tears. She never wore mascara, 3 or 4 times in our relationship, perhaps if we went out to parties, sometimes, because she was naturally good looking and had big eyelashes. She didn't need to. And bangles that she never wore, all to make herself look juvenile, the whole game. And it was just incredible, one, to see adults, supposedly professional people, duped by this, and the other is the lengths that a malicious woman will actually go to portray an image which just isn't remotely true. And I do urge people to look into narcissism. It's a fascinating topic. Someone posted a video on YouTube only a couple of weeks ago which I watched, which I found fascinating. That was how to spot a narcissist, and one of the ways was to make boundaries, give them a boundary that that you say that you need in your life, a reasonable thing, and nothing extreme, and watch them break it. But of course you get vivant people and people who like to be funny and silly, who'll talk about it and laugh about it and say, yeah, I can get around that, or talk to you seriously if you have something that's a serious problem that you would like to set as a boundary, and then you get narcissists who'll tell you what you want to hear and then go off and do the opposite. So you can observe them then go off and make sure they break that boundary, but not with any sort of humour or humorous intent, and just to show that they have control, and that's an interesting one, because I've seen someone do that recently to out a narcissist, and it seems to work very well. It would be interesting to hear more about that, but I think that's a good tactic, and there are others too. There are specific ways of seeing who they are. One of the things is short-term benefit too, and image. What they rely on is a total fabrication. They live their lives as some kind of dream and a fabrication, and when you pull that veil away or you expose them, they can react really maliciously, or they can, whether it's just immediately on the spot or whether it's going for you in terms of character assassination and something longer term, but they really don't like it, or it can be actually crumbling and going into strange states.